What's good? I'm Skip.
And I'm DJ.
And this is the Cypher.
Hip hop, man. I said hip hop. That community is just crazy. That the things that we were able to see and experience because of this thing called rap and hip hop.
I mean, you take those lyrics and you pull them away from the music and you put them up on the wall, so someone had to look at them. They would say, "This is genius."
Yo, what's good, y'all? I'm Skip.
And I'm DJ.
And this is the Cypher, episode 4. Thank y'all for pulling up, and as y'all coming in and all that good stuff, I want to first apologize for being late. My Wi-Fi went out, so I had to push it back. And then something else happened, so I had to push it back to 7:15. But thankful to have y'all here. As you know, this is the excuse me, I was gonna say Culture United. But yeah, this is the Cypher where we create a space for our fellow content creators to discuss hip-hop topics and see how we as a collective can do our part in pushing the culture forward. Shout out my brother DJ.
Yes, sir.
Shout out our recurring guest, BK. Thank you, have you again. Shout out to our newcomer, Starsky. And for the first time, I also want to give you a formal welcome back to your current channel. Shout out to Charles Brown. How y'all doing today?
Yes, sir.
Doing great.
Hey man, it's good to have y'all. I can speak for DJ. We don't take these for granted that y'all share y'all time and perspective with us on these collective streams. So once again, I want to thank y'all, and to Charles. I'm not sure if you've seen one of these before, but we do revenue sharing. So a portion of the proceeds will get sent to you via Cash App, and also if you want to change your tag to your Cash App so they can send you stuff directly, that's cool too. But yeah, man, if y'all ready to get started, while we let the people come in and get seated,
let's do it.
Okay, we'll hold off on the Drake. So what else happened this week that y'all feel like discussing that might be pertinent? We'll wait till some more people get in before we just jump into the Drake.
Well, hey Charles, but real quick, man, just cause like I said, this is my first time actually ever like getting to meet you or talk to you and stuff. Just give me just like a brief, just a brief synopsis of like what your headspace is right now, man. I know you went through a lot of stuff, with your channel and stuff. Just just give us a little overview of how you feeling right now, and let people know what's going on, if you don't mind.
All right, no doubt. I appreciate you. So, I mean, for those that know, my channel got hacked. Somebody got into my my email, took the channel, put up a Russian Bitcoin conference, and they deleted my channel. So it was a whole thing, and it was on me. I clicked the link and I put in I gave them access, and they got my channel. And it was like about a 7-day process, maybe more. But a lot of people came to bat. They tweeted, they added YouTube, and showed mad love, and it was a whole thing. But it was stressful, but it is what it is. And we, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm back. I just put up a video today about Myron. I just put it up before we went live, kicking Myron in his back for that chud to build the nonsense, this, that, and the third. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm back working, gang. I got 2 channels now. I mean, something good came out of it. I got a second channel. It got already 7,000 people on it, and just hit 7,000 today. So, you know what I'm saying? Something good came out of it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So now I got 2 channels.
Cool, man. That's because I was about to ask you how the reception has been, but you kind of answered that in that same question. So I appreciate that, because I mean, I was kind of in and out on everything. I was kind of our Patreon chat keep me up to date on a lot of stuff. So, but I just wanted to just ask you directly about it. That's all. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Sure. And also, speaking of second channels, shout out to BK as well. Her and her partner also she has a second channel with her partner, and they did. Was it it was something or victimhood? I know it was 2 V's. It was a nice alliteration. I just saw it. Okay, yeah. Okay. How do you, just as a creator, like balance those 2 sides? Because some of the content on look at the material is much more on a okay, rap is a backdrop to real life type shit. Like, how do you balance that between that channel and then going to okay, is the reaction channel with your partner more of like a release valve from like the real shit? And then you have this channel where it is hip hop related stuff on there, but it is you can tell the purpose of it transcends music in general, not just the genre of hip hop. How do you balance that? Or like constantly having ideas and approaches for both sides. How do you balance that?
That's a really good question. Yeah, the BK and Mogo, the reaction channel is absolutely like how you described a release valve. Because it's mostly hip hop from the US and the UK. Like we try to every like batch session, we try to add like one UK artist in there. Just because we watch the UK hip hop daily Cypher, just like really being like very like I guess pompous and like arrogant about it, very like American about it. And it actually like blew us away. We were like, fuck, we gotta like dive into their world over there. So it's that is like so needed for my creative process, and I can just listen to the music that I love and react and be like dramatic, and we can knock out like 7-8 videos right there that I can like chop up and like space out schedule. Like it just is easier content. Like the barrier of entry is a little bit lower for that. And then look at the material. Yeah, like I feel like you described it perfectly, that it often uses hip hop as a vehicle to tell larger stories about our community and our world and our politics. And then some videos on there are just straight politics. Like it's like, so here's the primary race coming up and you need to vote and fucking like that stuff too, because my undergrad degree is actually in political science. So it's just, that's my outlet for that. Cause I just am opinionated about politics as well. So, but I try to like use, because I started the channel around the beef time, like, you know what I mean? So there was a lot of like content coming out, and there's always been a lot of I think like virtue and vice signaling, like in the beef of like, are you on the pure side, or are you on the side that like loves hip hop and is like pure about it? Or are you on the bullshit side that's grifting, that's like on the right wing, that like, it's very much two kind of like forces going on, right? So I like identified that from like my worldview, and then was like, but I also love hip hop too. So I was able to like literally blend them together. So, but that content is like, it's frustrating me lately because I can't produce the way I want to at the frequency I was able to at one point because of school, work, internship, like just like life is more now. So it's nice that I have like Culture United weekly, because that's like a great way to like release, and then also the reaction channel where I can like listen to hip hop, dissect bars, like, and then hang out with my partner. Like that's been so cool for us, like, because we just got engaged and we're like besties, and it's like, it's cool. The community we're building there is nice too. So thanks for that question. I haven't fleshed that out before. So,
and what made me think about it too was I did my first reaction with my wife last weekend.
I saw that. That's too cute.
And we reacted to Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, and I was like, and then I think I posted it, and then we follow each other on Instagram, and the next one was you and your partner. I was like, that's dope, man. Like,
yeah,
just and the whole like reception of the Black love thing, it's serving so many purposes. So that's why I wanted to ask too, because not only does it serve a purpose for us as a creative outlet, but the purpose that it serves for the people that's watching it. So yes, I wanted to ask you because of that.
So you'll be surprised though, like on both ends, people speaking on your relationship, and it doesn't matter because like y'all know each other in real life and shit, but like, man, I think one episode of Culture United, somebody was like, I get you a lesbian and all, but like, and so like Morgan literally went online and was like,
watch your mouth.
Like, right. But like most of the comments are like, oh my God, it's so dope to see like two educated Black people together, two dark-skinned Black people together, like, pushing this, you're funny, and like you can also just give a little bit of education with it too. So yeah, it's great. It does serve multiple purposes.
Man, people bold as fuck, man. I'm
I was
sorry.
like, what the fuck?
People so fucking bold.
It's only online.
Hello, or just like the really the sexism, because it is a lot of sexism in the space, even in like certain chats, right? Like, well, they'll be like, they're not commenting on my commentary on like the hip hop, the bars, like, you know, what I'm actually speaking about. They'll be like, God damn. It's like, okay, I appreciate like, you know, compliments or whatever, but it's like, watch your fucking mouth. And also like engage with what I'm saying, like engage with what I'm saying, like not just so, but yeah. Anyway, that's a whole other.
Yeah.
Yeah, dudes lose their mind when they see a woman sometimes. They just don't know how to act.
Yeah, and it just gets, and that's we probably could do a separate video about that. I have had my share of experience with that, and so I get where he was coming from with that, because sometimes my wife is like, "Hey, don't make me pop out on these niggas." You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I understand that there's like this divergence from reality and this space that we exist in cyberly, I guess, as basically just avatars for a lot of collective think, you know. So we try to, you know, separate ourselves from being like this champion of a lot of the thoughts that like exist in the spaces that we create. So we kind of have to reckon with, okay, am I fostering this, or are these niggas really tripping? Like, like I watch a lot of your videos too, Charles, and you'll be like, you get on Twitter and it's like, hey man, they doing me so wrong on Twitter, gang. And it's like, you have to. So for me, when I watch you discuss those things, it's like what in people in our age group, you know, 30 and up, we walk outside. We're used to going outside, and it's like this would, like, the shit that y'all say would not exist anywhere outside of this internet. So it's like this weird balance that we have to have and kind of like self-correct. Because Charles, you do a great job of like, man, that shit funny. And I haven't got to the point where you're at where you can just like, man, that shit was funny. They was on my head for like a week about the bubble bath rapper. You know what I'm saying? He just like slide it off his shoulder. So like, how did you get to that point of like just letting that shit fly off your shoulders and just understanding that it's not, for the lack of a better words, real?
I had to start. First, you get mad at first when you first start getting the hate, for lack of a better word. But you gotta, these people can't do really anything to you, but just get upset. And as they get so upset, it starts to get funny, right? I started using them for content for about at least 2 years now. Everything they do on Twitter, I use it for content. I make my long stories longer because they get so mad that they come up with these really mean and ingenious insults. Old man and this, that, and the third. So they get real punchy, and after a while you start to see them regurgitate the same insults. So it gets funny. It's like they copy and paste the same nonsense. So I right now, like, I'll get a post and a whole bunch of people come on it. I'll scroll down and I'm laughing the whole time because you can't take them serious. Somebody that mad on their phone, I can't even take you serious anymore. Like, you're wishing that my cancer comes back, all kind of stuff. So I'm like, you know what? You're actually funny, and I'm just going to keep scrolling. It hurts them more when you don't respond, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't want to deal with it, so I'll stay off Twitter for 3 hours, like 4 or 5 hours, just because I don't even want to read it, or I won't even click the comments to even read it. But sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to look at it and have fun with it. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't hurt you, and they don't know you well enough to hate you. They're just mad at what you said. You know what I mean? So I don't really put too much thought into these people because it's so much of it now that I would actually have to crawl into a ball if I paid attention to it, really. You know what I mean?
Well,
I got you.
Well, I mean, I know one person that did crawl up in the ball because he can't take constructive criticism well at all. It's your boy Drizzy Drake, man. Listen.
Yes.
Oh, hold on, real quick. Hold on.
We got an audience now.
I had one more part that, because we hadn't talked, I hadn't drew Starsky in yet, and I asked the Charles question to bring in Starsky, but
I had a question too. I was gonna bring him in, but go ahead, boss. You got it.
I thought you was gonna jump straight into the Drake. I was like, hold on, we ain't talking Starsky yet. But yeah, Starsky, you come across in your content as someone using your marketing expertise and just normal individual sensibilities as someone trying to reveal like a pattern of human behavior. You know what I'm saying? So like, what have you been witnessing? Like, even though you haven't listened to it, I'm sure you've been seeing like a lot of the conversation, like leading up and post release of the Iceman trilogy. Like, what have you realized that's been interesting, in the last like 2 weeks or so?
I realized this is going back to the parasocial behavior. I think is that just going back to, yes, I'll say that, and also just the marketing deception when it comes to using influencers and bots and just propaganda in general. It's just a new version of propaganda that we're seeing in 2026 that we've seen before when it comes to all just going back to just World War One, World War Two. There's we've seen this before, and we've seen this just how the CIA has gotten into how Walt Disney used to be aligned with the CIA, and just how a lot of these organizations use certain media for propaganda, and we're seeing a completely new version of that in 2026, especially with Drake aligning with MAGA. We've seen that, and I just say specifically all of Young Money, but I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about that too. But you see how we say, look at the title. Can we separate the art from the artist? I don't want to get too deep into it, but that's also a part of it. So we are constantly seeing all these different functions starting to integrate into one another.
Yeah, damn, you hit it right on the head. Definitely, yeah. Because Young Money, we need to bring y'all to the carpet. Because first off, we let y'all slide with a lot of bullshit over the years. I'm talking about in terms of the music, the raps. A lot of that shit was ass when I go back and listen to it. But also the shit that y'all pulling as far as influencing the way people act and receive now, the way Nicki and her barbs, that shit is insane. People that's never been Republican a day in their fucking life, just because Nicki go out here and shake hands with the nigga, oh, he may have a point because Nicki shook hands with him. No, nigga, no, she's a fool, and you're a fool for following her. But we'll get into that a little bit later. But I'm just glad you brought that up for sure. Absolutely.
Okay, so I think we're ready now. I think we've set the table. So let's pull the food out the oven. Iceman. I once was a nice man. Now I'm hot and cold.
Trash,
bro.
So trash,
bro. Okay, and I listened to it. I've listened to it once and a half, so I didn't get 2 full listens. But this is one of those projects where it does not take multiple listens. You know what I'm saying? To get it, because also the one thing that I noticed is it just verified a lot of things that I thought about him in previous projects, and you can tell that his music is a particular word. And I think I heard BK use this word before, and they said it when I said it last stream that you said it, vapid. So I looked the word up, of course, and basically it's just like void, like without meaning or substance. And the only thing that's been keeping Drake afloat throughout his career, probably post, if you're reading this, he always had a muse.
Yeah.
He always had a muse, like a vehicle for him to express his verbally abusive tendencies. Okay. And he would express that in each album. Well, even back, like I think the first album that really showcased it was Nothing Was the Same. Yeah. When he basically soft doxed the girl and everybody found what she was, and then Rihanna was the muse. It was more benign then, but over time, like More Life Forward, it got more and more and more malignant. And then with 2024, he felt like he had an earnest reason to respond in this way. But this is one of the first times I feel like it completely consumed him musically, to the point where it wasn't a vehicle for his expression. It was his complete and total expression. And it destroyed what ever the album possibly could have been. And the one thing I want to say before I pass it to the next person, whoever want to go, a lot of people were making it seem like we needed a 444 from Drake. I never felt that way. And once I listened to the album, I realized that's not the album we needed. We needed a black album where you can still showcase yourself at this level. You discuss mortality in a sense. You give a active, true perspective of where you see yourself in the music industry and how it relates to everything else in your life without getting so caught up in the things that kind of made you feel like you're in this position. Like, so we know Drake isn't of the mindset to give us a 444. You have to go through a certain amount of things and confront it to get there. But we could have at least got the, ooh, y'all make me want to leave so bad. You know what I'm saying? But also discussing his family and those events in a meaningful way that really gives a level of depth and clarity to where he really is in life, as opposed to him like all of the things that I really probably should discuss. I'll table those for my eulogy. But in the meantime, I'm gonna just talk about people that's upsetting me, because I really don't like anything else is going to destroy how I'm perceived and possibly how I perceive myself. Whoever wants to take the floor from there.
I feel like he hasn't gone through much in life to give us a 444. 444, or even the Black Album, is a man who did a lot in his life, and he had a lot of stuff that he's overcome. Drake's toughest things sound like they were LeBron in the Kendrick battle. It seems like his big moments of life, he dealt with them in the public, and they weren't that big. If LeBron went to the pop out, like stuff like that is his moments of where he felt he got harmed. And that's why he's still rapping about it 2 years later. It's a guy I believe was very privileged. I think even in his career, he was coddled. I feel like they didn't let him go through any real ups and downs. It was all up, and every time he had any kind of down, you heard about it over and over, and he kept continuously talking about the little things, right? Like the little shit that happened to him. He makes it sound so grand and big, and we're like, dog, like that really ain't that serious. There's a whole lot of stuff going on, but it seemed like it's a person who's obsessed with success or the appearance of success, and he wants to stay on top. And you'll never get good music from a guy his only motive is to stay quote unquote on top, even though his own fans are like, the music is suffering, right? So it's like, it's not getting better. You're not getting organic releases. You're getting a guy trying to one up himself. And if you're your own, like he's his own muse, trying to overdo whatever he's done before. And it's like, we're not getting any balance from you. You're trying to make big records. And now we get this ICEMAN, like can I say if I heard it or not yet? I don't know. We waiting till that we don't do the review.
Go ahead.
We in it now.
Yeah.
So I got about, I was one of the people, I represent the people who didn't want to hear it. All right. And who refused to give it a stream, not even one. So I'm that side. I don't know if we're outnumbered or whatever, but I'm one of them people that didn't want to give one stream, but I did hear a bunch of snippets because they're flooding Twitter with a whole bunch of snippets. I don't know if they're clipping up the awful tracks or whatever, but most of the stuff I heard was bad. I did say the first song is the best song that I've heard. The Make Them Pay or something like that. Make Them Cry or Make Them Pay.
Make Them Cry.
Yeah, Make Them Cry is the first record.
Yeah, Make Them Cry.
I give them credit. And they say, Charles, you hate. Well, I give them credit that's a good record, right? Some people say nothing's good. Say like none of it's good. But people I respect, I'm like surrounded by Drake fans, I'm going to be honest. But people that I respect have told me that the album's solid. I personally have not heard it. But what I did hear was from all three albums, and most of it I was not jacking most of it at all. But there are people who are saying the other two they can't jack, but the first one is solid. So to me though, I feel like even for a solid Drake, sounds like a vapid person just writing or getting stuff written that really doesn't have much substance in the first place, because I don't think he's gone through much, right? You know what I mean? This guy's on vacation half the time. I don't know how much struggle he's going through. I think he's insulated. So we're not going to get a Clips record, right? We're not going to get something with a whole bunch of deepness, because this guy really ain't that deep. I'm just gonna be honest. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he already came into the game with one of the biggest cosigns that you can get at that point in time, which was Lil Wayne. I truly believe if he didn't have that Lil Wayne Cash Money cosign, he would not be the person that he is today. He was
No.
very fortunate enough to get in at that particular time when Wayne was at his hottest and get that stamp, because I never even heard of Drake until I heard him on the song with Wayne. It was the original Forever song. It was Lil Wayne, Kid, and Drake. And that version of Forever was totally different than the one that was actually released with, Kanye and Eminem. All that's a totally different song. But the hook was the same. That was the only thing. The hook was the same. So I think he really benefited from that. And like you said, he's really been coddled majority of his career. And that's really unfortunate for him because he's just been so stunted in that place of everyone needs to praise me. Everyone needs to do what I need them to do. Otherwise, what I'm saying, they hate me out or they doing this and doing that. And the fact that he compares himself so much to Jay-Z, and I'm glad you brought that point up about him, like basically Drake having never gone through shit. And then when you compare it to someone like Hove, who basically had to come in as an independent artist and go through all the label deal issues and becoming their own boss and running a record label at that point, running Def Jam for whatever those years, and all the other business ventures. Like, he actually has things to speak about that would make you interested to see what happens next. Drake's biggest muses or biggest points of contention in any of his music is always about what somebody has done to him. But he never takes any accountability or anything that he actually does. Whether it be big, small, it doesn't matter. There's no accountability in the work. And that's what pisses me off about Drake. There's no accountability whatsoever. It's always, oh, woe is me. Oh, woe is me. But praise me. But oh, woe is me. Like, that shit gets on my fucking nerves with him. I cannot deal with the bullshit. And for
Narcissism.
I'm just like, for the people that say the album is solid, I've heard it of 2 full listens now. If I'm not listening to anything that Drake is actually saying, that's a fire ass album. I'm not going to lie to you. But when I actually listen to what the fuck he's talking about, it is some bullshit through and through. So I'm just like, y'all cannot tell me that y'all are actively listening to what this man is saying and saying that this is a classic. What are y'all talking about? And y'all can't be of the notion that you didn't like anything he did in the lawsuit, but it's at least 8 out of 10 songs on the album that's talking about the lawsuit. So again, what are we doing here? I'm at the point to where I am good on this nigga. Did this nigga drop 3 albums all at once? You satisfied my quota, nigga. I don't need anything else. Because I heard all of ICEMAN. I heard Maid of Honor. I couldn't get through Habiti. I couldn't get through that shit.
Hibbity bibbity.
Hibbity bibbity. What the fuck you want to call it, bro? Like, Guardian Leviosa head ass nigga. I don't fucking know. But I just, this Drake is everything that we've been saying that he has been throughout this whole, from 2024 to now. He basically confirmed everything that we needed to know about him if you're willing to pay attention to listen. But most people aren't, because they're afraid of change. They're afraid of seeing their pillar of success that they modeled themselves after all these years really be exposed. And I think the beef and everything that came after that really exposed him for the fraud that he is. He's a fraud, man.
Yeah.
That's it. Go ahead.
It's easier to it is easier to just nod your head along to whatever melody he put together, because to your point of if you don't listen to it and you're just, you literally turn your brain off and just bob your head, you're like, okay, because the production on the album is fire to me.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
The material on there, to the point where when you hear other people rap over these beats, you're like, oh, that's fine, but it's sometimes the way that he arranged the songs on the project just didn't make sense to me. Beat switches where there shouldn't have been. And the writing, you're like, oh my fuck, I can't listen to this. If you listen closely for 2 seconds, it's like, no. I think Make Them Cry and Make Them Pay respectively gave us flashes of what people are asking of him, to reflect. And I think that like the thing is, it's like, you know, you can always determine, and it to a certain extent is subjective of like what going through something is like. But I feel like, you know, he almost could have, first of all, he says like basically the two scariest words to him are dig deep, right? Like he's saying that like I'm reflecting on the fact that like I know that I need to go there, but I don't want to go there. Like I don't. So let's like get back to, and that's exactly what he did with the album, right? Like he announces like I can be reflective and I can do that, and I understand you want me to go there, but I'm not going to do that. And like, okay, there's that. But then it's almost like he deflects by doing the thing that Charles was saying of like, you're blowing up baby mama drama and like, oh, memorabilia and like whatever type of surface level thing. And like this girl and this girl and this party, like he's deflecting from like the deeper shit he could really get into and kind of magnifying the like things that don't really matter because like, right, he tells us that his father had cancer, right? And everyone's like, oh, okay, that's some insight about your life and your world that like we didn't know before, right? And it's like, of course, his dad being his fucking dad was like, I ain't got no motherfucking cancer.
He almost got me with that one too.
He just meant like he was in remission and he still fucking smokes every day or whatever he said. But you know, like inside,
like BK, Dad said it went away like poof. He didn't even say remission.
Right.
It went away like poof.
You know what the nigga mean? I mean, maybe I don't know, but
like poof is crazy.
He almost could have given us like the anti-meet the grams or like the real meet the grams, right? Where he's talking about his very clear mommy issues, where he's talking about his dad issues, where he's talking about whatever. And I think he did give us flashes of that on those two songs. But the one song that I have saved is Don't Worry. And it's because it reminds me of like 2016 to like 2018 Drake, where it's like you're still in the lull of Drake. Like I was like late elementary, middle school, high school, like listening to Drake, right? That's like I'm on the bus or like I'm out, you know, at the school dance or whatever. Like that's kind of like a formative like era for you. And so, and him being like the most, you know, becoming the most massive artist. Also, I'm from Louisiana, so we were like really big Wayne fans, and Wayne literally introduced us to Drake and was like, we gonna be all right if we put Drake on every hook. And it was like, okay, this nigga can do a hook and blah, 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 and whatever. So I'm used to, I know what he can do. And I think like Skip, you're onto something about like, he doesn't have that muse, but it's kind of fucked up. It's fucked up because once the veil is lifted on Drake for you, once it's spoiled, it's like, you cannot listen to this nigga the same way. Like it is creepy nigga in the back of the club music. Like a lot of like the lyrics, the subject matter stuff, you're like, I'm physically cringed out like listening to this nigga, especially like I've grown up and like he hasn't grown up, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm getting older and I'm reflecting and I'm like a young woman and I'm listening to these things like horrified sometimes. So I was actually just listening to Meet the Grams and Not Like Us today, and I was like, god damn, I mean, ICEMAN is just the reflection of what Kendrick put a magnifying glass to. And I think the fucked up part about it is that Drake's okay with that. Like Drake's like, yeah, I'm a nasty nigga, and that's just what I'm like, and this is just me, you know. So
he'd rather accept the worst things about himself than to take any type of accountability and really do the work to change. Like he has it so easy still, even though he said his white label went white label on him, for whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. But even still.
The white label is, you know, just the record label shit of it all. But the white label part is like when they allow you to monetize the reactions that you get. So he's referring back to the beef when he was making it seem as if Kendrick Lamar was the only person whose reactions or whose music was getting reacted to and it was monetized. I still to this day, those Drake reactions that I did are still, they're not bringing in a lot of money because people didn't watch them, but they are still monetized. So it just like a lot of the things he was saying, and I'm gonna let you finish. Like once you know and you just listening to it, like Charles, you probably wouldn't have made it through it because you followed everything like so intently and attentively. You might get to the third song, you be like, bro, I can't listen to this shit because he's lying.
Yeah,
like that's the biggest thing. It's like, bro, you're I understand delusion, but you're lying. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
all rappers have delusion of grandeur. Like one of my favorite, one of my favorite rappers of like the last like 15 years is Rick Ross. And his entire discography is delusions of grandeur. But I let him rock, but I also have the caveat that I know he's lying. You know what I mean? Like we know that Rick Ross is not we know he's not Escobar. We know he pulled his name from an actual real life individual, not somebody from a movie, from a real life individual. So it's like I can listen to him under that specific scope. But the things with Drake is like more so real life situations. Like you're telling me how to see your real life. And if you're lying to me about that in such itemized in trivial ways, it takes away from everything you're saying. Because even the puns that you think are clever, just like, come on, bro, that's not the truth. You know what I mean? Like
even the disses are trash.
Exactly. And then at some points in the album, towards the back end, well, he's really talking about killing people. Like he's talking about putting hits on people, seeing people begging and bleeding out on the pavement, talking about his homies ready to put hats on people in Toronto, like just all of this stuff. And it's just like, Drake, you just said in a lawsuit, you were afraid for your life and had to leave. Come on, dog, quit lying to me.
No, to that point, I don't know if y'all watched any visuals associated with ICEMAN.
No, I haven't seen other than the Twitter clips.
So there was several, like for the reactions that me and Mogo did, and it's actually a collab post, so it's on like both channels. We just did all the music videos available. So there wasn't any like rhyme or reason, it wasn't in order or whatever. So we just saw whatever media he put out and like decided that's what we gonna do, and then we're gonna be done with it. There were several with the Pinocchio mask thing. Several of those that were very school shooter coded. Like Aryan vibes, like even the way they were like loading the guns, and like it was very Columbine. I don't even know if I don't know how to even talk. It was just very to the point of like wanting to like see niggas like killed or begging or whatever. He was showing that in some of the imagery. That's like what I got. It wasn't like, and I'm not a prude or pearl clutching, you know, that in the videos, but the way in which he presented that was very specific and very like, I don't know, he's just kind of a strange nigga. He's kind of like a psychopathic type of like I can see why he has trouble sleeping at night. I can see why he has like this kind of habitual behavior, and it's like, you know what I mean? It's I don't know, the whole Iceman truck, we finna go hunt these people down type of vibe was like, and then actually in the end of one of the like visuals, he's the one that like ended up offing all of the Pinocchio masked people, and they're just laying there, and it's like a very gruesome kind of scene. I don't know. He's just on a weird fucking tip right now, especially considering his political leanings. So
and it's just it's weird now that I've listened to the album. Like you mentioned, like at points in times he says, I went through so much I can't even sleep, I can't focus. But yet one song you talking about that, but then the next song you talking about how you don't remember none of this nigga raps. You remember none of the shit he said. None of this shit's bothered you. I'm still unfazed. Like, bro, I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, you can't, like, you are really Mr. Hot and Cold, my nigga.
But you know what, like, though? Think of that. Think about what he can't sleep about. It's silly stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you got dissed in a rap battle and you can't sleep at night. Like, maybe this ain't the profession. Maybe you shouldn't be battling, right? Maybe you shouldn't be like, dissing other rappers.
Isn't it kind of like to the point that what Skip, you were saying, that the content and the subject matter is life? Like, it's just this feedback loop of like, it's not like a separate persona that he's putting on. Like, this is kind of how he's telegraphing what he actually does and how he's actually thinking. Well, when Kendrick in the battle exposes that and turns that inside out and like does it on the biggest stage, is that not like the biggest fear of a nigga that all he has is like living through his music in some fucked up way? Like, I wonder if that actually is torment in a way that like only he would know. Kind of like It's a Long Life Battle with Yourself type tip. Like, I don't know. It just feels like because of the kind of monster he manifested into and how he's kind of perverted his craft in such a way. I think Kendrick going right at that in such a detailed, specific way. Like no one ever talks about Meet the Grams, even though that's the one that's the most scathing and the most defamatory, if you want to, you know, whatever, because it's like a psychoanalysis. So I don't know.
I felt like Meet the Grams won the battle for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
same.
I feel like that was the real record. They never talk about that one, but that was the one that's the reason he's scared to dig deeper. That because that's what's there. All of that stuff that he said in Meet the Grams is what's there. And this guy read him like a book, and that hurt him. I think he quit on Meet the Grams. I think that's where you got the Heart Part 6. And as he was writing that, he heard Not Like Us and was like, well, let me throw this in there. But I think that we're seeing he's a man child, and everything he reveres as important is childish stuff. This guy is hanging out with that guy. This guy was at a place that at the same guy. Those guys used to be my friends. We used to. It's all of these industry friends. How are you so upset with all these industry friends? And then you see him in these videos. He's by himself. Most of the videos. What did he drop? Like 7 videos. He's by himself in mostly all of them. He got one video where they're in some restaurant and he's throwing up a gang sign. Now he's tough, right? I think he got like a do rag on. Like now he's tough with his boys, right? But for the most of the part, all of the videos I've seen since last year, for the most part, he's by himself in most of the scenes. He looks sad. He looks crushed and defeated over a rap battle that you jumped in yourself, and you got to be hurt to call your lawyers. Gang, like he got to be devastated because we all know 101. They've spun the rules around to make it seem like that lawsuit. He said it in the record. I keep telling you guys, it's not. The lawsuit is not about the rapper. You guys don't get it, right? From the song I heard, he tried to tell us once again this narrative, but he gets his narratives from Twitter. We know.
Yes, thank you.
He gets his narrative from these guys. So now he's like, it's not about it's clearly about the rapper. Your lawyers thought it was about the rapper because you put the rapper in there. They threw everything in the lawsuit, and they had to remove most of the stuff in the lawsuit was Twitter conspiracies, and they had to remove half of it before they went to. You know what I mean? He had to drop Spotify because he couldn't prove the bot nonsense, all this nonsense. So what he does is he reads it just like me and you, and him with that picture scrolling up and down on that phone. That's him on Twitter. I'm sure he's seen my shit 100 times. I'm sure he's seen all of that, everything bad. He's navigating to it, and that's why he can't sleep, can't eat, this, that, and the third. So there's a lot going on with him that the childish stuff hurts a childish man, and he can't dig deeper. You're not gonna get a 444. You're not gonna get a Black Album was Jay-Z saying this is it, right? I'm done rapping. I've done enough. He was supposed to be. I don't know if people remember. He's supposed to be retiring with the Black Album. It's supposed to be the last bars you got from Hov, right? Which means he was supposed to be saying some stuff. Drake is not going to say some stuff because he knows what I'm going to say. I don't want people to know, and if they do know, they might react. It's like a person worried about their image at all times. That's why we supposedly didn't get that Pusha T diss because it was going to be so scathing and it was going to hurt his own career more than. So it's like this guy's he's a brand, and you shouldn't try to. A brand can't get too much smut on his name, so he was never going to win those battles. The first one was Pusha with Meek Mill. What he do? Came out with a party record and beat unprepared. Meek Mill wasn't prepared for that. What's this for? Back the Rack is a hard ass record for a party. Right, it's a great record for a guy that's doing something like, is that your world tour, your girl tour? Yeah, that's cute. For Meek hugged up with Nicki, that's cute. Ain't gonna work on Pusha T. Pusha T, like, you are hiding a child. Ain't no back to back over here. I really do this. I don't care about you or your brand. Right, ruined this whole sneaker rollout that's still messed up to this day. Right, So. He's not prepared to battle a real, because he's a brand and he has a lot to lose. So when Kendrick started doing all this stuff and he came out with this, talking to his mom, his dad, his daughter, and his son, right, that stuff went a little too far. He's like, I can't, the stuff I said on push-ups and Family Matters, that's all I got. I can't really go much deeper because then he could come back and be worse. And what I say, I got 5+5. So at that point, Drake was not prepared, so he waved the white flag and he called his lawyer. Because he's a brand, he's that's too much to risk. He can't risk it.
And then she goes back.
Oh, hold on. I was about to ask you a question, Starsky. And
gotcha.
keep what you're saying, but let me ask you this question. I was thinking about making a video to this, and I still might. But do you in particular, Starsky, think Drake is a slave to his success? Do you think he has put himself in a situation where even if, like Charles was saying, like I know all of these things about, well, I know Meet the Gram spoke to me in a way that I would have to confront and then really have to admit some really bad things about myself if I'm willing to do that. So I kind of look at it too, like with the whole Iceman album is also like a gesture to say, if I the win in Drake's very immature, childish, but also brand conscious mind is I have to continue to go this way, because if I go back this way and start to peel back layers, Kendrick won off that. I can't let myself, because even if he won with the song, right? He won with, because Drake's whole thing is, oh, you beat me with Not Like Us. But the world knows, and I still get shit on YouTube to this day for saying that Not Like Us was not a kill shot, because I figured he was dead the night before. That was more so him being eulogized or his body being set on fire. He was already dead to me. You know what I mean? So like if he makes more of what Make Them Cry was as a song, he admits and starts to have to recognize like, damn, Kendrick really was right. So I'm looking at it from that perspective, just of the human behavior aspect. But what I'm asking you, Starsky, is do you think he's in a position where he's trapped, where for the sake of Drake, the brand, can he even do anything other than table that stuff for some date long after he's retired from music?
I think this is one of the biggest reasons why he wants to relate to Michael Jackson so bad, because he sees himself kind of trapped, kind of how Michael was, but in the case where Drake, it was completely voluntary. Well, Mike, his situation was a little bit different because he was pretty much forced to be who he was since he was a child. But with Drake, he's doing this on purpose, and it's all going back to his lack of accountability. So even going back to the industry, where a lot of times throughout this entire rollout, even from the end of the battle, people were saying that the industry was going against Drake and he was being blackballed. The whole time the industry was still going along with Drake. He's still their cash cow. He's still Drake. He's the Aubrey. And this goes back to then you see how all these other brands were posting his cover art. You have all the influencers. They had the entire stream set up. They had money behind it. They had the entire setup, the ice blocks, and some people had entire penguins and animals and face paint and all. You have the entire industry behind you. So, and I think I was looking at this term called zoocosis. It's almost like it's this thing where animals that are in zoos, where they have these similar traits, where they start having just being irritated, these similar traits, but you are in a zoo and you are constantly aware of the fact that you're trapped in a zoo. So, and you're seeing these type of behaviors from Drake, and it's something that we really have never seen before. This is completely different. Like I said, in 2026, when we have the internet, we went through COVID, and the only person that he really feels like he could relate to is someone like Mike. But going back to just, he is completely unable to align with his own subconscious. Like he's so stuck in that character that he's played, that he's merged and completely gotten rid of the entire concept of Aubrey. That's not real anymore. So he has done, like, he's shaped his entire internal dialogue. He'll shape his clothes. He'll go through plastic surgery to become who he is right now. Like, and I don't want to diagnose him with anything, but you see this a lot when it comes to just body dysmorphia. For him to even go through getting the plastic surgery with his abs and changing his hair, and just the way that he is a 40-year-old man. I saw this video behind the scenes with him and Molly Santana, and he was going back to throwing up gang signs. Having his and it's like, he's almost like he's 40 years old. It's almost like if your high school teacher or your principal was throwing up gang signs with one of his students.
Like cut it out.
And it goes back to the entertainment industry in general. The entertainment industry is so disconnected with the real world. It's not real at all. So we're looking at just lawyers, educators, doctors. A lot of these things that are welcome and accepted in the entertainment industry have never and will never be accepted in normal society. So people like Drake have no choice but to go through the entertainment industry. That's where they find strength and they find power. And that he can't do anything else but be in the entertainment industry because that's where they find strength. He can't be having normal 9 to 5. That's unacceptable. So yeah, he's stuck. He's done.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to something that me and Skip talked about a lot behind the scenes. That I mean, great. I was already the veil was starting to lift for me a little bit. But me and Skip, we just having a random conversation one night after recording. I forgot what we was recording. But he just basically said Drake ain't grounded. He's not grounded in anything at all. And at that point in time, like I said, the veil wasn't fully lifted. So I was still trying to go back and see, like, oh no, when he talked about this here, he talked about this there. But Skip no, really pay attention to what he's saying and how he's doing things. And what is his connectivity to anything that he always raps about. It's always about the vanity aspect of being successful. And it's kind of how what you were saying about the connection with him and Mike, how he doesn't even connect with Mike on the things that truly matter, the things that he was actually going through. Because you said Mike was forced through a lot of that shit that he had to go through. Drake only sees the success. So he's only comparing himself to Mike in that aspect because that's what he wants to be, because he's not grounded in anything else that's real.
Yeah.
That's why when Charles said that he got all his talking points about the beef from Twitter, I was saying that shit for years or months, that everything that Drake rapped about is stuff I already seen people say on Twitter before the song dropped. And especially with the Hard Part 6. I'm like, bro, talking about he fed him the information. I'm like, bro, they already said that on Twitter. Are you literally just scrolling through Twitter and picking shit out to rap about? Like, because you clearly said that you fed him the information, but yet the niggas that you got the information from are fools.
In the same song.
In the same song, like less than maybe 4 bars apart. So I don't understand.
And that's how you know it was no ghostwriter involved. No self-respecting ghostwriter would have did that.
Starsky, that was an incredible breakdown and like walk down of Drake. And I like how you kind of describe this like reconstruction of self and reconstruction of down to even the way you talk to yourself in your head when no one's watching. Like that's a different type of like, oh, I don't even know what to call that. It's like, it's kind of makes your skin crawl a little bit, but it's so funny you said that, and like how he essentially has taken himself, Aubrey, and like put it in a bin somewhere. I literally said weeks before ICEMAN dropped, he should give us a self-titled album. Like he should have gave us Aubrey and like just like face on the cover type shit. Like that's what I thought, because I was just, something about that was like, okay, Drake is scrapped. Whatever the fuck we knew, and like you know, there was a pre-veil lift, and then it was like Kendrick snatched that shit off, and it was like, you're burnt out. This is gross. Like, overgrown. You're a man child. Like it's you. You're gonna have to like figure something. Like Drake shit is dead. So I just thought, okay, yeah, this rebirth almost like needs to happen. Like this is you've broken yourself down, and you've done this in order to really like kind of climb the ranks in the industry, and like very ambitious for like success and excess and gluttony and like all of this shit. It's to see a man run from that at his age is really spooky. And I hate to hear that he was throwing up gang signs next to Molly Santana. Someone like basically half his age. And like, you don't even come from that. Like I can see he was just like a piss poor OG, like fucking man who still be like, yeah, little nigga, let's like get guns and shit. Like he's just a bad OG. I can see, but he comes from that. Drake, you don't even come from that. So it almost kind of lends credence to your theory of like, he's just completely done away with whoever he actually is. And it's like, ooh, which part of the persona am I supposed to be right now? Like, very confused, like very misplaced and ungrounded, as you said. So that was a great walk down. Like that's exactly what's happening. I feel like.
BK, you know what it is with this gang stuff and this, that, and the third. Drake learned about the culture from videos. He learned about the culture from formulated records that record execs approved. And the bigger the artist was, the more formulaic their approach was. He didn't learn the life from really being in the life. That's why a lot of stuff that we say is corny, to him, it's cool because he got it from rap videos. Rap videos are manufactured. They started making other rappers look like other rappers and dressing them the same, and they wanted to be rappers. So he doesn't have a real sense of who he really is. He was acting at a very young age. He was on a TV show paying the bills in his house. You know what I'm saying? So it was like he really never. He allegedly went to Memphis every summer, right? We don't know if he even came outside when he went there. We don't know what he did in Memphis. We don't know what part of Memphis. We don't know who hung around him. I've never heard of anyone say, "Yeah, I should be with him." I ain't never heard not one person's. Maybe you guys know, but I've never heard nobody come out and say, "Yeah, me and Drake, we used to walk to the Piggly Wiggly together." I ain't never heard nobody do nothing with the guy.
Walk to the Circle K.
Huh? Oh, the Circle K, right? He walking to the Circle K by himself getting a soda, right? So I'm like, he don't have no to dig deep in where you don't have nothing. He was on an acting set at a very young age, pretending to be a guy that can rap, and now he learned everything he got that he has from the business. Once he got in it, he doesn't have real experience. Everyone was around him to benefit him. Even the people, remember when they said he was a little too corny coming from Canada, so they got people around him. Those not even real friends. Those are people, industry people brought around you to make you cool and to teach you how to walk and talk. And DMX smelt it on him. He said, "I hate the way you walk. I hate the way you talk." He was saying the N word with the hard R. So a lot of people, everybody around him is placed around him. They're not organic. They're not organic. So it's like you got a lot of yes men around you, so you really aren't going through anything. So you can never dig deep. There's nothing there. That's why he gets mad at the trivial stuff. You don't hear Jay rapping about a bunch of trivial stuff. Jay's gonna really tell you grown man stuff. Well, this guy still streams with 20-year-old streamers. Yeah, so he's trying to be in that world because that's who they've determined streams records. Not me, not you, the young kids. So he's still trying to be in that world and be cool to them. And what do they think cool is? Silly stuff, right? Like gang signs and silly stuff. So he tries to be that for them. And some of these streamers he's with are way too young for him to be going to their stream and chilling with them. It's a man child. Most people, when you wouldn't see Jay there, most of these guys would never go there. Jay's not going to Kai Cenat stream, right? For what? Why? Right? So end of the day, no matter how popular Kai Cenat is, Jay is not going to sit down with him, right? So, but Aubrey, who wants to stay cool and current and this, that, and the third, he's going over there and he's going to sit down and whatever. I mean, he hasn't done it, but those are the people that he's trying to reach. So you can't be real with these kids because they ain't got nothing going on either. They're kids. You know what I mean? Like BK said, I used to listen to him when I was going to school at middle school. Well, he's still trying to reach the next middle school kid, right? He's pushing 40 and he wants the next middle school kid to like his new music, ICEMAN. And we're never going to get a real, the deepest he got on this ICEMAN apparently wasn't deep enough. And he got so scared that he put out 2 more records against all kind of odds. He put out 2 more records to basically do what he thought needed to be done. He put out a international record allegedly, right? And then an R&B because he knew ICEMAN it might sound too hip-hoppy. So I got to do more. I can't just hope that this record does well because he's so ingrained in his success. So he needs to have these second and third albums. That Gordo said, I don't know if y'all heard that. Gordo said he only heard about the second album. He didn't even know that there was a third.
Yeah.
He didn't even know. Drake did it by himself. He said Drake did the album, put it out on his own. So he said he heard it when we did. Right? So end of the day, Homeboy is too nervous to just give you a pure 444. He's not going to give you a pure black album.
You know what?
That's too scary.
He doesn't even have to give us a 444. I feel like I low-key was wanting and was cool with Drake giving us a Nothing Was the Same or something adjacent to that, where he was singing and rapping on there, like in the way that he's always decided to do. but it felt like there was a hunger and it felt like there was something to prove and there was at least like a point of view. I mean, even Jay-Z is on that, you know, on the Pound Cake record that I feel like they went crazy on. So, like,
one of my favorite collabs with him and Jay.
I mean,
That
that's
beat crazy.
yeah, and like, you know, he very much obviously, you know, comes from, or, you know, tries to kind of come from that branch of hip hop of just, you know, luxurious, like I got this type of watch on, I'm in this type of car, I'm in this type of lifestyle, but there isn't a grown man element to it. It is a very much man child, like no, I'm trying to like go back to the college campus and hang out at the college bars and hang out in the back for like a 22 something to like stumble her way over here. Like it's a weird POV. And I'm like, actually, you know, DJ, you were saying this earlier, like you don't really need to listen to another record from him. That's kind of how I felt since around a little bit before Honestly Nevermind, but I did like Honestly Nevermind because I just like Drake with the melodies, to be honest, like actually. But I haven't heard like a body of work in a while. Like, you know, like because the subject matter, the like her loss term, the For All the Dogs, like fuck these hoes, fuck these bitches, very explicitly tip. I was like, oh no. Free Tory tip? Nah. So this was like actually my first time even listening to like a full project, like willingly. And I was just like, man, you still doing that same old shit, bro.
And you know the crazy thing about it is, I would let Drake get a lot of this shit off, right? If he just would have went away, right? And he came back and dropped what he dropped on ICEMAN, I would have let him live. But the thing that kills everything that he's trying to push or do with this album is the lawsuit. Everything always circles back to the lawsuit. Every point that you think you're trying to make, you break that with everything that you stated in the lawsuit and the appeal. The lengths that you had to go through, you trying to have people do a DNA test on Kendrick's children to make sure his kids are his, to validate the bullshit point that you made in your songs that his kids weren't his. You're willing to go that far to win a rap beef that your feelings are hurt over? Like, you're willing to do that much. So no, I don't see or hear any ounce of integrity from you or anything that you can stand on that's real, because I've seen what you're willing to do at this point. And the shit that Jay Prince said about we don't roll in the mud, the pigs, and all that other shit, you're doing that in real time, whether you want to admit to it or not. Just because you go into a courtroom and you wearing a suit, that don't mean you ain't dirty, you ain't filthy. You just want to massage your ego so much to the point that it don't matter who's go down with you. You literally put yourself in a petition to have the courts not use lyrics in courts against people. Then you turn around and have a lawsuit that counteracts everything that you originally stood for, just because your feelings got hurt.
Let me make another point on that. And BK can probably echo my sentiments as well. But the thing that I got 2 points, but I'll make this one and then loop back around. The Khaled bar.
Yes, we're going to get to that.
It opened up an insane level. It just opened up, not even a can. It opened up a barrel of worms into Drake. So you look at, okay, he addresses that. It's a gotcha. The whole time, you can look at that on a macro level. We're in the middle, like you even making aggression towards a Palestinian as a member of the community of individuals who is actively in real life making aggression towards this very same group of people, saying that, oh, you're not telling my guys to stop fucking with your guys, and you should be looked at bad for that, while just having the ineptitude to just not understand that's what he's saying. And also while he's doing the whole attack on Kendrick as far as, hey, your whole black thing, it's weird. While you're still building a castle that has the words MAGA spelt in it while telling us that you're not the one putting the letters there. It's like, okay, you're calling Kendrick's revolutionary, however people want to say, like just his pro-black nature, performative. But if you stand on what you're doing, you're a white supremacist. But if not, you're dancing in the performative pool. And then you're making these geopolitical statements which opens up your stance in this and your lack of any assertion in any way outside of some letter that he wrote to Joe Biden that I've never heard about, but anything else in your music that would have been much easier to do. And then this whole MAGA thing, denouncing that would have been much easier to do. But you chose not to do that for the sake of, as academics put it, promo. So in essence, you tie that to the Morgan Whaling. You tie that to the rapping like you're trying to get the slaves free. You tie that to the American slaves. You tie that to all of these other repetitive anti-black sentiments, multiple different songs where he has, I'm gonna start blacking on you niggas like segregation and all of these other things. And it's like, hold on. Drake,
What you mean by
you
that?
either are so straight that you do things with men to have gotcha moments with those men, or you're really that. You know what I mean? Like I was talking about this spectrum, like it started when we started discussing like groypers and shit like that. And I didn't know anything about that. So like once I started to get information, a lot of those guys claim to be so anti all of the things, but yet those are the things that like get their wheels turning. They're so homophobic, they're so anti this, anti that, and then you catch them in their element and they exist as those things. So their anti of it all is simply performative to hide what's really going on. So all of his assessments of Kendrick are only admissions of his true intent and where he stays, and that goes into the DJ Khaled thing as well. Like Drake is like, with this album, put himself in a very scary place. And I think like what Charles was saying earlier, a lot of people don't want to talk about Meet the Grams. Like there's no discourse on that song because once you discuss it, there's nothing else to do but really break it down and then assess the landscape from there, from that as the nexus point. It's much easier to dismiss, not like us, like, oh, you had a hit and he called him a PDF, yada, yada, yada. Nobody knows Drake is a pedophile. But you start unraveling those webs from Meet the Grams, it's like, oh, nah, Drake really does have a gambling problem. Drake really can't stay out of Turks and Caicos. Drake has weird activities with younger women. The first piece of promo he did, he's touching a girl that's under the age of 15 in a car. And I'm not attaching that to malicious intent, but it's weird. So you're that caught up in it that you can't even realize how this is coming across.
Yeah, and also in the Dust music video, he had Shane Gillis playing a cop. And at the end, he's like, man, like, those kids are cool. Like, I want to hang with those kids. And then it's like, oh, shit. Like, makes kind of a... I mean, it's an innuendo, and also it's supposed to, like, be a joke because he's a comedian. Mind you, he's a racist comedian. So further alignment there from, you know, like an entertainment and politics standpoint, but towing the lines and playing with minors. And then you've involved his Adonis was in the video, and it's like, you got this guy playing a cop looking at your son with another kid. That's like, oh, I want to, you know, and it's like, oh, there's cameras in here, you know, it's very strange. And like, I think there's a couple lines to toe with the Khaled bar, with the Aiden bar, and with these groups being very anti a thing, and then it's just revealed that they are the thing, right? So I feel like I don't like Palestine being used as a gotcha in the way that Drake did with Khaled, because it's disingenuous. He did sign a artist for ceasefire letter, but you know, that's like them wearing the pins on the carpet or whatever. Like, it's not nothing, right? Because we do have a culture of celebrity worship, and people kind of, you know, align with what their person does. But it's like, okay, that was like in 2022. It's, you know, you haven't said much more, and like, you're actually, like you said earlier, you're putting it in your music would actually be more accessible than like a letter you signed a couple years ago, right? Like, if you had that in a song, people would be, you know, and that you could say that about a bunch of celebrities that haven't said anything, but it's like, it's interesting that he drew attention to it, because I think, you know, obviously there is a separation of Judaism and Zionism. There is also a Venn diagram of people who happen to be Jewish and Zionist at the same time. And I think he gets in very, very murky water because his alignment with Happy Dad and the Nelk Boys, they did a state-sponsored interview with Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, right? And then you've got Aiden Ross, who plays into anti-Semitic tropes. He basically coons for like their community. Like he does an anti-Jewish bit while being, it's like, oh, it's funny because I'm laughing at myself and my community, and other Jewish people being like, no, that's perpetuating, actual anti-Semitism. We also know that anti-Semitism, Drake weaponized that and was like, Kendrick was anti-Semitic. And that's really, you don't want to do that because it dilutes real hate crimes, real anti-Semitic. You don't want it. Once you start calling everything a thing, then it's nothing, right? And that makes it harder for us to actually parse through what's an anti-Semitic conspiracy that dates back to, HH, or what's actual Zionism, what's, this. So he just kind of muddies the water there, because it's like you call out Khaled in the bars after you shout out Aiden. And yes, we know it's Aiden Ross, like helping Rick Ross. Like, we get the fucking bar, but in the same breath, you're shouting him out and you're saying what he does. Aiden Ross is a streamer, right? And, he does the interview with Trump, which he was a part of the whole podcast manosphere, red pill side of things that made Trump culturally accessible and culturally permissible, and was like, I'm gonna give you a rap Tesla, I'm gonna give you an AP, I'm gonna make you cool, and push you on my impressionable audience. So it's very, and of course the Morgan Wallen, the Shane Gill, you can go down the line of the MAGA alignment, and even actually meeting Act for the first time this many years later in 2026, as Act is like a MAGA dude, pro-Trump dude, you meet with him in person, you give him a chain, you say it's overdue, like you reinforce everything he stands for, like, calling the White House promo, free fucking promo from the White House is kind of how he said it. And so all of this is so, I hate that he said that and people were like, oh, he got credit because he actually said it on the track and he signed the ceasefire letter. It's like, let's actually take 2 seconds to dig deeper on that. And then lastly, like, I think, like Nick Fuentes, or like, they call him Big Titty Brian. It's Christy Noam's husband. And, and others, right? Where it's like, they're so hateful, but behind closed doors, it's not even just that they are gay or whatever. It's like the fetish element and there's so many like gross peculiarities. There is also a Venn diagram there where it's like, we don't want to associate heinous activity with gay people and be like, oh, you must, like, if you're evil, you must be closeted gay, right? You don't want to do that. But there also is overlap where people are kind of perverting or weaponizing these things. So it's, Drake has some strange bedfellows, and I thought it was very interesting that the next day he had posted, like after ICEMAN dropped, the next morning he posted the little, the 6 sign, like from the 6 or whatever, with the glove on. So I'm like, so you are active. So you did see the White House post. So you are not going to take the time to denounce that. Like, I think that was a silent statement in and of itself too. So yeah.
I want to say this before we keep going. I know you're probably not going to listen to it, Charles. And I don't know if you're going to listen to it or not, Starsky. But y'all mentioned the gangbanging shit more than enough times. I wanted to say this maybe 20 minutes ago. There is a song called, was it Plot Twist?
Yeah. Yes, Skip. Mm-hmm.
That song, based on y'all's position on that gangbanging shit, would be hilarious to know what y'all thought if y'all ever listened to it. That's all I wanted to say. Well, let me see. Okay, now it's time to actually talk about the music a little bit. Is there anything you want to introduce to the floor, Starsky, before we start? Because I know you didn't get a chance to listen to it or chose not to.
Not necessarily. Just besides just the narratives that a lot of the OVO fans were trying to make up after the album had dropped, when it comes to trying to excuse the quality, was saying, well, he was trying to get out of his contract. Or they were saying, well, it has to grow on you. You have to listen to it more times. So it's a lot of narratives I've been seeing that, like, going back to just the lack of accountability, and you can tell just the echo chamber that he's surrounding himself with. It goes all the way even to his own community.
Yeah, because even in the people that really true, like, it's a split, it's a divide, like you mentioned, in the people that truly champion him, like in terms of like what they're willing to accept and what they're not willing to accept, or the narrative they really dive into, like you're saying, like, oh, it gotta grow on you, or he just did this to put it out. I'm like, bro,
Excuses.
yeah, Iceman was supposed to be his magnum opus. This is supposed to be his album that silenced all the critics, to show y'all that Drake is back, even though this nigga has never left. He dropped an album, dropped over 80 songs. Nigga, your shit been on the radio still. Nigga, you never left. But okay, this is Iceman supposed to be back, right? Then now y'all want to say, oh, it's just y'all not gonna understand because he's just trying to do it to get out of his deal. It has not even been confirmed that he's out of his UMG deal now.
No.
So again, like y'all can't even hang y'all head on that for real because there's no proof of that. That's another Twitter narrative that y'all are making and y'all running with it, and he's gonna run with it too because he don't want to be honest about anything whatsoever. That nigga was scared as fuck that Iceman came out and it flopped. So he had to put 2 more albums out with it to make sure that he didn't flop. Because even if we did not like Iceman, the sales, the numbers are going to speak otherwise because everybody is streaming all 43 songs at the same time. So he's going to be number 1 at some point. He's going to break some type of fucking record. He's going to pass Michael Jackson and Rihanna or whatever just by the sheer amount of music that he released. If anything, that's very telling to me that you're not strong enough or confident enough to stand on your own and release some shit that people are going to resonate with and people that are going to love. Not just the people that's, on your nuts every fucking day. The thing is, when you're releasing music, you're supposed to draw fans in that never listened to you before. The people that don't like you. If you can get those people to switch and be like, oh, no, wait a minute. This shit kind of tough. Then you might actually done something. But the narrative on you as far as what you put out quality-wise, if anything, has gotten worse. Because you put out so much music that it's hard to overlook the bullshit now. I have multiple examples I can pull for. You gave me 3 albums at once. I can just go Exhibit A, Exhibit G, Exhibit R. I go through all these shits and just point out bullshit on you. So, I mean, if you want to get to like bars or shit, Skip, I mean, you go ahead, but
Oh, I didn't write down any bars per se. Like maybe just like just some asides. Like, okay, this was stupid. Like this was dumb as shit. But I do want to start, and I want to tell y'all why I said the 444. There is one particular song on the album where I was like, let me step back for a second. This nigga really fumbled one of the biggest moments in his entire career on this album. Firm Friends.
Okay.
Firm Friends is a song that does a lot of it. That's the song that represents where Drake should be creatively, perspectively, the most out of anything I've probably heard from him maybe since maybe 10 years. It opens up the door where it's like, okay, this could have been a mature offering in some essence. It wouldn't have been like a fully like self-aware, awake, because when you finish the album, you realize that he will never get there. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of like with the whole J. Cole thing. Like there are certain things, like how BK was saying the Venn diagram. Like, okay, just because you can rap and you can say things that are witty, don't make you intelligent. It just means that you've learned how to do the thing that's called rapping because you're not saying anything. You've just found a way to rearrange words in a way that every now and then will come across as being something clever. And then when you start to chisel through those lines and start to look for the gems and unearth them and display them for the world, there's nothing there. Because everybody's like, oh my God, the wordplay. It's like, bro, he made a flip of Dubai, like the Middle East. It's like, my nigga, what is he talking about? And this whole Windsor knot scheme, it's like, for anybody who actually listens to rap, and I saw somebody also saying, like, take this time to, like, highlight people who really rap. Like, after hearing someone like Mick Jenkins or Nick Grant or Ab-Soul, like, that's a short list. I could go Earl Sweatshirt, all of these individuals. I could go 15 people and not mention Kendrick. Isaiah Rashad, in my opinion, put out album of the year at the beginning of this month. Like, and I stand firm on that to this day. I know a lot of people like Casino when Casino was dope. But I feel like Isaiah Rashad put out the most impactful, the most well-written, the best thematical piece of work that I've heard this entire year so far. You know what I'm saying? So like when you get lines like, it's just some bullshit on here. I don't even know because I didn't memorize them.
Yeah.
But these are not witty bars. They're not. It's
For
not
every
even
wins or not bar, you have a Mountain Dew bar.
insane. The toodaloo, like I do, twisting something like a hula hoop. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? I've watched Mick Jenkins go an entire verse where every single line is a non sequitur, but somehow the entire verse still makes sense. He is giving a different line, tying in the next line into the next line. However, the content of the lines do not make sense in sequence. But at the end of the verse, it all makes sense. While Drake is talking about Kawhi, you thought we could get us a ring. What are you talking about, my nigga?
Oh my God.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, Charles, I promise, bro. I know you said you weren't gonna listen to it. There's no reason to.
I think I have to at this point.
I was listening to it because I felt like I had to do it at least for this particular stream because I was like, we're not doing a reaction. We're not doing an album review because this really won't be an album review. It's just deconstructing some of this stupid shit to get like an idea for why we believe what we believe about this individual. I could care less. The album is garbage. Like I see people saying it's a 7. That's sympathy metrics. That's like the person, like the 68-year-old who crosses the line at the marathon and you get a medal just because you completed the task. It took you 4 hours longer than everybody else. When we started to compare what Drake has done over the last 10 years to his peers, look at what Wale has done since 2015.
Yep.
Look at what Kendrick has done since 2015. We can even go work our way down. Look at what fucking even Big Sean. And we give Big Sean perpetual smoke for being mid.
Yes.
Even he has put out a better collection of albums than Drake since 2015. I hate what's that album? Decision, whatever came after Dark Twisted with Dark Sky Paradise.
I decided.
I hate that album. I don't like Detroit 2 for real, but all of those albums are still better than what Drake is doing. And there has never been an excuse from Big Sean's fan base. Oh, just wait till the next one. Wale doesn't get that excuse. Wale has to be phenomenal to even get mentioned.
And even then, he still get forgotten.
And go ahead.
I have to bring back colorism. I do. It's an element that's never not at play, and it's a part of the reason why the culture or the populace or the masses see him as the victim that he paints himself as, despite his heinous actions. Like it's a reason why he gets away with this assumed benevolence, this assumed goodness. It's the reason why like people will just give him chance after chance after chance, but Wale has to be perfect. But others, like even a Mick Jenkins, even a Mike, right? Like at all levels, you see it. They're kind of having to be perfect or having to like. And I think Wale is actually a really good person to bring up because his last project was incredible. And it was like I really hadn't tapped into what Wale was up to for the past 5 years, let's just say. But listening to that, I was like, okay, I feel like I'm caught up. I feel like he's grown creatively. I feel like he's challenging himself, and you can hear that. And I think you can even go compare Drake to Drake. That's the issue here. Because, on Culture United this week, Stat mentioned there's age and attrition. And I get that, right? You get older, certain things, your knees creak a little bit more, whatever. But that bubble is popped when you think about Kendrick. When you think about the fact that he gave us GNX and Mr. Morale to leave his album, to leave his deal too, I think. Like you can leave your deal with good music, with great music, right? Beyonce gave us Renaissance. And like even within Hive, that if you argue that Renaissance is her best, no one's gonna jump you for that. And that's like her most and not, you know, Cowboy Carter was her most recent, but you know what I mean? Like that was considered a magnum opus that many years into her career. So it's like, honestly, like, particularly with GNX and, you know, Man at the Garden and Reincarnated and like even Luther, like a ballad, right? Like pushing himself still, putting pen to paper still. Like you getting older and kind of just, oh, well, it's not going to hit the same because I'm older. It's not really an excuse when Clips is putting out what they're putting out. When like we're seeing like older acts, even LL Cool J with the Force.
Fire album.
Best record of LL Cool J's career is The Force.
Fire. The
Wow.
Force.
Really?
Yes, I agree, Skip. I stand on that.
I think so I think saying all that proves that no, you're not confident within yourself. Like the immediately dropping 3 at a time, it does dilute the Iceman drop. You put Ice Cubes outside,
Absolutely.
not for Habibti. You put Ice Cubes outside, not for Maid of Honor. Like you put that out for Iceman. Niggas had penguins in their room. Niggas had ice machines in their room. Nigga, I put on a motherfucking faux fur meat for that shit. Like also like, yeah, we're reacting to Iceman, right? We're like, it's very camp, right? Oh, there's 2 more. Oh, bitch, I'm not listening to that shit, bitch. Especially because it's at midnight. I'm not listening to 43. Like I'm not even invested in him as an artist as much anymore to do all that fucking shit. I think just getting to the music though, I think it lacked executive production, but he does have good beats on here. He has some good you know, he has that formula. He has the formula of like the melodies. So he has like a
beat
couple
switch.
The beat switch, that's a crutch at this point.
I'm so sick of beat switches. I'm sorry. I'm sick of this shit.
It don't be good. It don't be good. It's not sicko mode no more. It's not motherfucking like it's over. Like
the beat switches damn near ruin the song.
They do in a lot of cases. And
like
Natural
Treasures, for example, that beat switch kills the song entirely. Like what the fuck is like what?
It's bad, but like there are some of the like hypnotic things that he was playing with in terms of like hooks and melodies are on here. I feel like one of the songs I like, I mentioned earlier is Don't Worry. I like the hook of Janice STFU. I like the first part of Whisper My Name. I like the production. Shout out Overcast for the production on Make Them Pay.
That's a fire beat. That's
BK, did you hear the somebody put on Twitter all of those beats with Kendrick rapping on them?
I heard
I heard that.
I saw that before we started.
So many mashups are incredible. And I think like that kind of speaks to the fact that I think he made this music for OVO. I think he made this music for the OVO, the Stan. I think he made it for the super fan. Because you heard a lot of we back, we won, stay on that side. And it's like, you know, if the music's good, why wouldn't you want everyone to listen to it? Like, why we got to stay on that side?
Right, weird.
It was a very kind of flag in the, like, they really felt like, like niggas was gathering, putting IVs in their body, cheersing each other. Like, it was a very strange, it was a strange.
2024. It was November 2024.
It was what?
November 2024.
Exactly.
When Trump got elected. That's what it was.
It was we actually won the election.
We stuck it to the
I'm
dance.
45 and I'm 47 energy. It's you know, like it was somebody on the stream this week that was like, I cannot admit, I will not say out of my mouth that he lost. And I'm like, this is so the parallels to, you know, Trump and all that. And Professor Sky's doing a great job breaking that shit down too. But it's I thought the album was good, you know, that not great, not classic, not anything that was unpredictable. I did like Molly Santana's short like feature because I listened to Molly Santana and I fuck with her or whatever. So I'm sure this was obviously a great look for her, but I thought Future and Drake have better. They got a whole What a Time to Be Alive that's better than this. So it's like if you compare it to Drake,
this is like
it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, with that song, like okay. After everything that happened with Like That and the 2 albums and all this other shit and everything that Kendrick said and Not Like Us, if you get back with Future, that's supposed to be a moment. Yeah. That's supposed to be a song, like whatever song y'all do, that shit's supposed to shake the table, guy. They're supposed to do all that shit. That's probably the worst Drake and Future song they have ever done together. Period. I'm like, that's what you do? Did you name the song Run to Atlanta on some petty shit? But then I'm looking at Future kind of crazy too. Because like Nigga, you helped jumpstart all this bullshit off. And then just for you to turn around and I don't know what they hashed out behind the scenes. And I know Drake real problem was in Metro and all that. I understand that. But you still kickstarted the campaign that kicked this back in. Okay. Everybody that had issues with that nigga hopped on your album and got that shit off on that nigga. That's your shit. You gotta live with that. I'm surprised Drake is even cool with that shit. With how petty he is and everything that he does that, you know what I'm saying, people have wronged him so much. Nigga, J. Cole was on that album. He was on the second one. He was on there, the same one that was bigging you up, right? I mean, that goes so under the radar.
But you got to look at it like this too, though. Future is a nefarious individual. Like
Very
so
much
much
so.
so that's almost his first name. His first name is literally like,
Nefarious.
Yeah.
it's almost his first name is almost nefarious. So you
Yeah.
look at it from the perspective, like, bro, I grew up, like, especially when I went to college, like I met a lot of niggas like this. Like Future's the type of person that'll steal something from you, like y'all at the crib smoking. He will steal your weed and your money and spend hours helping you look for it. So expecting Future to showcase honor is insane. This is the same person with 97 kids by 200 women. You feel what I'm saying? Like this is the same person who lied to his fan base for years and then came out and said it and continued to make the same type of music. This is that individual. So to look at him and be like, oh, I thought you was going, like, no. Future looked at that situation with Drake as something that they had going on. And once Future decided that that was no longer advantageous to him, he had already got 3 number ones in 2024, 2 of them off the back of Drake.
He did.
And got his shit off. So he's no longer mad. The Metro shit kind of died down because Metro started to say this shit is just wrestling. And then Future like, oh, shit, I can probably get another number 1 off this nigga. We don't have to stand together in the video. Somebody, they said the BTS came out and they're not in anything together.
Yeah.
Future like, oh, I'm finna go hit this lick real quick. I'm finna go extort this suburban nigga. Like Future looking at that shit like, I'm finna go sell a dub to this nigga for QP prices. It's not, like it's not like this mutually been like. It's not like, oh yeah, we shook hands behind, I kissed the ring to Drake, now we back cool. It's like, no, I'm finna go extort this nigga. No. And a lot of people were saying that was an old Future verse. The only thing Future really did was just signed off on it to get it clear. So that wasn't some type of honorable move.
Organic moment.
Nah, you know what's crazy about that whole thing though? It's looking like none of it worked.
It did.
Yeah. Because the album is tanking it within 24 hours. The numbers are going. First of all, the 3 albums was a mistake. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
What people are not discussing is Drake now has 2 albums where he sold less than 120 on 2 separate albums. So while we say ICEMAN did 450 or 462 is what they're trying to say, the other 2 did 115 and 118 or 108, something nonsense. But the Clips sold both of those other 2 albums. Let's just say that. So now he has 2 albums where before he never had any albums that sold that low. Now he has 2. So they're trying to combine, which I was like, they're going to try to combine all 3. Now they're giving you a total combine. That's not how 3 separate albums work. We don't combine numbers of 3 separate albums. You release 3 separate albums. They got 3 different SKUs, if I'm not mistaken, right? So they got 3 different sets of numbers. Ain't no combining them. When I punch in ICEMAN if I go and ever listen to it, only 1 album coming up. So you're not combining all 3. So stop combining it. You got 2 duds. And the ICEMAN, for all that it was supposed to do, let's be honest, they wanted more than 450 for that too.
Probably.
They wanted more. They wanted 650 to shut all the noise up, right?
Also,
now,
but beyond the numbers, they don't have a cultural hit in my view.
No,
like if Drake and Future used to drop, like that used to be kind of what we were on. I mean, I know there's no monoculture.
I think we're past that. I think they're impossible. I don't think they can. They're not there. That's the thing. He's living in the past. Everything on the album, from what I heard, sound like he's trying to recreate timestamps. He's trying to recreate the mood of 5, 6, 7 years ago. He's trying to do everything he's always done. And that's why it took 3. You got to think the guy almost been around almost 20 years. So it's going to take 3 albums to try to recreate everything you've done. So he threw 3 albums out with 43 tracks. He tried to throw everything to the wall. Nothing stuck. He didn't even tell us what the lead single was. They're trying to figure it out. I don't know if y'all saw that Twitter post of that X space where they're urging each other to push Janice. Right now, the fans have decided that it's he didn't even tell them what to push. So it's like they're just out there trying to figure it out, because you're supposed to, when you release an album, set us up with a single. You had 2 years to push this. You just had Homeboy make a dig out of a block of ice the date. You didn't tell us nothing else, and you didn't tell us it was 3 albums. So now we're sitting here trying to get through 3. BK just told you I'm not listening to all that shit. So he dropped 3 albums. All of it's tanking because everybody heard what they wanted to hear was ICEMAN. Most people did not know, like what they say, they don't know, don't show, don't care that those 3 albums came out. So a lot of people didn't even listen to the other 2. And when they found out about it, they like, yeah, I got work in the morning. I'm not going to be doing that. So they both did 115 around or less. Those are flops, massive flops for Drake.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, he didn't see it that way. Because I told you, Gordo said he didn't even know about the 3rd one. He probably didn't see that he probably thought all 3 was going to do 450 each. It's called delusion. So, but you got to think, you're dropping all that on unsuspecting people. The casuals are not going to listen to it. So he made a huge mistake. He overestimated his value. Then the music doesn't have no replay value, right? When I don't hear people talking about this music and the features. You could have called those features a year ago. It's going to be Future. It's going like nothing surprising except for Molly Santana. Who else on there surprised you? Like Popcorn. Like what we doing? So it's like the Sexy Red. We got like listen, no disrespect to Sexy Red, but with everybody I talk to, they say, and quote, the Sexy Red song is horrible.
It's god awful. It's god awful.
What are we doing? You're still grabbing Sexy Red for what? But it's the thumb is no. The whole thing is a thumb in the nose to Dot, right? Everything Dot hit him with. I think this guy I don't know if he listened to Not Like Us every morning, because everything on his album, he responded to literally everything. Everything that Dot said, he responded to it 2 years later. And it's like, you're still stuck there. You try to make an album that summed your whole career up, and it took 3 albums to do it. And now 7 days later, nobody cares. He still ain't beat the numbers of GNX daily, right? So if you're looking at the numbers daily, GNX is edging them out by 7 days. GNX had more spins. So it's like your stuff is going down. GNX stayed steady. But then they're in my comments talking about, well, dumbass is more songs. So they spin the narrative every time they get in my comments that dumbass, you don't understand music. GNX only had a few songs, so therefore it was able to stream it faster. Gang, what you don't understand is him having all those songs, it should make more streams. It should be more streams because your people should be playing all that shit. So you should be tripling GNX if your people are playing your whole shit like you thought it was going to be. But that's not what happened. People are checking out.
Yeah. Like executive production. If you would have you could have summed up your career in a project that was well curated and well executed.
Right.
You showed us flashes of this on ICEMAN. You could have even taken the best of 3 and put it on one. Like I just don't understand. And even like to your point of not having a lead single, Janice should have been the lead single for ICEMAN because it's got one of those, he's playing with his voice and it's got that you can just repeat it. It's that hypnotic kind of melody. He should have just did that. And like
he's scared to make a choice. I think he doesn't want to. Yeah. He's like, I'll let the people decide, and I guess they are choosing. But he didn't set the album up right. You had all that time to set it up right, and you still didn't. And you're dropping all these videos. They're confused. People just confused, gang. You can't absorb all. You can't digest all that shit in 2 days. It's too much. So people just start checking out the casuals anyway.
And let me say. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, what you going to say?
And I'll add to include Future. It's almost like since we got all of the former big 3 that have dropped their albums, I can see what Drake wanted from this beef was for him to win, and then he somehow got all the big three, Kendrick, J. Cole, Future, like all these guys on the song as like this type of control tactic, just to be like, hey, look at us, I'm the best. And I brought these two I brought all these guys with me. And it's almost like how Metro was saying that everything is wrestling. It almost brings me back to how Vince McMahon, if you know who Vince McMahon is and how he used to do back with WWE, like he had a lot of fallouts for like some of his biggest stars like Bret Hart, Ultimate Warrior, all these guys. But one thing they always talk about is they always came back some way somehow. And for Vince, it was always like a control tactic to where it's like you needed me. It's like almost like and the same thing with Drake is almost like he wanted to play that role, and he, like I said with the beef, he truly believed that he was going to completely destroy Kendrick. And then like even going back to the first person shooter, like he already tried that beforehand. So he said, well, it didn't work before the beef. We could just do it after the beef. We could just try to rehash this entire first person shooter thing. But it didn't work. And now Future, he's the only one that still kind of wants to go along with it. And you know, the thing with J. Cole, they haven't even really been in any type of contact. So yeah, it's not looking good for Drake. His entire plan has been foiled. And
I think he wanted to, and this will get us into the next, because I don't think we really gonna talk about the music. Let me just say this real quick, and I'll throw this away. The intro was cool. His fear of growth is very sad to me. Dust is horrible. Whisper is the Delusions of Grandeur song. The production was good. Ran to Atlanta was bad. Out of the first 5, he's 1 out of 5. The shebang beat was fire. The lyrics are garbage, which brings into question the whole, if he would have condensed it into one album, at that point, we only have the material to look at because it would have sounded more complete. But what he's saying is terrible. There's literally I promise y'all, you don't have to listen to it. It's nothing there of any value. Like what he spent the whole album talking about, he could have got it out in 2 songs. What did I miss? Make them cry and make them pay. He could have went on about his business. And that makes Firm Friends stand out more. That makes some of these other songs, you probably have more to talk about. Like the shebang song could have been something if there was, if the words meant something. Yeah. And a lot of people, and I'll just say anybody else, like the intro to the Wale album.
I love it.
I'll say Conundrum. Conundrum sets the tone for the album. So by the time you get to a song like Power and Problems, it's so powerful. You get to a song like Mirror in the Bends, it's so powerful. It's about him confronting himself in these different spaces. And so much so where Mirror in the Bends is him talking to himself in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? He's actually He's actually having these intentionally reflective moments. And while Drake's running from them, he's denying himself the ability to have something to talk about in the album. And that's why I was saying Firm Friends crystallized it to me where he could have made this album worth listening to. He really could have. Yeah. He chose not to for a lack of confidence in what that would mean for him going forward. And that's why he chose to make it more of a spectacle. And with the overwhelming, it's like, so you got to think about it. Instead of deciding to rap about something that meant something, he's like, I'm gonna make a video for every song. I'm gonna diss everybody. So when Twitter happens the night of, we're not talking about how good the songs are. We're talking about these one-off lines in all of these different songs. And then you hear the songs and the songs suck. And then you get to the other 2 albums and nobody's discussing them. It's not even like people are saying Habibti and Maid of Honor suck. They're not discussing it.
Right.
Like I haven't seen anybody reacting to him. The only person who's really even saying anything or trying to is Professor Sky.
Yes.
And he also discussed in I think it was the Maid of Honor video where he was like, maybe I can observe and receive this music a different way because I'm a white guy with a little bit of money in the suburbs with a house in the backyard. So I'm not looking at this from the perspective of somebody who's been basically oppressed and subjugated their whole life to where a lot of this stuff resonates with me different. So he overwhelmed with the spectacle. He created all of these lines knowing that that would lead to consumption as opposed to appreciation of what it is, because even still, we still haven't talked about the music yet. Like, and that was the goal. By the time we have the opportunity to actually discuss the music, the numbers are in. Drake's whole idea was, let me pull a fast one on niggas.
Yeah.
How can I get what I need or get as close to what I need and then build in a scapegoat if it doesn't turn out how I think it will? Even though he's actively trying. If you listen to the album, you can tell he's trying, but there's nothing there because he's not giving himself the ability to discuss anything of note. So he just decided to put all this bullshit out. Burning bridges, god awful. He is a hoe ass nigga. He want to be hard so bad.
That's in your notes.
Yes. Yes. He is a hoe ass nigga, bro. Like from and I say it because I don't know him. I'll never meet him, but I can tell from like how Starsky was saying, it's all internal dialogue of somebody who has had themselves mushed in front of everybody. And you know how like when you see that person and everybody start walking off and he like, This whole album is that. He bottled that up for 18 songs and that's all he's doing is hyperventilating. And the dude come back and he like, what you gonna do? You gonna hit me or something? And then that's why Kendrick is like, I'm not popping back out because he won't even swing at me. I don't care what you say in the principal's office. I don't care what you say at recess, because when you were in front of me and anytime you have the opportunity to reintroduce me to the square, you choose to do the opposite. You choose to do the opposite. When back in the day, when like Hove and everybody else was doing the like disses and shit on radio, we knew who they were talking about. The actual presence and intensity was felt. When we hear these Drake bars, it's just like, oh, and another thing.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
He said he was going to wipe Kendrick's smirk off his face. Who said that?
Like, come on, bro. That'll tell somebody that's not bothered. I want to work that little stinking smug.
And it's smug. It's nothing wrong with being bothered.
Yeah.
Do something about it, nigga. Like you had so many opportunities to say his name in this. And it would have been more impactful. But instead, you chose the safe route. And this whole album is him being safe. It even goes back to the fall off. Those niggas are obsessed with being safe. Yeah. And with the battle, the one thing that a lot of people won't say, above everything else that Kendrick did in the battle, he turned the pressure up on niggas. That's it. That's the biggest thing he did. He turned the pressure up. So now when we see you again, how do you show yourself in the moment where the pressure's high?
Right.
And niggas choked.
You know what I would respect? You know what I would respect? My whole thing is this. If you're going to come back and you're going to address it, then we need a takeover. We need a 100%. Don't this sneak this and this little stuff about his sneakers and all these Muggsy Bowls, all these weak. It's all bull. It's goofy, goony Google, weak bullshit. And I'm like, gang, you want respect in this space? That first record on that first album should have been you dead ass like the most heinous shit you could say about that. Like, let it be known, nigga, it's up. I'm up. This is what ICEMAN was. The whole shit is this. Me coming to kill your ass. Other than that, I don't respect all the sneak dissing on 7-8 different records and you're still talking about LeBron. I'm like, yeah, we can't. I can't jack this. I can't.
Yeah, I'm sick of him talking about LeBron, bro. Leave that man alone, dog.
It's an industry relationship, dog. Y'all know y'all chilled and y'all might have even smashed off a couple chicks together. He's not your bestie, dog. Like, relax. He just wants you to pop out.
But that's the thing, like with Drake and me and Skip, we've addressed this before. Like, this nigga, since he's not grounded in anything, he doesn't have real people around him.
Right.
So when he gets in the industry, every connection he makes, not only does he feel as though it's supposed to be transactional, meaning that you owe me at some point in time in the future, but also he's really putting value on the sense that these people are my real friends because they engage with me in a way that I want them to engage in me with. Not in no real shit. That's why I thought it was interesting in the first song when he was talking about 40 don't even let me. What did he say? He said 40 don't even let me basically pout and shit. He was like, I forgot what the bar was, but he was like, basically 40 ain't listen to none of that bullshit, all the shit that I'm saying. Like he talk about, no, I need you to be at your best. Like how you gonna be, you know what I'm saying, well, you at your, you know, your most powerful and all that other shit. Basically just sound like to me 40 wasn't a yes man.
Mhm.
And that's why his imprint on Drake's music has been away for a while, because he probably went jacking a lot of the bullshit that he was doing. So that's why he linked up with people like Conductor and T-Minus and all these other people that he's been working with more frequently, because 40's influence hasn't been there. And even still, even though 40 is a part of this album, his influence in the process, you can tell that it's still not there, because Drake still wants to follow up on bullshit. And personally, if I care about somebody, but I can't just really jack the shit that they going with, I'm just gonna disengage in the best way that I can be without being harmful to the person that I care about. And I think that's the whole relationship at this point. And I think that's really the relationship between him and Wayne, him and Nicki. It's the same type of relationship. They are not on the same page at all. So it's best for you to just give yourself space to the point where now, if something does happen, I have some type of plausible deniability in the situation at this point.
I
And
think
with
they just
Drake,
got different dealers,
what you mean?
drug dealers.
Oh shit, Skip.
They used to have the
Yeah.
same dealer. I think they got different dealers now, so they just went they separate ways because they don't have to converge and share medicinals no more. They all are on they all are on different drugs that the other person isn't using.
Yeah.
Nicki got hers of choice.
Mhm.
Drake
got Quaaludes.
That's I swear to God, I was
The
just gonna say that
Quaaludes.
Drake started taking Quaaludes.
Put
He's
allegedly on there, Starsky.
he's rapping about
He
it
said
like
it in the music. He said the
Yeah, he
Quaaludes.
said
I'm
it.
taking
He
Quaaludes
said
is
it.
making my
Oh,
body
did he?
tingle.
It makes my
Yeah.
body tingle. Like
Oh,
he
that's how out of touch I am. That's how out of touch I
said it
am.
make my body tingle. And
And-
isn't that one where he's like, where's she at? Talking about Rihanna still. Like it's getting very stalker-esque. Like if you look into his obsession with Aaliyah, if you look into his obsession with Skylar Diggins, if you look into his obsession with Rihanna, at this point, like she doesn't recognize you. There is no back and forth. There is nothing there. And you're still making full-on songs of like, your baby mama didn't post your single. Where's she at? Where's she at? It's
Am I
just
supposed
like
to believe that ASAP is he still? This is what him and ASAP is still at it.
Yeah.
Is it still Rihanna? Is that what we still
Yes,
getting?
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why? Real quick. And BK can probably speak to this. Being that she's the woman on the panel this evening. Rihanna represents the most important piece to Drake's masculinity that has ever existed. She would have been the best is like just based off representation. She would have been the best. She's the one that got away, but she's not only the one that got away, she's the one that denied him. He's not going to be able to find one that matches based on the vanity metrics that he looks into to reach what Rihanna is. And even since Rihanna hit and quit Drake and made the song Needed Me on Anti, she has only progressed in her career. She's a billionaire now. She's happily intertwined with Rocky, whatever the legal or whatever the definition of their relationship is. And at that price point, it don't even fucking matter what it is anyway.
hello.
She's happily with him. They have multiple children. A$AP Rocky seems to be a amazing, beautiful father to these kids. He loves Rihanna like his mama loved hip hop. To name him, Rakim. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so she's in such a happy and fruitful situation that
He miserable. He bitter.
he's in the miserable and the misery comes from it don't matter what 25-year-old that he pop Quaaludes with and take down. It don't matter how many two-mans he have with all these other successful men, which successful men, which kind of gives homoeroticism, the whole train culture. That shit is weird. Like, talk about it how you want to amongst your friends, but when you look at that shit with grown man eyes,
Yeah.
you and your homeboy having this joint collective sexual experience with this girl. Y'all look at yourself in the eyes, seeing each other bodies and shit. It's weird. But the point I'm making is Rihanna represents a thing of his desire and a thing of validation for him that he'll never be able to get. So he will, until he dies, he will have an issue with Rihanna because she represents something material to him that no matter what he does, no matter how many wins he gets, no matter how many of his fans that have these weird idol type level appreciation for him, it won't get him that thing because he doesn't look at her like a person. He looks at her like a prize. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if I never make it to the league, I'm gonna resent every nigga that win the NBA finals. I had 30 in college for 3 years straight. And when I had a chance to go to the draft, I bombed. I hate Shea right now. I hate Wemby. I hate Kobe, and I fucking hate Jordan. Because it don't matter how many niggas I kill at the 24-hour fitness or the Lifetime Fitness, I will never be able to see what it feels like to have the truest object of my affection be available to me.
And I think that award show, when he basically confessed his love for her on that stage, in front of the whole world, and her dubbing him on that stage like that, I think that haunts him every day of his fucking life, bro. Because that was the moment he had all eyes on him. This is the woman that he loves, and whatever context you say love is, he puts her on this pedestal. He needed that reciprocation in the moment to justify everything that he was trying to go through at that point. And the fact she was like, she gave us that church hug, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that killed that nigga ego, bro. He been on a rampage ever since, dog. If you just be real about it, he been on a fucking rampage, dog.
Well, especially because he devalues, like, to Skip's point, like, he sees women as props, like he sees women as you know, pawns in his scheme. And like, Rihanna was punished in a lot of ways because she didn't conform to traditional femininity in general, like even with her own solo career. And so in a moment where the woman is supposed to just like laugh it off and like let this man low-key sexually harass her and kind of humiliate her on the stage, she takes agency of her body in that moment. And like, it's about that too. She was supposed to be this trophy that felt so lucky to be in the presence of Drake, but instead she knew who she was. And even that was borne out in the data to this day. Like, she has surpassed him. Like, he's jealous of her on the most interpersonal level, to have a loving reciprocal family that like he will never truly have in the way that I think he envisioned. But also like on the business and entertainment side of things, she gave us some incredible records, and Needed Me was a hit. It wasn't even like a deep cut, right? Like he did that, and it's
no B-side.
And so many other women were able to channel that energy and envision a man in their life that maybe did, you know, like it's this whole, like you were saying, DJ, this rampage he's been on. And, you know, he was a little bit like nice, nasty with it for a minute. And then it just turned into bitterness and resentment. And he was like, you know what? Her loss, like absolutely playing into the incel culture. It's like the reason that I have the situation I have is because that bitch didn't submit to me, and that bitch didn't do what she was supposed to do and be in her place. And that's what it's about. It's her loss, right? Because I'm the prize. And kind of plays into these kind of tropes of dominance and of patriarchy of like, I'm supposed to be able to have anybody I want, but I can't have that. And it's not just literally her. It's beyond her at this point. He did this Esperanza Spalding, I think, on her loss at that point. Like any woman that had something that he wanted on any level. You know, he was booed up in the photo booth with Megan Thee Stallion, not booed up in a romantic way, but just being like trying to get close to her because she was hot. And then probably she denied in advance, much like Ice Spice and much like, you know, in the same kind of vein of like, Nick, you a corny ass nigga, you doing too much. You drunk as fuck, bro. Like, get back the fuck up. And now it's like you're enemy number one. Now it's free Tory. Now it's, you know, let me put shit on your books and shit. So I don't know. This nigga.
Because Meg said that nigga was posted up in the hood like a bad bitch.
Hello? He talked about his car. He talked about, and think about this. This is pre like that. This is pre-euphoria. That same year. Like, He's very much pissed. He's a people pleaser. He's a fucking wannabe streamer, content creator. That's exactly. I think he hates this shit. Cause like I said, you can leave a deal and give us great shit. Like I don't know. You got a Polymarket ad on this fucking album. Like it's
Crazy.
He's at levels of depravity. You're shilling for crypto casino. Like it's you flood in the zone to distract, and so everyone can get. You can spin it like everybody got their album. The R&B one, the club one, the rap one. No, that was a cop out to not stand on something. Even not having the lead single, you didn't want to stand on nothing. And the videos don't even make no goddamn sense. The music video for Shebang is a slow motion explosion, and that's
over and over. I saw that video.
That's it. Or like you go into
the whole video is one explosion.
Wow.
And he did have the Not Like Us cover art on the Bot Farm thing where he put the he got the Jackson gloves and he's blowing up the Bot Farm. It's like still trying to relitigate reality. That's like just and we're again talking about shenanigans, we're talking about gimmicks, we're talking about music videos and productions and gaudy tacky shit, and not the music. So but
it's a good way to keep Charles and Starsky involved in the conversation because they can provide insight as people who didn't listen and kind of get like confirmed in their thoughts and beliefs, and just shows like how predictable what the nigga did on the album. It's like Charles could be like, hey man, I could give you 5 bullet points of what I was expecting on the album, and we'd be like, check. We really could have played bingo. Like I think if we would have did a reaction, it would have been on some bingo shit. Like shout out to Kiki. She before every reaction, like a big reaction, she'll be like, she'll make a bingo card of like things that she expects. You know what I'm saying? But like it's that predictable. The only difference is with this album, his muse changed. He stopped beating up on women and he just started sneak dissing niggas. That's the only difference. And I saw a clip from Gina Views, and she was like, why are we mad at Drake? He's been doing this for 20 years. That's the point, sweetheart.
Yeah.
That's the point. Like, what other artists at that echelon, you look at, oh my God, I hate saying this nigga name, Kanye West. You look at Hove. You like the people that he holds himself up to. You even look at, I think the only person who's really done that at this level is Future. And the irony in it, you wanted to be Hove. It didn't work. Because you weren't willing to do what needed to be done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now you talking about you want to be independent now.
Not even that. You devolved in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You took the path of least resistance and turned in the future.
Mm-hmm.
It's way easier to do that.
I'll even add to this. That's one of the reasons why Rihanna rejected him hurt so bad, because he truly wanted to be this Beyonce, Jay-Z power couple thing. That's what he had in his mind. And Rihanna rejecting him didn't allow him to feel that fantasy. Now he has to go be Future. And he doesn't have, like you say, he doesn't have anyone, like any equal anymore when it comes to success. And just, he doesn't have that Rihanna. He doesn't have a Beyonce. So,
I don't even think he could handle that, like a woman, because we think about it, like, these are women who have long-term partners, or in like Beyonce's case, she has a husband, but like she is a business and a brand and an empire in and of herself. I don't even think he'd be like, baby, there's only room for one diva in this group. But something that I think Skip mentioned that Wale did with his album, that Isaiah Rashad also did with his album, set his album up. Keem did this too with the docu-series, where by the time you listen to the album, you were like, oh my God, that's Jarrell, that's Connie, that's, they kind of world builded and brought you into the world. And I feel like Drake thought he was doing that with gimmicks, but it's like, okay, now we just have Ice Cube's Pinocchio, Bot Farm's Fire. Like, there's so many different ideas that you kind of confused or mistook for world building that didn't connect. But also, if we think about Iceman, GNX, and The Fall Off, these are the 3 submissions from the big 3 post beef. Only Kendrick has a whacked out murals, and he started his album with that. He even came for his OGs. That's how much business he was standing on. Like, it better been the edible nigga. And you know what? Rolly chain, whatever though, nigga. You know what I mean? And actually, there is no, you pandering to choose a side. Let me do it for you. I'm not doing the people pleaser shit. Like, to your point, like, he turned the pressure up on people pleaser ass, coward ass niggas. And so then they ran and hide. And then actually started trying to click up and do all types of weird shit on the back end. There's your whacked out murals. Fuck it. Like, it's not coming, I guess.
He tried to have a whacked out murals, make them pay, make them remember. Those were his whacked out murals. But the thing is, like I said, it always circles back to the lawsuit. Everything you try to get off in these verses don't matter because it contradicts everything that you put in the lawsuit. Everything. Like every time that a narrative comes up about body and this and that, right? Like, cause he mentions it in the song where he was trying to diss Kendrick, sneak diss him, talk about 100 million streams missing. Oh, he a magician and all this other shit. But didn't Spotify just fuck up some shit with him and BTS and that single and all that other shit the day the ICEMAN album came out?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, you literally in your lawsuit tried to go at Spotify for bond allegations. And the same thing happened for you, which also means the same thing that has been happening for him throughout his entire career. And I think that's the main reason why he even did the lawsuit and why he was so upset with UMG, because we talked about this before, but I'll say it again. He thought that UMG would move the goalposts like they have done for him his entire career in that beef and silence Kendrick to let him get his shit off. So he could come out the victor and keep his brain of being number one alive and move forward and people make more money off him, la da 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 da. And the people, not the record label, the people said otherwise. Which at the end of the day, that's what should matter either way at the end of the day. We determine what's hot and what's not. Not you telling us what's hot and what's not. That's not how this shit's supposed to go. The people said otherwise, and UMG only follows suit with what's going to be successful. They pushed his shit, but they also pushed his shit at the same time. It's not like Drake didn't get any type of promo or anything off of the beef. It just that he fucking lost. That's all. That's all it is. And I just truly feel as though I would have a lot more grace for him, or things will go over a lot easier for him with all the narratives that's coming up now if that lawsuit did not exist. Because a lot of shit that he's getting off right now, he would be able to get off properly if that lawsuit didn't exist. A lot of his super fans could really cape for him, and it could probably change the wave of how people view him with this out. But you can't.
DJ, he's saying, I'm suing the man, not the rapper. Like he's trying to gaslight us about the point of view. You appealed.
You did. You did.
Appealed. You're actively trying to keep pursuing this shit and putting artists' First Amendment rights on the line. Like, and trying to reframe it like, nah, this is me versus UMG. This is me versus Lucian. It's insane the way he's trying to spin this shit. It's so Trumpian.
Yeah.
Even going, we talk about just and also the bots and his fans having group chat to fake the streams, going back to how Spotify, how they work, and understanding there's a finite amount of money that the artists are getting paid from their streams. So Drake going through inflating these streams, it creates it like I forgot the actual, I think they put out some type of streaming fraud type of post on Twitter that I made a video about. But pretty much he's hurting these small artists who truly need that. They already aren't getting paid for their streams. They're already getting pennies. Drake, he really doesn't need these streams. He doesn't need the money from them anyway. But going back to him being blackballed, he still has, he was on the cover of the hip hop charts for Spotify. He was on the cover for the R&B. He had his own category. So to say that he is being blackballed in any way, shape, or form, like who gets that besides like a Taylor Swift maybe? But he had it was like 3 or 4 categories that he had that no other artist can get. Now Kendrick's not getting that. Beyonce's not getting that. So going back to just colorism in general, the only reason why he gets these opportunities is because of who he is. He can reach these different demographics because of his race, him being mixed, him having his background, and then to go and call us Nazis, to literally try to equate us being Nazis for calling him out. So like,
Is it the light skin or the Jewish roots?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Is it the light skin or the Jewish
roots?
They make them want to not see me on top of the mountain like I
like
do.
I do to do.
like that is the perfect, like that line is the album in a nutshell.
Yes.
Can I say something about that line though?
Go ahead.
What I think I see with this guy, I think he knows a lot of his fan base is corny, and they want this corny kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, the dude. They're gonna rewind this shit and type this kind of shit on Twitter and make it like, did you hear that? Like, he knows I need this kind of bar for my guys, my bros.
The guys.
He knows that he's making
geysers,
like water cooler, Dockers guys,
my dude.
Call center guy. He knows he's making this for those guys, and they love this kind of shit.
Charles, I always say, or I've been saying, literally, if you think about it, the worst nigga you know got ice cubes in his bio right now, talking about his Iceman season. And the fact that there is an archetype that comes to mind, or a certain behavior that comes to mind, or a certain attitude, it shows you that is kind of we can call it even a dog whistle that they can hear, that they're perked up to, and it makes them swarm and congregate. Niggas that would lick ice in public, or niggas that would, that would be like, for me, and also too, let's talk about it. It's them crackers. It's I'm talking about the white guilt thing,
right?
And being like, you fiend off of white guilt, and that's how you get off. And it's like, are you trying to engender white pride? I'm confused. You're trying to engender. I think so. I think he aligns himself with that wing as well. But it's like, I don't know. Again, to the anti-blackness that Skip was talking about earlier, it's like there is one too many examples of you playing fast and loose with anti-blackness while you're trying to call somebody out on their own heritage with, Khaled and stuff. But it's like, and you got weird shit going on with your own shit. But it's like the dog whistling here. It's like you really do this. You make these kind of what do they call, slave bars or hymn bars or ancestor bar, whatever. It's all coded to just be anti-black. And him playing in that is nasty work.
And let's not forget, this is supposed to be an ode to Canada, which they're not us. So you got to kind of build it for this is all Toronto, gang. Like this is for my people. Like this is his people. So you got to kind of have some kind of, I don't know what the John Candy type of, it's gonna do well with the Mike Myers crowd. You know what I mean? Okay. So I think that he's trying to. He's doing his best stretch and just
the Mike Myers crowd is crazy.
I think that he knows who his market is, and he knows who's going to play well in Canada, in Toronto, and this is what I think it's by design too. I think all this stuff is calculated.
Yeah, I think him and J. Cole, like they're operating with the same playbook since 2024. It's like, something like this word that came out of nowhere that just keep buzzing past my fucking ear that I just can't get away from. Culture. Like, fuck, man, how can I kill it? So the whole time they have been trying to find a way to dispel and nullify the power of everything that word entails as it relates to hip hop. So when you see that when Drake is on some, okay, if you can't beat him, okay, I'm not gonna join them. I can't do that. That's too much work. So let me find equal and opposite opposition. You know what I'm saying? But then he realized, like, oh shit, like I can kind of play this and do it a softer way than what Kanye did. I can get away with it. Like Kanye was the first of this level to like weaponize like reverse ageism and like anti-black and put it together, and then use social media as the vehicle to do so. I think what a lot of people look at Kanye and give him respect for, which is insane to me because it's maniacal and kind of Machiavellian. His whole thing was, I'm going to break the fourth wall and show you guys that none of this is real. That's what Kanye was doing all of this time. I'm going to show you how much of this isn't real. So when I look at it only from a binary perspective, as people who purchase and people who don't, when I move, like what I'm showing you that I can do is intentionally move and adjust my demographic based on consumption. So, okay, the black folks not fucking with me no more. Fuck them. Slavery is a choice because that is the beginning of a pivot to my new voluntarily adjusted demographic. Because what happened since then? When you go to Kanye shows, and I went to the Life of Pablo, after that point, and at that point going forward, his fan base radically changed. And that's, tied to a few things. And like I said, like he had a playbook. Like I'm going to use social media, increase my presence through the anti-blackness, which puts me to the larger populace in America. And then I'm going to completely alienate them, which takes away the weight of the culture for me having to abide by that. So when culture, I ain't fuck that. If I get rid of that concept from being a shackle that I have to abide by, I can get with Kim Kardashian. I can put I can do the swastika shit. I can do the KKK hood because all of that is just endearing me to a much larger base. We're 13%, and we're probably slightly more in the consumption of hip hop. But as far as from their vantage point, who buying the tickets? You go to these fucking concerts, you go to Rolling Loud, it's white kids between 14 and 27. It's some of us sprinkled in. It's a lot of us actually, but it's 100,000 people at those shows. It's maybe 15 to 18,000 non-white kids at those shows. When me and my wife went in 2016, 2017, we were literally like specks on the paper. So now, after he's perfected the manipulation of the algorithm, so much so that he had niggas paying for an album for $200, guising it behind this whatever the fuck it was, that little machine that was allowing people to, isolate vocals and all. Yeah. So he's found a way to okay, if you're not, if I can't create value from you, I can alienate you, which galvanizes me to the other side that is going to, as a gotcha to these people, consume my products. And that's what Drake is doing now more intentionally. And that's what J. Cole tried to do, but J. Cole a pussy.
Oh.
J. Cole a pussy. Like, if J. Cole really wanted to, if he really did what he wanted to do, J. Cole would be game, first and foremost. If J. Cole acted on his emotions and stood on them, he would be Jayceon. But to a lesser extent, he would have really stood on what he meant by the culture as a buzzword. He would have just said, fuck it, and did some anti-black shit and kept it pushing. But instead, he did some benign anti-hip-hop shit with, what's the name of the song? The song with Biggie and Tupac. What's the name of that song? What If?
Tailor Made?
No,
What If?
Yeah.
What If? Sorry.
When he disrespects all of that, when he does this weird amalgamation on the back half of the second album with just, okay, I'm gonna give y'all half-ass versions of these songs. I'm gonna show y'all how much I really value this black art. I'm gonna make a rendition good enough for me to put out and sell to the people outside of the culture, because now I've shown y'all that it's something wrong with that. So we need to separate ourselves from it because it's toxic in its nature. Like, I hate when people come to me and be like, why do you like boxing? Boxing is so barbaric. That's what it was made for. Don't come to me while I'm watching boxing and tell me it's barbaric. You're at a boxing event as well. What the fuck are you talking about? You're immersed in the culture of this barbaric sport. Yeah. Don't tell me here. It's not the time and place. So for J. Cole to be rooted in hip hop and tell me the very thing that drives it is parasitic, you're telling me now you want to be separate from it. So when you start the album with the country shit, when you give me the let out, when you do the bullshit you did with What If and all of these interviews, you're telling me you don't want to be a part of it, but you're not man enough to stand on it in a real way, other than for people like me who listen to what you're saying with my ears and my mind instead of my heart to hear what the fuck you saying.
Birthday Blizzard 2. You forgot about that?
Yes. Yep.
Like all this fucking pump faking, man. It gets us to a point now. And then like BK was saying earlier, like the difference between the last 3 albums from the big 3 is Kendrick meant what he said. That's the biggest difference. Like I was talking to my brother the other day, and I told this story in the last stream, so I'm gonna keep it brief. But basically, he said, as a street nigga, my brother, he one of them. As a street nigga, I already know Drake bullshitting. But I'm asking him, as a person who's been through some of these situations that Drake is talking about, how do you listen to it and respect it? He didn't have an answer for that. So we're at this point now where they've gotten away from all of the people who will analyze it in a real way and say that I don't resonate with this because it doesn't feel authentic, because now we're going to the people who are receiving hip hop through the eyes of voyeurism.
Yeah.
And that's where they're going because it's easier to sell to them. You don't have to try as hard, which is why Young Thug went white.
Yeah.
It's easier to do it over there. It's no safeguards. It's no barriers of entry. And that's why we get an N. That's why we get Jack Harlow rocking. I don't know what that is. The little beat, the little knitted shit. What is that? A kufi? I saw somebody say it, but I didn't know what it was. Like the only person I've seen in real life wear that is my auntie, and she like 75. God rest her soul. So like for Jack Harlow to put that on, that's a direct reflection of Kanye, J. Cole, and Drake.
It also evades accountability, and it evades responsibility for the culture and for your participation in it and for what it's given you and for what you've contributed, right? This symbiotic relationship that is participation in Black culture, to kind of excise yourself from it, to be outside of it, to say all of this very Black thing, this inherent Black thing is wrong and dirty, and beefs are violent inherently, and there's a unique specific type of like malignancy to it. It really is playing into the white supremacy, but it removes yourself. You evade responsibility for the culture, for being a OG, a mentor, a torchbearer, someone that's going to continue to contribute meaningfully to the canon of hip hop. Like you just avoid that. And it's like people talk a lot about Watch the Party Die, and even songs like Whacked Out Murals and Man at the Garden, where he's like claiming his spot. But in Watch the Party Die, when he talks about burning it all down, he talks about something growing anew after, which means that he still sees himself as like a part of Black culture, hip hop culture, like and he was one of the most ruthless in the beef, right? And participating as he should, as he's supposed to, like in the most purest form. So it's like, people talk about, oh, Kendrick destroyed hip hop, and he, this like drought after he left, and like, oh, he's talking about watching the party die and burning it all down. Well, if you listen closely, he's talking about what is it going to be after this, because this thing is not sustainable. Most Def said the same thing. Whatever we got going right now is unsustainable. So like, yes, we're talking about burning it down as it is and snapping you out of this coma, and like, but we're also talking about still contributing. When he's at the highest stage at the Grammys, he's saying hip hop. If you respect the art form, it's going to be here. It's going to give to you. He's like, and like the next person, or Larizi, whoever's coming up next is hearing that, and it's like, actually, this art form is still worth contributing, and not grifting or hitting a lick off of or trying to hijack it for white supremacist aims. Like it's pussy on so many levels. We could go surface or deep with it, but these two biracial niggas, the like mulatto messiah, whatever the fuck they calling themselves. Them doing that with the white mama shit, the white mama niggas doing that shit does not sit well with me.
And then playing with Michael Jackson is also like on some deep shit. And then we're gonna go into this next topic I want to talk about. The way that they're playing with Michael Jackson, because Michael Jackson is like how do I want to say this? Okay. Michael Jackson is celebrated as white, but he's remembered as black. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't care what nobody say. The best times of Michael Jackson musically is Off the Wall and Thriller. The shit after that was good and like had diminishing returns the further and further he got, because they pulled him, or he felt the gravitational force pulling him further and further away from what he grew up in. I listen to Off the Wall to this day. That's his best album. That is his best album. That is the most connected he was to everything that he was brought up in. That's the one that I know Stevie Wonder listens to and is like, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I see what you did here. You feel what I'm saying? Like, everything else is more so of him having to sacrifice, literally and figuratively, pieces of himself to be more digestible to a bigger audience.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So to disrespect one of the biggest black figures in music, period, as some type of dick measuring contest, because that's what it is, on a bigger level, further contributes to the anti-black shit. It's like, okay, we're gonna play with the biggest legend y'all got, because I don't value him in the way you do. He's an obstacle to me. He's a monument to y'all.
Yes.
So when you look at it from that perspective, it's even more of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's no way to look at it without viewing it from the perspective of all of this shit being shrouded in, at first it was pick me, and then it turns into whatever a pick me is when a pick me don't get picked. I don't have the proper word for that, but whatever that is, it turns into that. So it's like, I'm a disrespect everything about what y'all have over there. I'm buying up all of the shit that I can get my hands on just so I can have it. For real, give me that. And I'm gonna make it seem like I took it. I bought it. I'm gonna use my resources as a way to disenfranchise and subjugate y'all in whatever way I can.
Like,
That shit
he
is
basically,
crazy.
It's crazy.
He tried to find different ways to basically be above the system. Like, and
Let me say something real quick.
go ahead.
That nigga said in the album, this is the only bar that I even kind of remember. I get the something like buying y'all shit. I get possessive with niggas.
Because, yep.
That tells the whole story. What you was going to say?
No, I mean, it's playing to that exact point, because the only way he can really like force his influence in situations where he feels so he can't go and be above the system is in those moments and take down like our monoliths that we have in the culture, because he can't operate and be above the system. And that's why he's having such a hard time of trying to expose the system or the industry, but also he wants to profit and benefit from the same system that he's trying to expose. It doesn't work. It's either one way or the other. Like, the type of like it. That's why there's always been looked at as Kendrick being 1A, Drake being 1B, or however you want to put it, for the longest time. But they always stood for two opposite ends. Like, Kendrick stood for the culture, Drake was for the commerce. But now, in the moment to where the commerce doesn't work in Drake's favor, now he's trying to expose everything, burn it all down, and in that moment take down all the monoliths with him. Because if he can't have his way, then nobody can have shit, pretty much. So everything that you value, I'm taking all this shit down with me. I'm destroying it all because y'all didn't give me what I wanted. Y'all didn't accept me and give me what I wanted because of where I came from or who I am and things like that. I was a student of the game. I love this culture. How dare you shun me and not give me what I want?
And also, why? How dare you not dick lick? Because to that same,
it's the ring
of the possession thing.
Yeah,
he said, "If I gave you a hand, you're always under the thumb."
The thumb, yes.
And I was like, I mean, it's moments like this I send out to you where it's like, what type of, like, where the colonizer bar in Not Like Us really hits, where it's like, oh no, you recognize or you see yourself as some sort of conqueror. And it's really giving Christopher Columbus. And if we know about Christopher Columbus, he didn't find shit. He said his dumbass said he found one thing and he really didn't find that shit. He found, that's why they call him, you know what I'm saying? Fake discoverer of things that's already been there type shit. But this like, if I ever, instead of looking at hip hop as a collaborative, symbiotic, participatory thing, it's like I helped you broke niggas out and I lended my privilege and I lended my access and my capital to you. And so you're always under my thumb. That's how he views, you know, his peers, not as collaborators, not as people that had their own unique sound that he could benefit from. It was like, you weren't shit. He loves to spin the narrative of like, you niggas weren't shit, you weren't hot, I made you. That is very colonizer. You're delusional, my nigga.
He sound like
Future was Future before you, and Ross was Ross before you.
Hello?
Let's just be clear. They were. So yeah. Everybody else I can't really speak for, but I know those two in particular, you didn't make them, nigga. They gave you the cosign that you needed to cross over to the demographic that you want to control. And it just didn't pan out for you.
Okay, so we're gonna move to the next part. And this part of the conversation is it kind of ties into
do that or no?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, my fault.
Just real quick about that. One of the most egregious lines I heard in the whole album of what I did here, right, was the if I'm not, you guys probably know the line better than me, where he alluded to not taking the dinner with Jay-Z because Jay-Z can't teach him nothing.
Yeah.
But Jay-Z owns his masters. He doesn't have to ask anybody anything. Jay-Z's a billionaire. Jay-Z pretty much decides who goes on the Super Bowl. Like, there's a lot of things you could learn from him. He's not suing his label because he owns his stuff. You know what I mean? And I know Drake owns half his masters. Half of them he don't, half of them he did. But there's a lot of things he could learn to Jay. So now he's bringing down Jay. You got to think in hip hop, for the most part, Jay is one of the people that gets carte blanche respect overall when we talk about Hove, calling a man Hove in and of itself. And so that's another thing that he's trying to bring down, the Jay-Z, the mystique of Jay-Z. Like, nah, I'd rather have the dinner and this, that, and the third. It's like, this is what it is. It's like, I've been saying this for like 2 years, that he's going to, what you just said, he's going to burn it all down because he didn't get his way, took his ball. He wants to go home, and he'll destroy the whole industry. That's what the lawsuit really is. He's trying to destroy it and expose it, and he's naming names, Cool Joe and this, that, and the third. He's naming names, who did this, who does that. He knows where the bodies are buried because he helped bury them. So he'll dig them all up and tell on everybody in there. It's literally some snitching, right? He tried to basically say who's bodying, who's doing it. He told on everybody, and no one really recognizes that he literally was trying to get people in serious trouble. He's calling out payola and this, that, and the third. A lot of stuff that's illegal. So he's literally being a whistleblower for the industry. Now he's blowing up bot farms, this, that, and the third. He's made botting more. Right now, botting is more in the public eye, psyche than it's ever been. We've never cared this much about bots or botting since he brought this conversation up. And now they're literally on my post right now talking about, but it's botted, because I put up the post that GNX is still passing the ICEMAN thing, and they're like, but he botted it. So it's like, it's a ready-made excuse when they want to excuse the losses, but then it's also something that he can do in impunity and boost and juice the numbers, which has been a thing for years. We've always known it was there, but nobody cared. But now they care because they think it's Kendrick.
Yeah,
they've swayed the narrative that is now Kendrick. And are we going to talk about the $500 billion that he's supposed to be getting?
Yeah. We definitely going to talk about that, because that'll kind of be a bookend to this next segment that we're about to get into. The headline for it is value versus consumption, right? And like, how do we as listeners, not just us on the stream, but like everybody watching and just people in general, like, how do we help shape the market? Because what I'm seeing now is there's a lot of, and Moni said it earlier, there's a lot of hands in Drake's pot trying to convince us what the market should reflect. And that kind of reminds me of, the whole, all of it. It's so crazy how much this shit aligns with the current administration. And it's like, okay, you see the bad shit he's doing, but it's like, hey, but look at the market though. And then you see later, it's like, oh, okay, the market is being manipulated. You know what I mean? So now this whole thing of, Drake's do this amount of billions. So now they're convincing the fan base and feeding that down to where, okay, we have to make this a reality. We have to conjure up the amount of engagement that would make it feasible for Drake to get these things that we feel like he's due, when the whole narrative about this is being generated from the top down, with nobody in power being able to make these conversations. And we can go straight into the mall of it. Like, and also on the album, it's a song. What's this? Is the song called Bees on the Table? What's the name of that song?
Yeah, Bees on the Table.
Drake's having a conversation saying that they're offering him billions of dollars. And it's like, Drake, if you were being devalued, if all of these things were happening, what made them decide to offer you 2.5, and by what Maul is saying, 10x the amount of your previous deal, really 12x? Because he said, hey, he should get 5 billion. When the annual revenue of UMG would suffer greatly from finding that amount of money to give him on a consistent basis. Because if we even look at it, like, let's say, what's the $5 billion? They gonna want 2-3x that, right? And that's on the low end. That's like if they giving him a sweetheart deal. Because generally, from what I've been hearing, a lot of times the return is like 5. They want 5x whatever they give you in advance. Stove God right now is like, oh, they won't take my 500. They want 2.5. So it's like, if that's the case, they're telling you that they're willing to give you $3 to $5 billion. You're going to be tied to them until you die and then some. It's going to be AI renderings of Drake 30 years prior. He going to be popping up at whatever the fuck the big stadium is, or the big festival, performing records that Lupe helped them make through the Endless Loop AI system. You know what I mean? So it's like, if that's the case, they're not buying you. Or not, they're not just buying you. They're buying access to everything that they can do with your likeness. And that's why it's so important for Drake to be as visible and as prominent as he is, because there are a lot of vested interests in creating different institutions off the back of Drake. And somehow they've convinced him that makes him important. You're not special. You're just the grease. You're greasing the tracks. That's it. Everybody's not willing to be the grease. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you have to be able to accept being grease, because they're going to use you several different times in several different ways in order for that to be a consistent thing for them to get the desired result. So I'll say this and pass it, and I'll let you go, Starsky, then Charles, then DJ. In what world would even a billion, we won't even say the 3 or the 5, in what world would a billion even make sense, given Drake's current situation and just forecasting the last 5 years and then trying to look 5 years in the future?
I'll say, even going back to our previous conversation about Drake, he's stuck being Drake. Aubrey's gone. So, and I'm trying to think, because music itself is already, especially in this economy, the average rent is about $1,500 a month. Then we have the average car note. It used to be about $500. Now it's about $700. So then we have the power bills, internet, all these other things, and then we have the Netflix and Spotify is what, $11-10 a month.
Shit, 25.
It's 25. It's 25. Even then, it's like,
and Netflix went up.
Yeah, Netflix like 20, I think.
20.
It's 24.
Yeah, even then, so it's like, for Drake,
and it still got commercials.
Oh no, without commercials for the $24.99.
Oh, okay.
You can get it for $7.99 with the commercials.
Gotcha. Okay.
Even then, it's like, Drake has to understand that he's not as important as he thinks he is. He doesn't understand that his fans have propped him up to make I don't want to make it seem like he doesn't matter as a human, but like he's not nearly as important as he thinks he is. He does. They prop him up to have this God complex. So he doesn't understand this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That we as a population, we are going to put all of our money towards shelter, towards food, towards automobiles, these type of things. These are the things that we are really spending our money on. For him to make billions, 5 billion off of his likeness, this I don't understand how. I don't understand where the market cap come. What does that money come from? Because it's not going to come from human beings. Because we don't spend money that way. We don't spend money on not on one person, not on 5 billion. He can barely sell out his own arena tours.
Hello.
And what are we talking about?
Hello.
Talking about he can't even go those stadium tours. Talking about 5 billion. That's a B. That's not an M. That's a B. So I don't know where he'll even get that number from. I don't get it. And he doesn't even have the audience for that. I don't even think Michael Jackson can do that. 5 billion.
Yeah, I don't
think I think he was in debt by the time he died. About 5 billion.
Yeah,
I don't know.
His catalog will sustain the family after his passing, because that wasn't liquid. You know what I mean? So like, I don't understand it. Like, what do you think, Charles?
Well, with me, let's stay with the Maul $5 billion. First of all, Maul is delusional. This is when you think a guy walks on water. At some point, you think he's Jesus. Maul would have said 100 billion, no matter, because to him, Drake means everything. He's all knowing, all seeing, this, that, and the third. So with the 5 billion, but what he doesn't understand, they were talking 400, allegedly 400 million. So he supposedly got the $400 million contract. All of this stuff is speculation because no one has confirmed any of this stuff. So we're going to go with the speculation. He supposedly got the $400 million contract, paid it all back allegedly, right? But it doesn't work to just give them back 400 million. It's a whole lot more you got to do for that. So the narratives get so weird that they saying he paid back Charles. They get in my comments, Charles, you don't know what you're talking about. He paid back the $400 million. He did that back and blah, 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 right? So why is he releasing 3 records right now to get out of the so-called deal? If you look at the lawsuit, he's supposed to be suing because they were trying to devalue him because there was supposedly some renegotiations coming, and what he was in the middle of, and Sony had 500 million on the table. So let's imagine that at the best case scenario, even if he's bringing half of those masters that he supposedly, they throw everything in there. He's bringing the masters, this, that, and the third. So if he's bringing all that with him, and they still was only offering him $500 million, right? Where on the God's earth are we now at an evaluation of 5 billion? And not only that, Maul, let's talk to Maul, right? Like it's just me and Maul. Like, Maul, you saw him slave just to pay back the $400 million. You saw him doing nonstop shows. The guy was tired. I was tired, boss. This guy wanted to like jump off a bridge. He was working night and day. He's in a 360 deal, and he paid back $400 million. So, Maul, you want him to get into a deal with the same people you accused of snaking him for 400 million. You said that the whole lawsuit was that they were trying to snake him and devalue him so they can get him back at a lower price. So, Maul, you want them same people to own him for 5 billion? Maul, are you serious? Like, they'll have little Adonis rapping about it. They'll be like, yo, we own you for 150 years. Every kid Adonis got a rap. You got to understand, like, it's not a flex. It's not a flex to owe somebody $5 billion. They're not thinking this shit through. It's like, he'll give him 5. He'll hold up, Maul says, he'll hold up 5 fingers, and that's 5 Bs. Like, oh, dead ass. So you really want to go back to the same label that you said just try to burn you and cook up a whole plot with K-Dot. You want to sit down with that Zach guy and do a deal for 5 billion. Now, let me get to Rory, because Rory came in and said, no, there's got to be an equity firm that will, what they do is they buy this stuff and sit on it, right? So no equity firm is going to pay $5 billion. First of all, they're going to have that music for 50 to 100 years to get the and I know they're willing to wait, but not that long. Now, no one is asking the real question. If he can get them a billion or 5 billion, why wouldn't he just get himself a billion or 5 billion? Why don't he go independent? Go sit down and have that dinner with Jay-Z so you can figure out what you're doing over there. Because at the end of the day, you still talking about bigger deals to get these mega loans. You're still going to be a slave for a corporation that you're going to court against. right? It doesn't make any sense to take anything from Lucian Granger or anybody. So these guys that's sitting here making these whole like scenarios, oh, he can get 2 billion, he's gonna get 3. Who is this guy? I'm gonna be honest. This guy, Isaac Hayes the third, whatever this guy's name is, his takes have been absolutely awful. They almost as awful as Ray Daniels. I'm just gonna be honest, but at least sometimes Ray Daniels makes some sense. This guy don't make no sense. I don't even know where he coming with all this nonsense. But why would you take $1 billion from a corporation you said effectively hatched an entire plot against you, right? Remember, it got so crazy that they said Lucian Grange told Dot to say that. It got so crazy that Lucian Grange met with Dot in the dark somewhere and was like, we're going to do this. You're going to say those exact words and we're going to devalue him. So then how are you going to get your money back if he's devalued? They never think about that part. But end of the day, no, we're not going to give nobody no $1 billion. It was whoever got $1 billion, and how long would it take him to pay it back? It don't work like that, right? He wouldn't have nothing. He would have to throw all the masters that he owns and the ones he don't. The other ones are going to revert to him, but that's going to take forever, right? So it's like, it don't make no sense. They don't care. They throw out these narratives. At the end of the day, they threw out the 3-record narrative, right? He threw out 3 records to get out of his deal. This is the same deal that he supposedly was over. So there couldn't have been no negotiations. If he owed him 3 records, what negotiation did Kendrick mess up? If he owed him 3 records at that point, we're not even negotiating. We need our 3 records before we sit down and start talking about another $400 million loan, right? But they don't think that shit through. That's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, to that point, Charles, I know you haven't heard the album yet, but he did make a mention to that on the album that if everything goes according to plan, the goal is for him to be independent. So I don't necessarily think that if I take him at his word of what he's actually saying on the album, I don't think that's his intention going forward to be under UMG. He either wants to be independent or get a whole nother label situation or whatever it is. But either way, even still him getting to that point of wanting to be independent, you late on that. Like Jay-Z been preaching that shit for years, trying to give you the game for years of how you can work to that point so you don't have these type of obligations. And now you only want to do it because they didn't do what you wanted them to do at this point. You thought
what was his exact words about the independence? I would love to know what his words were.
Let me pull up. It's like one of the last songs on the album. Let me go back to it.
Because I don't know how you can have bees on the table and be independent at the same time.
Why are you doing that, DJ? Excuse me. Let me read this, because this is the only thing that possibly makes sense. And I think this is where they pulled that it's possibly a private equity firm from, is the Weeknd deal. And Weeknd signed a $1 billion deal. The Weeknd's catalog raised $1 billion for his masters with Lyric Capital. Partners Group finances the deal through royalty-backed notes. So let's see what this is talking about real quick, and then we'll. Oh shit!
Oh man.
I hate when they do that. Okay, so I saw that it was some AI, like a little AI thing. So let me see if I can pull that up real quick.
They probably gonna sit on the music. They're gonna own his master. He's probably selling his whatever masters he's on. He's selling that, and they're gonna sit on it for 50 years and let it accumulate, because all the catalogs are depreciating. They're not going up, they're going down. That's why people are selling their masters in the first place.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. The Weeknd secured a landmark $1 billion deal, financial deal with Lyric Capital Group. Unlike traditional catalog sale where the artist sells their rights and loses control, this agreement is structured as a joint venture that allows him to access historical capital while retaining ownership and creative control. And this is per Variety. The deal structure and financing, the valuation. The transaction valued his music assets covering the beginning of his career throughout 2025 at $1 billion. So that means that, at least from how I'm reading this, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, that this speaks to him having control over his catalog, right? Okay. So then debt versus equity. Instead of buying the entire catalog outright, Lyric Capital acquired a 25% equity stake. The remaining 75% of the billion was financed through debt, utilizing royalty-backed notes. So what I'm thinking is, because I used to work for the county, and they had this thing called like when you did UCC's uniform commercial codes, and they would do like mortgage backed. So it's like they're almost like,
that's a loan.
Yeah, they're doing this to use his royalties as some type of collateral, because it gives them it gives the money power. it's like a mutually beneficial exchange. It's like, okay, kind of like with oil, like the petrodollar. Like that's kind of what the American economy is like sitting on. And let me know if I'm wrong, BK, but a big part of the strength that the American dollar has is through oil and our control over a lot of the oil reserves and access to it throughout the world. So I'm thinking what they're trying to do is strengthening their hold in this industry through getting putting their money somewhere where it can matter. You know what I mean? So this gives them ability to operate in the music space. They needed to find a way to get into it, and this is their end.
Yep.
So the value in them absorbing all of this and doing the royalty back notes not only gives them like a sense of collateral to use, possibly to get outside funding elsewhere using his catalog as collateral. So really they pulling a slick move on the weekend. It's like, hey, we gonna pay you or leverage this some type of way so we can use this, kind of like how starting a bank is. We take in the money that y'all are putting to leverage the money that we have in the bank that isn't ours to secure loans and other things. So that's how I'm taking this. So if Drake is willing to, well, first he would have to find a way to get access to his catalog because they're using that as the collateral to do other things based off what or how this is reading out to me. But this is the only way that whole billion shit makes sense. But
it's like
I don't see a world where Drake gets access to his catalog to leverage it in a deal like this.
No, a lot of this is smoke and mirrors and a lot of like white collar bullshit politicking and speculative markets and all that shit. It is kind of like a straight up Hormuz situation though, when that equity piece, and being able to have the leverage. It's like, okay, if the strait is closed, ain't nothing coming through this. Like that is the ultimate leverage, or it devalues, like you were saying, like the petrodollar ain't doing good right now, right? Because we don't have that. They're actually talking about a new axis of power even being formed because Iran is like, oh, we could just say we can either charge you a bunch of money to come through, or we shut the whole thing down and say nothing's coming through, which fucks you and slows down the whole. I mean, we got the globe in our fingers, so it's a very dirty business and very dirty industry, and it's like all this bees on the table talk or this. I've never understood the deal shit because it is a loan. It's a massive loan that you have to pay back, and it's like I think Starsky said this earlier, like a voluntary participant in his own enslavement in a way. And kind of manufacturing his own victimhood and cuckoldry, if you really want to. I mean, that's kind of what it is to these people. So yeah, it's not looking good.
I feel like what I read right there, it seemed like they're putting a 25% investment into. They're letting them keep they're making it real sweet for them, but at the end of the day, it's they're in it for the long haul. And now they got a 25% stake in the Weeknd's music, and they're going to give them the money up front, but it is a loan. And now forever, Weeknd is going to be paying 25% of everything that comes in for his entire career. Everything that he's making is 25% is going to these guys, and they're banking on it. They're willing to take the loss, but they're expecting it not to be a loss because he's going to keep working. And every time he drops something in the future, it's going to make the old stuff, just like with Drake, it's going to make the old stuff get streams and get money. And every time, maybe he does the Super Bowl. Maybe they're banking on that. Maybe he does the Super Bowl, does something. He already did it, but maybe he does something of that caliber and becomes whatever. And then his stuff just takes off. But they're banking on a 10, 20, 30 year investment, 25%. Yeah, they can get that. And with that being said, under that kind of deal, this guy may get that too. Drake may get a deal from that right there, but I don't know how much of his stuff is going to be involved in that deal. He doesn't have all of his stuff. Apparently, Weeknd has the whole 2025, all the way from the beginning to 2025. Drake doesn't own anything before 2018. So it's going to be a different kind of deal. Everything before 2018, Wayne already sold it. You know what I mean? So Drake don't own that. Everything after that, Drake is he's the masters have reverted to him some kind of way, but all that stuff, take care and all that stuff, he has no control over that. So that's going to be a big factor in what they're willing to pay him, because the Weeknd's career, they got his whole career. Yeah. Apparently.
And I'm looking at this too. My bad. I'm looking at this too, like real estate, right? Yeah. So like sometimes you buy a house and the ultimate goal, like you buy an investment property, and ultimately the goal is not to flip it. I mean, ultimately the goal is not to like sit on it over an extended period of time. It's to wait until a boom and sell it. Because also they may be getting into this early. And I also think this probably ties into AI as well. I have not looked. So if anybody wants to look into Lyric Capital Group and see if there are any ties with them and anyone in the tech industry, I would be very interested to see if that exists, because also attaining a percentage stake in that, they could sell their stake to a tech company. And with that, they have the ability to use that part and help train AI models. Because if they're just retaining a particular percentage and keeping it, the Weeknd can't do shit about that until he recoup. That's theirs. And then with all of the like faulty copyright laws as it pertains to likeness and all of this shit, like I think like what you were saying earlier, Charles, too, I think the most important part of this whole thing, and I could be wrong, but I think that's where it's going, because a lot of previous deals have been filtered into like eventually tech companies, or tech companies have like outright bought catalogs. They're banking on the AI bubble. So the way that I relate it to real estate in the city that me and DJ live, and Starsky too, like it's a part right off the city. They started to do urban development, right? But a lot of people already knew about it because they were going to the meetings and they had money, and this is attorneys, people in finance, all of these different things. They started buying up houses in that area, buying them up for what people would consider a steal because they're purchasing them on delinquent tax. And it's like, okay, what you gonna do with that house? It's beat up. It's like, oh, we're just gonna wait. Then you see we got the World Games or some shit not too long ago. Then boom, the value in that area increases exponentially. Boom, I'm selling some shit I bought for 3,000 for 80 bands. And I don't think that this will do like a X like that. But let's say we bought this 25% stake and invested $1 billion. In 10 years, the AI shit, like Trump did, he's like not allowing like stringent rules on the AI. So we look up in 10 years, that 25% is worth the entire 100 because of what they can do with it. They made off with $1 billion in that, and he still has to pay back whatever he has to pay back.
Exactly.
They're like you said, they're going for the long haul, but I think they're banking on the AI industry getting so big, and that goes into the data centers and the forced entry into a lot of the Black and brown communities. They're thinking that shit is gonna blow up, and they'll be able to turn that 25 into something that feels like 50, 75, 100%, and then some.
Yeah, Skip, I found the song that was referencing.
Okay. I yapped enough. Go ahead.
It's the song Firm Friends. He had a couple bars there. He said, I'm a product of where I'm from. One sound, one band. The orders make their way through the proper chain of command. And if everything goes to plan, I'll be making my name change from the boy to the man. But y'all just wouldn't understand. Damn. From mass distributing to leading my own version of the revolution, private arbitration leads to resolution. I done beat the game so many times this shit done got abusive. So, I mean, y'all can just tell me how y'all feel. I took that as him eventually trying to become his own man and be independent at some point. But if y'all feel different, just
he also had like a R to a I bar, and people were kind of translating that from represented to independent. So kind of alluding to, just wait and see what happens with this lawsuit, because I'm gonna walk away. I will have, tricked everybody and hit my lick and walked away scot-free, independent, and I just want to be free and all this stuff.
Yeah, I just want to be.
It's just like, which would
Free.
best one.
That's one of the songs I heard.
It's probably
Yeah.
the best one, but also too with the tech angle, the demographic data alone, in terms of like data brokerage, is a gold mine. Like, data is gold, data is oil. So it's also kind of like the consumer data, consumer habits, like age, race, geolocation, like all that stuff being, scraped and created, that data being created from ticket sales or from, just the data that's collected. Like, that's a whole other kind of side industry, a companion industry to the tech and AI world. That's like, it's just not even being spoken about, because it's, I don't know, it's almost like a hydra. It's so many different heads to this, and so much sneaky white collar lawyer shit that's sullying this whole shit. It's weird.
I think I just listened to Curtis King earlier today. He was breaking down the AI. Basically, where they're going with it is they're going to try to make it where it's more AI than real people, and they can. You're not paying anybody when you sign an AI artist. You know what I mean? You might one person, whatever, but they want to make that more prime. No, it wasn't. It was a Fantano, and he was talking about they're signing deals about more AI usage in the music business, and what that's going to lead to. And it does make sense that they're going to need to train it on these super duper, artists like Drake and the Weeknd, and these guys are looking at the issue of it, just the money. I can get $1 billion, but that sounds like it's going to be another slave deal for this guy, and he's going to be stuck holding the bag, and somebody siphoning 25% off of his music in perpetuity, whether he likes it or not. It's just another deal to get a big bag up front. And a lot of these guys are like, I don't care, because I'm going to be long gone while they're still ciphering that music. So it's to people like, just like Irv Gotti, he sold his masters, he sold all that Murder Inc. stuff, I think for 300 million, something like that. A lot of people are just like I have an annuity and I need cash now. They're like, they want the cash now. They don't care. You know what I mean? Just give me the money now. So I think that's where it's going, and it's going to be a lot of people selling their soul, selling their music to these places so that AI can take it over. And you're going to get AI Drake over there in the metaverse, and it's going to be fine. They're not going to care.
Okay, so I looked up Lyric Capital Group, and I saw something that Mia put in the chat. And okay, so let's see. Lyric Capital Group is a New York-based private equity firm that specializes in acquiring and managing music royalties and intellectual property assets. Founded in 2018 by the former Spirit Music Group executives John Singer and Ross Cameron, the firm manages hundreds of millions of institutional capital dedicated to music investments. Now, I want to see if this is attached to this. So let me take this down. And if so, we kind of got an idea of what's going on. Now, it says Lyric, so I could be wrong. And but Mia's mega smart, so I don't think she lead me astray in front of all of these people, in front of all of these new family members. But Lyric raised this $43.5 million Series B to transform supply chain decision making with AI. Let's scroll down right here. Supply chain teams are under growing pressure to make faster, smarter decisions, and many are held back by rigid tools that supply can't keep up. As Gartner notes, today many of the activities associated with data, including preparation, transformation, pattern identification, model development, and sharing insights with others, lack augmentation and automation. While demands for more analytics enabled and near real-time decision-making remain high, technical hurdles and data quality concerns limit user adoption and opportunities to drive business outcomes from these solutions. Now, this is the part where Lyric starts to come in. To address this challenge, Lyric built Lyric Studio, a composable platform designed from the start to give customers the power to tailor decision-making intelligence to their unique needs. With seamless data integration, a rich library of algorithms, an intuitive workflow builder, and a built-in experience layer, Lyric puts advanced science in the hands of business users faster, easier, and with precision. It helps teams move quickly and make better decisions across modeling, planning, and frontier use cases. We chose Lyric as our next generation supply chain design platform after thorough assessment of multiple considerations. Within a brief period, we are already expanding our capabilities into the unique use cases with the speed and agility to meet our strategic objectives. Lyric's algorithmic horsepower and talented technical team are exceptional. If this is the case, and they are bridging the gap with the consumption of, or with the valuation and purchase of music to funnel it through these AI systems, we are looking at a very, very dangerous and grim outlook for the music industry because, like I said, they're using Drake as a vehicle to grease the tracks. So if you look at Taylor Made Freestyle with the introduction of AI and how AI was kind of the interference or the white noise of the beef before Euphoria dropped, it's almost like it ain't even almost like it's too many it's too many subtle coincidences for this shit to just be happenstance. The goal was to push AI. And if this is actually connected to Lyric Capital Group, and Lyric Capital Group is the group that purchased The Weeknd, and Drake is looking possibly for a private equity firm to purchase whatever pieces of his catalog he has to get him those billions, this shit is dangerous.
Yeah.
And I'll say again that I can't 100% confirm that they're talking about the same Lyric, but if that is the case, this shit is dangerous. And this is why culture doesn't matter. And this is why I can play with all of these other things. I'm shaking hand with Trump, who's at the inauguration, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were behind him. And those are the tech bros. So when you look at all of the connections now, it's all leading to weaponizing fan bases for a greater purpose, which is the ultimate and eventual selling of everything human made for the propagation of AI technology.
Yep. Yeah, the goal is really anti-human and sociopathic, is to remove the human from the value production, is to remove the human period, out of the creation process, out of the revenue share. You don't have to pay an AI artist, like to Charles' point earlier. You don't, it's different, different payouts, but like, let's say it's like a private equity situation and like a tech company just buys up all the AI artists, and that when you do that payout is going to that larger firm, so to speak. That's kind of what this is. And I think Drake is fine just taking whatever payout comes with that, comes with like soft launching it, kind of like he did with streaming itself, and kind of being the face of that and ushering that in and devaluing the purchase, and it being like a stream is like 0.0001% of a sale or whatever small, like infinitesimal number it is. It's this like level of gluttony, greed, power consolidation, surveillance, etc. It's disgusting, but he is just the person to be the vehicle for that. Much like Trump is the perfect vehicle for these oligarchs, these tech oligarchs.
Yeah. It reminds me of a quote from a movie, and it was like, I'd rather be a pet than food. So I don't know if this is where you wanted to go, Charles. This is where we ended up. Like, but like I said, like if this is the same Lyric that they're discussing, that is a very insane thing. But like even back to just reverting back, back to the initial question, like where does the $5 billion come from? Where does the $1 billion come from? Because at this point, we're affecting, well, not we, because we're not signing the deal, but Drake will be affecting, like seriously, the bottom, the what they call it, the fucking the I don't know, just however much money that they're making, they would have to be giving him actual equity in the actual equity in UMG. That's the only way. And we saw what they did to niggas who had even a sliver of it, allegedly. Now, this part I will say allegedly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but niggas pop up dead and automatically they masters and shit end up right back in the hands of the company. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the case, if Drake is trying to leverage, because if anything, I think that's what he's doing. Because I think he wants to introduce these people, leverage that interest with the private equity firm to UMG to get UMG to come up on their price. I think that's the end goal. I don't think he wants to get away from them. They have too much infrastructure, and at that point, he has to pay for it.
That's facts.
He's bro, no, I'm not going nowhere. Like the job that I do, I'm not finna go try to do this shit independent because I gotta build my own system to get it done. I'm not gonna do that.
He's too coddled. He's like what else? Trust fund baby, trying to go away from their billionaire father. Like, you may throw a tantrum, you may move out the house, but you're not denouncing the family name.
No.
And like, come on, man.
You just move out the main house and go to the house in the back and say that's your shit. Like, nigga, no.
Exactly. Like, you still have the network. You still have the it's like, it's still your genetics. Your family still is paying for the library at the Ivy League universities. Like, come on, man. You're still one of the Carnegies. Like, you still have the name. You still have the like the family tree. You still have all the resources. He's not going away from that.
And you know what that would mean? Then the lawsuit is what I had said this before. The lawsuit was him acting out at dad. That was him stomping his feet and throwing a tantrum. I'll show you, like, you know he's not going nowhere, but he throws the lawsuit anyway and appeals it on top of that because he got all his state money to do it, so he can just sit there and pay lawyers fees on end. Like, who would pay lawyers this long for a dead ass case? But this is him just, basically getting back at his dad. They had a little spat. He's angry, but he'll come back around. What was that movie last year? They won the Oscar where she got with the Russian kid and he was living. She thought he was going to marry her. It was this actress. I can't remember her name. Young girl. But when the parents actually came to the house, they said this marriage is over. He had fun with you, but you're done. She thought she was going to be rich and famous, and the kid left her right there back in America and went back to Russia after he married her overnight. They met in 24 hours and whatever it was. They got married in 24 hours. So what I'm saying is all of that to act like he wants to be on his own and independent. When the dad actually comes, he's going to go right back with him and get right back in his room and do what he's told. That's exactly what it looks. That's exactly what it looks like. I don't believe this independent nonsense because he would have to build way too much. He could do it, but he's going to fail trying. So he don't want to fail. He can definitely go independent and make a whole lot of money, but he will fail when he goes out there without that infrastructure of that label. So then he don't want to fail. He don't want to learn the business, and that's why he's going to go back and sign whatever nonsense deal they give him, even though he took him to court.
Because he's safe there. And a lot of these companies commingle. I guarantee you, if we look at the people who own Barstool, I guarantee you we'll find some connection to Trump. I guarantee you we'll find some campaign contributions. So when you look at that, you look at Happy Dad, you look at Stake, you look at Kick, you look at Rumble, and how academics is allegedly tied to Truth Social. The connections are so deep, they have to support him because he's a part of the ecosystem. Even and I think a lot of people look at it like, damn, y'all think Drake really this powerful? It's like, nah, bro. Like, it's like people exponentially more times powerful than Drake. Drake is a rook, though. He's not a pawn. He's a rook. He's useful in a lot of different moves on the chessboard. So to deny that is insane because we see what all the lengths that they're going through to keep him on the board. And I think a lot of people just confuse that with Drake being so powerful. No, Drake is useful. Drake is useful. And I think once you start to look at that and look at all of the other connections, it's like, okay, I understand why Academics is such in support of Drake, and then Academics pops up taking pictures with Trump, and then you find out that he's connected to Trump also by way of Truth Social 2 or 3 steps removed. It's like, oh, this shit makes sense. And then the Morgan Whalen shit and all of the stuff Drake doing and the Nelk Boys and how it goes into even on a smaller level. What's the dirt? And he talking about he was beefing with UMG until Big Daddy Drake came and saved him and got some of the stuff took off of his. So it's all connected. It's just different degrees of separation. So when you look at what Gil and them doing, and like I said, if that's connected through Barstool and whoever owns Barstool and what they doing, it all makes sense. It all makes sense.
The roast session, the Kevin Hart.
I didn't see that, but I heard it was insane.
Dave Gillis was there, and who was also in this music video again. System.
Yeah, I think of these conversations they have with each other about where the money is going to go and what we're trying to do, and pat on the back and shake hands and say, all right, let's do this, let's do that. So it's probably a lot of backdoor deals going on that we have no privy to, and Drake is in those rooms now, and that's why he's staying put and he's trying to figure things out. He's gonna act tough on the records, but Drake knows where his bread is buttered, and that's where these corny ass lines are still in there for these corny ass people that he always hanging around. I'm gonna be honest.
We gotta feed the base, but what they say is what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and how they say it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the biggest thing. Okay. But yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. So it's like, okay, everybody got their role to play. That nigga Kendrick talking about some bullshit that ain't got nothing. He ain't finna stop this train. I be goddamn, he take my rook off the table. Jay-Z doing his own shit, like he's in the system, but he's not in the system cooperating to this level. So fuck Jay-Z. Like I look at it like I kind of liken a lot of this shit to boxing now. I don't know if any of y'all watch boxing, but like somebody like Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying? Like he's an independent entity. Like that's the part we need to focus on. Like he's independent, and the power structure is bent on minimizing his value. Everything that they can do to stop him from getting bigger, because it's not necessarily him, is what he represents.
Yeah.
If you can get big fights, if you can be a person of your faith that does not fit the traditional standard, you know what I'm saying? Like think about how they did the Muslim football players in the NFL, but then they pushed Tim Tebow for doing the same thing. Yeah. Think about how, they militarized the NFL, but Colin Kaepernick is bringing politics into sports. It's like, it's all, if you have to be doing it the way that they want to do it, which goes into the greater machines that they serve.
Yeah.
Skip, I think we're past kneeling.
You know what, Skip? I would say he's a king, but the whole board, he's not control. No pieces on the board control anything. So he's not necessarily a rook. He's a very powerful piece on the board. That's why they give him so much, that everything that he asks for, they give it to him, and they prop him up. He is a king, but no one controls the board. There's someone controlling the whole board. They make him look like a king, this, that, and the third. So I'm not gonna say he's a rook. Like he got a little more power than a rook, but let's just be honest. I think that at the end of the day, all these guys are pawns at the end of the day. Even the king. The king is moved by someone else.
Okay.
That's literally how like the monarchy works. Like they are like defunct. They don't really do anything or have any real power, but they're able to live in this castle. They're able to like wear these jewels. They're able to like have the access that like the crown gives them. But as monarchs themselves, they can't do shit.
I was so surprised when I learned how powerless King Prince Charles and the Queen, they are absolutely powerless. They can literally get defunded tomorrow, but
yes.
they by the skin of their teeth, they get instated every couple of years. They get voted on, to be honest, and they can't decide anything. It's just to make England look a certain kind of way. So it's more of a visual thing than they have zero power.
Yep.
What you got, Starsky?
Nothing to add to that.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I know you said, so I want to give you a landing spot, so you can you can bust your move. But Let me see what else we got. Okay, so we'll have this discussion real quick because this shouldn't take too long. Can we separate art from artists?
No,
Yeah, I say no.
I have a real hard time doing that. I can't separate Kanye. I can't separate Drake. And wifey was listening to the Drake. She said, "You got to listen to it. It's not as bad as you think. You're like, I don't know what you got against this guy, and I just can't separate everything I've learned. I learned that this guy, I just can't believe him. I can't believe him. I think that everything is set up to look a certain way, and it's not real. I can't separate J. Cole. I'm that guy right now with me and Cole. Ever since this thing with this battle, I see almost everything that he says. He doesn't stand on anything, and it's like I can't listen to that, gang. Everybody's like, yo, listen to the album. I can't listen to. I did not listen. I listened to the Fall Off through another reactor. I can't separate it. Once I feel like I don't believe you, or you're, even though as Cole said, it is a persona. I get that, this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah. If I say I'm the best, I don't know. That was dumb, but end of the day, what he was trying to say is, yeah, it's like you're supposed to think you're the best. Like, what we talking about? But what he was trying to say is like, I kind of embellish and da da da. So we get it that you embellish, but we don't want to think you're lying, right? It's two different things. You can hype up with these similes and metaphors and make stuff sound really, really interesting, but we don't want to feel like you're lying to us. And I feel like a lot of stuff that Drake is saying, he's outright just trying to lie and make things. All this shit about burning bot farms and all this shit is performative bullshit. So no, I cannot separate. I can't. And nobody's perfect.
Yeah, I can't do it either, just for the mere fact that in one round or one rap, you can't say F the system, but yet when the numbers come back and the numbers in your favor, oh, I'm regulated, I'm king again because I'm number one and this and that. Like, what is it that you want me to believe exactly, Drake? If you're saying that the industry is fake, numbers are fabricated and all this other shit, but you built your brand on being the number one guy where numbers only matter. So again, what am I supposed to take from what you're telling me? You can't tell me to believe one thing and not believe the other when they go hand in hand. And then even just on the simplest level, nigga, you start game banking at 37. Bro, I can't take you seriously, bro. This is not the same guy that was on Room for Improvement. So Far Gone. This is not the same guy from Take Care, even though he tried it with headlines and the whole, you know what I'm saying, the blacked out and the mask. No, he tried it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It just didn't go over that well. So he said, I'll put a pin on that. I'll circle back to that later. But no, man, it's no way for me. It just, in Drake's case in particular, for me to be able to separate the artist from the art, because art imitates life, and what you're displaying in your music is the exact things that's going on right now. So no, I can't separate. It's one and the same. That's why when I say if I'm not actually listening to what the hell Drake is saying, the album is fire because I like a lot of the beats on here. Even the songs, well, some of the songs that don't have like the beat switches I hate. But if I'm just listening to it just for that shit, it's a fire album until I actually listen to what the fuck he's saying. So no, it's not possible for me.
Like Rain on the Window.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I get you. It's like if you muffle your ears a little bit to where you're only hearing melody and like the way he's using his voice as an instrument.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because one of my notes was, this shit's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be good. Like it's some songs on here he just ruined. Like he gets so far in his way where he just start ruining shit. You know how like
you're ruining it.
Like how you just like how
you're ruining it.
Like if you take somebody on a date and it's like, you know, you get everything nice, you know, you bring the flowers, the flowers already there is candlelit and shit. And the person just like order some expensive shit at this restaurant where they making everything a la carte and they're like, I can't eat this. Like, come on, bro. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because now they're gonna perceive us a certain way. And I think every time Drake put himself in a position to have a decent song, he was just like, nah, I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck it up. Like
shebang.
Like the beginning of Dust. Like the beginning of Dust is like, oh, okay, all right. And he was like, nah, I did some Texas songs so y'all could feel my heart. But yeah, I'm about to go be a gangster. Go blow the dust off your back. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga? And then he does that so many different times where he's like, okay, I'm gonna show them. And it's kind of the Kanye formula too. It's like, okay, I'm going to hypnotize them with potential, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna just keep
Yeah.
telling them, like, man, like, baby, like, I know, like, I appreciate you sticking with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm 1 yes away. I'm 1 yes away from my whole life changing. And he just keep doing that shit. I'm just 1 yes away. And he been 1 yes away since More Life, dog. And they just keep telling us, no. It's the next one. It's the next one. Such and such told him no. But when this app take off, like the nigga from Insecure, he eventually got his yes. But my point is, he was like the Lawrence that stayed on Rosecrans or wherever the fuck they were staying in the apartments. He's that version. And it's just like, bro, I'm telling you, you ain't like More Life? Oh, you tripping. You ain't listening enough. But me, for real, yeah, I like 7 songs off of it. So I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. Nigga, what? How many songs on it? I like 20. But the next one, though, when he really focused, that's gonna be the one for you, I promise. Then the next one drop. He couldn't really focus because of Pusha. Just wait till the next one. The next one drops. He's no. The next one. And now we got like 7 or 8 albums since Views. And they all have been the next one. He gave us 3 albums in 1 day. And they still telling us it's going to be the next one.
Yeah, they said that Drake is going to drop another album this year. I'm like, are y'all insane?
Yes.
Like, are y'all literally insane right now? Like, and then Drake, he always, like, he knows exactly, like you said, Skip, earlier, he knows what is needed. He just don't want to unpack and do the work to do that, because he always have a bar on every album about him digging deeper, or pulling the mask off of this and that, or I'm about to go really deep into, like, it's always some bullshit like that. Like, okay, here you go. He about to start. He back on bullshit. He talking about this whole left him in Cancun, man. God damn. This whole left him in Mykonos, had him doing all this and that. Like, come on, like, bro, I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Come on, dog.
And it ain't even that, bro. It ain't even that. It's like, I'll be cool, because like I like some of Future's music. Like, We Still Don't Trust You, get out of here. That's probably the best Future album in 7-8 years, and it's better than anything Drake put out since Views. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say. And he's on that whole in peak debauchery. So I can accept, because I understand that he's a dirtbag. So I'm not even perceiving him from a level of integrity and prestige.
Right.
Like, I think people got to understand, like somebody said in the chat way long time ago, y'all don't say this about Future. We already did. We already understand that he is a piece of shit. We've already got to the point of understanding that. So when we listen to his music, we're like, okay, he finna complain about this girl that's probably 20 years younger than him, that's taking him for a loop. He finna talk about that. He finna talk about spending with his niggas, doing crime and drugs that he's not taking. We already know he finna do all of that. And then we listen, and it's like, okay, these are the machinations of a character as well. And we grade him on that curve. Y'all won't let us grade Drake on that curve, because at that point, you have to accept that you're fascinated and intoxicated by a facade. That's the biggest thing. And that's why they keep saying, oh, the next one. The next one. Because what you were saying is want him to get deep. No, nigga, I want the music to be good. Because when I'm saying he fucking these songs up, these are creative choices that he's doing. Like, for him to do, I ain't gotta go bad, and then go into the fucking blow the dust off your plaque, or the shebang song. Like, he is fucking this shit up in a bad way. The plot twist song, he twisting at me, so I'm twisting at him, and we throwing gang signs up to each other, and we
he really said that.
Yes, that's why I want you to listen to that song, Charles. Like, even if you don't listen to nothing else, I don't even care how you consume it. You can listen to this shit with no beat, so that way it's not being streamed. I don't care how you listen to it. You can listen to it on YouTube, because that does not count as a stream. So you're not contributing to the Drake ecosystem.
Oh my God.
That nigga is on that song talking about Hey, it was somebody throwing gang signs at me. I don't understand them. So I threw up the 6 and we just banging in each other's face. And the only thing that I think about when I'm hearing the song is that video of Party Next Door when he's in
Oh
the
yeah,
club.
I saw that. Just throwing up.
And it's like, my nigga, are you gonna start voguing or what? Let me know what's going on,
Get a
guy.
pop
Like, what
lock.
are you doing? Like, he getting real just, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just like, bro, the level of reality that I have to suspend to believe you
Yes.
is deafening. Like, I can't do it.
And the
You know
level
what
of
I'm saying?
annoyance.
Yeah, because if you listening to it from the perspective of, okay, I'm finna listen to something and try to engage with it earnestly, it's gonna make you sick to your stomach for real. Because it's that cringy, it's that dishonest, and creatively, it's that bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This may be, it's probably one of his worst albums because he's actually in a lot of ways trying. When he made
But-
Way Too Sexy, the nigga
Yeah.
wasn't trying. Like he's showing you, hey, I'm a goofball.
Yeah.
I want to be made fun of here because while you laughing at me, you're gonna consume it and you're not gonna take it serious. He wants to be taken serious on this album, and that makes it worse.
And that's the problem, Skip. That's why we can't truly grade him on the curve that he should be graded on, because him and his fans, Maul and all these other people, have said all we leading up to this album dropping, Iceman is the best rapping that they've ever heard anybody rap, and especially Drake. These are the best raps of Drake's career. Y'all still want him to have that title as top pen, top lyricist. You cannot have that and have ghostwriters. You cannot have this shit and have goofy ass songs like Plot Twist. What are we doing? So again, you're counteracting everything that you want. That's why I'm like, y'all make up your fucking mind. Either y'all want him to be the greatest of all time, or y'all just want us to leave him the fuck alone and let him twirl his fingers and do his shit. But
You know what's
either way,
funny? The funniest
you
thing
gotta-
about it is
you gotta pick a
Kendrick
side.
is allegedly actively in that. It never ever portrays that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like he's allegedly actively a part of that situation because of where he was from. You never see him, but that's what real. That's the real versus the fake. A real guy is not going to portray that if they're not really actively trying to live that. Like they're not going to use that as to sell records. You know what I mean? So it's a difference where this guy will use that to sell records, and his fans don't really care. They accept everything. They don't question anything.
It
It's
makes
crazy.
them feel closer to the event. What you got, Starsky? Because I know it's 11. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was gonna say this, going back to just the boxing allegory, going back to just shadow boxing. You are the person you are when you are completely by yourself. So going back to Muhammad Ali, the famous quote, "Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee." Muhammad Ali, he fought the way that he thought. No different than Joe Frazier. That's the reason why that matchup was so legendary, because Muhammad Ali, he is a counterpuncher. He's gonna move around the ring. He's light. He's flashy. He's gonna make a mistake, and he's gonna counterattack that. Joe Frazier, he's headstrong. He's gonna walk straight towards you, and he's just gonna move. And once again, he always say styles make fights. So going back to the art versus the artist, this is who Drake is. These are the thoughts that he thinks when he's completely by himself. This is his internal dialogue. This is the frequency coming from his vocal cords. You can't fake that. You can't fake frequency. You can't fake God. You can't fake energy. Energy isn't created or destroyed. All of these thoughts that we're thinking, it has existed since the beginning of time. The only thing that's really new is Drake, and he thinks that everyone else is ignorant as him.
Yeah,
he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that there's true scholars that study these things that are walking this planet with him. It's almost like the doctor. Well, I wouldn't say call a doctor, Cheyenne Bryant. She doesn't understand.
Wait a minute, hold on, start. Because that's a whole other can of worms.
Let him come.
Hey, it's the exact same thing. He's like, Cheyenne, you can tell that her entire target demographic through our entire, how many years she's been online, I've known about 2 years. It's all been based off her targeting a specific demographic that's completely ignorant. She's not talking to anyone with a master's degree, especially not a doctor. Because there's certain things that you say that you understand the Dunning-Kruger effect. I promise you, Drake's audience doesn't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. And they're looking us dead in our face, speaking, saying certain things, and we're just completely mindful. They don't understand that a lot of us already have leadership positions. Like me being an educator, it's like certain things like I've had to hire people, I had to fire people. A lot of these conversations don't work on grown adults. So he has to continue to attract his audience. Like he went from at the beginning of his career, his audience being Black people, the culture. Then he had to continue, like we already discussed. Now he's changed his audience to people that have never even no type of connection to our culture at all. So he can completely be used as his puppet by people who have no idea what's going on, and with no type of connection. So that's the entire point of art itself: is connection, human nature, our frequency. So if you're not connecting with my subconscious, you're not connecting with the soul, then I don't understand what we're talking about. And he thinks that, once again, going back to his audience, he needs people to be ignorant. He needs his audience to be going back to what was the thing he said? We don't want you reading a dictionary. Like, we want you to get lit. Like, we trying to get the party lit.
Yeah, trying to get the party
That's
lit.
it.
Yeah.
But that just goes back. It's a lot of sociopathic behavior. He has so many sociopathic tendencies, and yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like, even going like it's shadow boxing. This is the oldest sport that has ever existed. This goes all the way back to Olympia, the Olympics. So I promise you, if he doesn't know, his handlers know. The ones who are using him as a piece on that chessboard, I promise you, they are completely aware. So, and that's all I got for right now. I gotta dip out.
Okay, I want to leave you with this. If you ever listen to it, and we did the reaction on Mr. Morata the other day, so this just came to me. They're using breath work in two different ways. Kendrick is using it to calm down, to realign with his base. Drake is using it to pump himself up, to wear the shoes of his self-created superhero. So when he's like, what? If it was me, and it was me. Like, he has to convince himself that that individual exists. And if so, he can walk in the shoes of him, because at the end of the day, it's a machination of his own creation. Like, when you were talking earlier, I wanted to ask you, but we got on to something else. Is Drake Aubrey's superhero?
He's syndrome.
And like how people be like, never meet your heroes, and that's why he won't let them coexist. And that's why once Aubrey created Drake locked Aubrey in the closet. Because they cannot coexist and peacefully do what needs to be done, because they both need to feed on different things.
Yeah.
Aubrey needs to repair his unmended wounds. Drake uses some of those same wounds to feed off of, to be able to re-alchemize this level of manufactured resentment that he uses to give the image of, I'm this jaded person looking from the top of the world. You know what I mean? So it's just like, okay, I'm jaded because I've persevered everything. But in all actuality, he's speaking from this level of deep, immense hurt, but a very shallow way of it. It's like he needs it. It defines him. It defines Drake. He lives in the pain body, as Eckhart Tolle was saying. Like, if he doesn't have that, what does he have? Because he's so consumed by it, but he also reproduces it intentionally. He won't get away from them 25-year-old girls and younger and all of these other nefarious ass activities, because that is what he needs to continue to bring out these things. Like, the loop is intentional. It's not a mistake. it's not like, oh, Drake. No, Drake needs these things.
Yeah.
That's why he keeps saying, hey, why you do me like this? I'm buying you all of these material objects to bring you here so you can do the things that I know you're going to do, because I can convince myself that these are the cons of being the king.
Mm.
Because if not, I really got to sit in here with the things that actually matter. If I don't, if I can't purchase a jester, if I can't arrange a marriage or whatever the case is, it's just me in this big ass space by myself.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And it's
That's why
very
he's
sad.
afraid to dig deeper. He's afraid of that. He said, "I hate to hear those two words."
Two words.
Who says that? Like,
Drake.
what
He
grown
said
person
it.
says
I
that?
gotta dip out.
All right, Starsky, man. We
Starsky.
appreciate
I
it.
appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you
Appreciate
for
y'all.
coming on. And
I got a
that's
dip
really,
too, guys.
yeah, and I was just about to say, and that's really all we got. So I do want to thank y'all for coming on. Shout out to Charles Brown. Glad you got the channel back, my brother. And you got a second channel. So I'm gonna be continuing to watch. See you do what you do and how you continue to expand and have this other vehicle to express yourself as well. So shout out to you. Thank you again for coming on. You already know what it is, Starsky. Our Birmingham brother. We appreciate you, man. And we're gonna continue to have you as long as you're willing to come on and share the space. And that invitation is open for both of y'all as well.
I'll be back.
Absolutely. You know, I'm here.
I
Absolutely.
appreciate y'all.
y'all.
All right, guys. Appreciate you. Peace.
Okay, so now we talked about we talked about everything. So now we're at the.
Oh wait,
Go
real
ahead.
quick. I did want to answer your question about can we separate the art from the artist.
Oh,
Yeah, you didn't get the answer. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think yes, it has an asterisk by it,
Mhm.
or no with the asterisk by it. I think it's subjective as music is, right? I think it's certain things that if the music hits enough, we Russell Westbrook like eat the sandwich off to the side, like this shit good as fuck though. Like, you know. I will say that is how honest I can be about like my consumer choices. And actually Sky was talking about this, which I'm glad you brought up like his intersex identities as like why he could maybe distance himself from a lot of this stuff. But he kind of talks about that in defense, not in defense, but in explanation of his consumption of Ye post everything. Real clam mode. Whereas that's a line for me. Like a Tory Lanez, like that's a line for me, or like Kells, like that's a line for me. Like I can't hear Asian number and not like I'm consuming your pedophilic fantasies. So it's like I can't, I can't. But then it's like Young Boy is one of my favorite artists. And it's like I'm not sliding on nobody. And I know he's talking about making mothers cry. And I know he's talking about nefarious things. And I think I get a lot from it because he does tend to be reflective in some of the deep cuts of like, fuck, like I jumped off the porch at 13. Like, what do you expect? It doesn't excuse the behaviors, the alliances, especially like when he accrued more money and power and got the Trump pardon and was like, all right, I'm going to do what I need to do to make this pardon valid. So I think it's like, for the people that I'm ready to draw the line in the sand about, I'm like, no, I can't separate this, because when I hear you, even Drake has now crossed into that territory where it's like, God damn, like what you're saying is just a delusional lie, whatever. Like I can't separate. It's too corny. It's too right wing. It's too like, again, there's a Polymarket ad on ICEMAN. Like it's just too in alignment with the people that are like actively fucking my life over. But then it's like, Future, we've accepted he ain't shit, and like the music he produces is very degenerate, but it should be sounding good. So it's like for a second I'm going to turn my brain off and I'm going to forget that this is a human being that's creating all these broken homes and all this shit, perpetuating all this dumb shit, and I'm like by my head. So I think it's very subjective, and I think we do ourselves more of a favor to like have that conversation, because we all kind of make these micro choices of, well, where's our line and what do we choose to separate? So
yeah, I can agree with that. I think it's a thing about a limit. You know what I mean? I think it's based on your level of tolerance. I remember when I was like very gung ho about this, like, maybe 18 months ago. I was arguing with somebody in the comments. I think she still come around. I think it was Kia. And she's like, I still listen to R. Kelly because it's connected to a very important part of my life. And I was like, man, fuck all of that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? But to say that and then be like, well, I still listen to Rick Ross. Like I get the level of tolerance. So it is, I think I still stand on the point of there are some unspeakables, there are some unreturnables. You know what I mean? But as far as the perspective of like a level of tolerance, like it does exist, because if it gets to a point where it's this or that, that entire wall probably comes down. Maybe outside of Outkast, that entire wall comes down. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and I do, you know what I'm saying? Like I have like, okay, if they hit a limit, I have to reckon with that. Like all of the Kanye, I had like 5 Kanye vinyls. They're all down. You know what I mean? Like I get to that point where I have to, it's a feeling more so than anything. It's like when your body feels like it can't take it, I think at that point, like you have to start making a decision, because you can do whatever type of gymnastics in your mind to like keep it going. But when you start to feel like actually physically affected by it, in my opinion, that's when it starts, because your body is rejecting it. Like, because you're consuming it and now your body's rejecting it. I feel like at that point, if you continue to go beyond that point, like you're denying who you are to consume this thing. And what are you at that point?
That's a dangerous road to go down too, because you really just you're doing yourself such a disservice, and it's almost a level of self-betrayal and self-denial. But I think it's better to you can't delude yourself if you have a problematic fave. I think that's really the rule to it. That's the rule I live by. I have a certain reservoir in my life, in my music consumption, in my just consumption period of like some problematic favorite shit, right? It's problematic, but it's funny. It's problematic, but I tap my toe to it, whatever. And so, yeah, to your point, it's a feel, it's subjective, there's some limits to it, but ultimately, you cannot delude yourself if you have a problematic fave. Do not try to rationalize their fucked up behavior. It's just a rabbit hole and almost like an echo chamber or a conspiratorial world you're bringing yourself into. Like you can't delude yourself about. You gotta call the shit out. Like a big piece of hip hop is Red Pill called out YoungBoy, and like I'll always reserve some pow for that. But it's like, okay, the album was kind of fire. The concert was great. That was the first hip hop concert that I went to from a major artist where like everybody was black and brown. And I look to your left, look to your right, one no white people. That's just, you just don't even see that anymore, right? So you just gotta be real about the shit. When someone asks you about it, you lean into it and say that shit's fucked up. I'm not gonna delude myself of that. You have to kind of cop to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, go like for me, I mean, yeah, when I hear certain things or learn certain things about artists that change my perspective on the music, it's not really that hard for me to separate. As far as like me not listening to it no more. But what really gets me is when you try to play in my face. This nigga Tory Lanez, I was probably, before all the shit with him Meg happened, I was on the train of like really seeing his potential. Like I was of the person saying that this nigga makes way better music than Drake. He does everything Drake does, but better. He raps better. He makes better melodic songs. Like he actually has themes in his music and things like that. Like everything that Drake is trying to do, Tory does it. And then the whole shit with Meg happened, and this nigga gonna have the nerve to say, I didn't get on the stand because I protected 2 women that night. What the fuck are you talking about, good sir? You protected 2 women that night? What are you trying to tell me? Stop the bullshit, okay? If you're not going to admit to shit, don't sit up here and lie in our face and say, like, what you're doing and you not saying who did what and you not owning to it. It's basically you trying to protect somebody. Stop it. Stop the cap. And it just makes me put in perspective all his music way differently. Then when he dropped the newest albums after the Meg shit, it's a whole bunch of cap. It's a whole bunch of cap in all of this shit. I'm like, nigga, you are a horrible person.
He was hiding He was hiding the world from his kid. He wasn't hiding his kid from the world.
I guess so, man. I'm just like, but either way, like, nigga, you are horrible. You are a horrible little man. You are horrible. I cannot do this shit no more. I'm sorry. Like, Chicks Take 5 was fucking fire. I can't even listen to it no more. I can't. I fucking can't, because you're not gonna sit up here and just play in my face like that. I'm just not gonna do that. And then when it comes to like people like R. Kelly, Trey Songz, and all these other people, like even Chris Brown to a certain point, I'm just like, I can't jack this shit, bro. I'm sorry. As much as I understand that people are not perfect, people make mistakes and things like that, it's just certain things that you got to stand on. And especially with R. Kelly, bro, and that's why I can't separate the art from the artist. He was making those music about the little girls that he was abusing and trapping and all this other shit. Like, how can y'all not hear this shit? From a person that can't even read.
That's the point of it, for real, for real. When they won't allow you to separate it.
Exactly. Like,
I think that's a point of it, for real. And I think like, to BK's point, like, I was listening to a live performance that Kodak did, popped up in my algo today, and he was really on some like introspective shit, and I was like, oh, okay. And it kind of, you kind of get to understanding some of their plights, and it's like I said earlier, it doesn't excuse it, it contextualizes it in a way where you can start to make your own actual decision, as opposed to have this is what I'm supposed to do.
Right.
I would rather you do whatever you're gonna do and know why you're doing it. Like I hate when a nigga tell me like, yeah, I voted for Trump because just anything, just some stupid shit. Or like the Democrats, they corrupt. Nigga, did you see what Trump did the first time? When you said the Democrats is corrupt. Like, I'm not saying that they don't have their own nefarious practices, but we talking about this nigga.
Yeah, let's just keep it focused on this nigga, okay?
Like,
let's just focus on what he's doing and what he's not doing.
Yeah, people go to whataboutism when they don't have an effective way to argue their point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, hey, let's stay in the box, my nigga. Let's stay right here. Let's work this out and see where we end up. So if I talk to somebody that's like, hey, was like, oh, okay, well, I understand your point. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand why you have this level of conviction. And a lot of people don't have that. And full circle moment. I was not expecting to see this nigga on Culture United. And I've been watching his content for a long fucking time. Big jaw. So it was just a crazy like convergence.
What did you think about that?
Okay. I realized in the moment it was a problematic fave, and I cut it off because I wasn't ready to deal with that. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I looked at you were saying something, and I was like, okay, I know BK's history enough to have an idea of what she's gonna say. And then I look over and see L. I was like, yeah, I just cut the shit off. Because he was trying to explain it, and she was like, she was finna be L. So I was like, nah, I'm finna cut this shit off because I don't feel like this is gonna be conducive. So whatever I land on, I did not watch it.
Okay.
I know you got to a point where you were kind of saying like, kind of like on both sides of it. Like,
yeah, like I put him in the
problematic. I understand that it's problematic. And when I heard, I was like, fuck, I've been watching this for so long. Like, I'm ready to watch season 5. I haven't seen it yet, but I do know in season 5 they're confronting a lot of the things that have led to some of the problematic behavior that they've been. What he kind of been going to therapy for like the last 2 seasons, so trying to confront. But I think what could possibly be perceived as, you know, the problematic aspect of it is, okay, now this nigga just it's some aura about him that just makes all lesbian women just immediately just want to be like, just want to fuck on Bruce. So like I could see that in just how all of it was like from the male gaze. I think that's probably part of it. Was like, oh yeah, nigga, I can turn, you know, I they smell my cologne. They want some meat now. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. Cause when I told my wife, like, cause she didn't understand like how big it was. Cause I've been watching this since the very beginning.
I didn't either. I did not either. I really was like, oh my God, what a dope creative web series. It's in the problematic funny shit category for me. But
so I'm watching season 4. She's like, bro, who watches this? I'm like, babe, you have no idea. You have no idea. Like, this shit is huge. And then I was talking to my little brother, the street nigga, one day. He was like, yeah, bro, like, shit, you be watching Big Jaw? I'm like, what the fuck you know Big Jaw? He's like, yeah, bro, I watch The Lesbian Homie. That shit funny as fuck. I be seeing it.
It is, though. It is, bro.
So I'm like, oh, okay. So I haven't just fell into no weird ass algo on YouTube. No, because like I watch a lot of the California based creators, period. So I was watching everybody first, and then I like got into Big Jaw because he was like a kind of like a feature act with some of them first, and then he started doing his own shit. But long story short, so I'm watching it, and I was like, yeah, man, I gotta reckon with this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I do appreciate now that they're going the extra mile to bring context to a lot of the things that were previously stated, you know, and now it's really addressing relationships and identity and trauma and all of these things. So I think without this portion and it just being like, okay, you know, the stud finder, or you're the stud locator, or you can turn like all that shit, like having sex with boxers and all this other shit. Like now it's bringing meaning to it. You know what I'm saying? So
I'll say this. I think you will enjoy that segment more than you think, because Big Jaw took it so well. And he was cutting up and laughing and really let us get our respective shit off, because you know, there was a lot of we were like not gonna, like, we were like, oh my God, this is an interview. He's like promoting this thing. Oh my God, it's like a partner with Tubi thing. Like I in the moment realizing how big it had gotten, and me and Elle ferociously texting each other like off screen, like, so what's the, and then Justin hit us in the other and was like, so y'all ain't gonna say shit? And I was like, oh, so I didn't know we could say shit. Like, you know, because I wanted to just respect the man art and shit. And I also found it funny and entertaining. So how am I, but also my community, I'm a part of the community. And so I'm like, my community is going to know that I know what they know, and they know you, etc. That I'm gonna need to say to kind of challenge these perspectives. And I think he took it really well. He was like, I mean, it's the last season, so like, you know, but he was saying, you know, his writing partner was downstairs and his wife and everything. And he was like, we're definitely going to be talking just in terms of the back end research needed before going into stories like this, especially if you're not a part of the community, especially if you're coming from the male perspective. But it was funny as fuck. That was the that's where niggas thought I was a lesbian from. Like, niggas was like,
oh, okay.
Pipe down. Like, no, that's not it. So
I can't remember where I cut it on at, but I remember where I cut it off.
Okay.
Yeah, when he brought up the sponsor, I had to cut it off because I was like, oh shit. I was like,
not knowing what Blue Chew was, bro.
I swear to God, when he got to that part, because I think even in that moment, I think a small part of him realized, like, oh shit,
like,
I see. I think when he had that realization, I was like, yeah, I swiped up. I think I watched the Drake a compilation of people react. I had to do something. Because I was downstairs, I was doing something. I was like, fuck. This nigga does do Blue Chew ads.
Every time, bro.
So the entire promotion of the shit and the partnership is through the mail. I was like, fuck. Yeah. So I cut it off. Because like I said, like, I just wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying? To have, because that's one of them conversations where you really have to, if you're engaging with it honestly, you have to have that conversation with yourself in real time. And I'm just projecting where it can go. And from him having a conversation of like, oh yeah, the sponsor is Blue Chew. And then I look over at L, I swiped up. I ain't gonna hold you. I swiped up because I was like, this can go very, very bad. Because I know y'all not gonna go crazy on him.
No, we were.
But y'all are very intelligent. so y'all could go crazy on him in a way where it doesn't come across as that. It's like, so
Okay, that's what happened. Yeah, for
so
sure.
like, so what's your stance on proper representation in the community? Did you, and then it's just, then he'd be like, well, I didn't think it's like, so you were being inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? That's where my mind is going. My Virgo, if I just cut it off before then.
Are you a Virgo?
Yes. So I just went all of those places before even seeing what it turned into, and I swiped up. I couldn't, in that moment, I was like, nah, I don't want to see Big Jaw go out like that.
It's the
like,
way that he was just like, I love constructive criticism. Like it was such, he was like, I'll come back after y'all watch season 5. Like it ended up being a good conversation, but I understand what you mean by that. Cause I will say on some just, I felt like that after Family Matters, before Meet the Grams drop, because we didn't know what was true, what was fake within this. You know, I was thinking, no, not Dot for sure. But then I was thinking, if the allegations were true, I would seriously have to contend with that. And I have to contend with a lot as a woman listener of hip hop in general, and really have to pick my battles. But that you saying that just reminded me of, I was like, I'm not ready to face that if that's actually like true.
My soul was hurt a little bit, because like I've been supporting him for so long, and I think the fact that I was like, tell him, I was like, nah, babe, this shit cool. And then at that moment, the things that are like, for my enjoyment, I tabled, they all hit at one time.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I understand BK's representation. I know L ain't, like, for better or worse, L ain't going for shit.
For sure.
And then him being Big Jaw, introducing these things, and you can tell like he's genuinely not picking up the pieces. It's like, oh shit.
That was the thing. It was him talking about, and she was like, and she was dead ass, and she was like, you know, like a female Jim Jones. I was like, mind you, I'm cackling. Dude is funny. Like
when did this drop?
Like 2 weeks. It was just 2 weeks ago.
I just happened to see a clip. I think he might have, because I think
I'll go back and watch this. I
put out that as its own separate thing. Somehow I ended up on it. I can't remember.
Okay.
But I was like, I just remember cutting the shit.
I mean, it was the way in which I was like, I have to, and not have to. I didn't have to be anything, but I was like, I just think for the sake of the show and our guests and just the edification of everyone, you don't want to just tear someone down, like whatever. I'm like, I need to be graceful with this, but I need to be like, you know, well, she was straight, and then she turned up gay. Then and I was like, oh, like it was so much, so many stereotypes, and I have to be careful with, you know, whatever. But it was fine. But then Charles was actually on that live. He was like, damn, you sure you want to come back, nigga? They barbecue your head, they flip you, turn you around. I was like, oh my God, bro.
Hey, let this man live, man. Shit.
I'm just being honest, gang.
It was funny though. It was hilarious. I went and watched it.
I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah, it was funny.
But also go watch the show. Just like you made me watch Attack on Titan.
Oh,
you gotta watch the Lesbian Homie, bro.
Because
I haven't seen the latest season, but I've watched. Okay. Oh, well,
I'm a web series. Yeah. I love a YouTube web series down that. I love even though his production quality is actually pretty good. Like I love we can hear.
It's gotten a lot better.
Like that's my genre of shit. That's like the style of you. And I started out being like, I think so many great creatives come from the YouTube web series space. Like, and I'm dead ass. Like I'm dead ass.
No, you're not lying. You're not lying. His production, you can tell with each video and then each season in general, his production value has gone up each time. So clearly there's an interest, there's enough backing behind him to make it work, make whatever vision he has. And now, granted, I haven't watched the latest season of it, but I have seen up into the latest season of Lesbian. So I know a good deal.
I'm down to watch for sure. Yeah. I'm down to watch, especially because like he's funny. And I know that. But we had watched the trailer. And we was like, oh, good. Like this wait, hold on now. Like we were, I was intrigued. So
his ad libs be killing me, bro.
We can do a homework swap.
It's a lot to appreciate about it. Like even just as a fan, like I kind of look at him in a similar vein to how I like look at Duran Bernard, like from the art appreciation, like being able to watch the evolution to it looking like bro recording this shit on the first galaxy to ever exist to now, you know what I'm saying? You can tell it's cinema cameras in the room, it's booms, it's all of this thing, you know, but and then you see the acting coming in, he's bringing in music. It's a real show now. It's not just a whole bunch of glued together sketches. Like this is a real show and like people are having fleshed out character arcs and shit. So you're starting to appreciate it for more of that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's good. I'm glad that y'all got to address that because that's probably like you said, that's probably the first time he really heard that shit. So it was good that y'all were able to have that conversation in an earnest fashion too, because sometimes depending on who it comes from, you're not willing to accept it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, it was the niggas in the comments like, get off of him. Let the niggas have something. I'm like, yo, Big John chilling. Big John saying he's taking this constructive criticism, like really. They was getting disrespectful behind it. I was like, bro, he put the art out. After you put the art out, it's for us to, you know, consume and have opinions on and shit. Like, fuck. But he was cool.
Yeah, and that's the most important part. But yeah, I just had to say that since the whole like, yeah, that was just a crazy, like I felt like damn, like a lot of my shit is like converging at one time. Like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, let's start with these super chats. You got anything you want to say, DJ, before we?
No, I'm gonna go find it. Like, I want to watch it. I want to see what happens with that. But yeah, I like watching the series like that because I love their little community, like their group of creators that they, you know, work with each other frequently to make content and things like that. I just find that dope because they put each other on. Like if I'm working and doing this, you gonna be doing this shit too. I'm putting you on in the same way. And a lot of people have expanded and made really good connections and careers for themselves off of being able to build a platform together. Yeah. So I love that kind of shit. I do.
Like I be watching like I don't know what to say, like overground movies. And I'll be like, oh shit, that's such and such. You know what I'm saying? So that shit be dope because it's like you kind of watched their emergence. So I kind of look at it like hip hop too. It's like, oh, that's a dope look for such and such.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I just kind of treat it like that. As far as like watching that. But like Duran Bernard, to bring it back to music before we get into super chats, like I just happened to see him on a random ass Instagram channel. It was like they was trying to sell the content. Like he was performing a song from like 2020. It's like, who the fuck is this Maxwell sounding ass nigga, man? And like to see now with him dropping Bernard, just the evolution of his craft and how he's presenting himself and the power he's stepping into, man, that shit is beautiful to watch. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that shit is dope. So like I've been able to like get connected with different people like as they progress from not a lot to really having, like how niggas be saying. So I just think that shit is dope. But yeah, it definitely gave me something to think about on some shit.
Yeah, I found out
for different reasons because he's confronting a lot of like speaking truth to power about the dynamics of how we view shit that shouldn't even be our business. And he does it in such a matter-of-fact way. And it's just like, you know what? This shit kind of stupid, bro. It's really kind of stupid. Like he gets very, you know, in depth with it and he speaks with so much power and force and confidence. And then you listen to it, it's like, yeah, bro, this shit really kind of stupid. It's really fucking stupid. And nothing should be getting in the way of us allowing people to coexist. You know what I'm saying? So I fuck with him for that. And on top of that, his music dope as shit. But yeah, let's get into these because we got like 60 of them. So shout out to D2B2 with the big dog, $50. Kicking this off. None of that spread the bread, $37 shit. I think that was before your time, BK. It was a much. I explain it later. Shout out to T-Mac with the $5 towards the goal. Hip hop lives here. Thank you so much. Shout out to let me see, Scream Itself with another big dog because D2B2 said so. Shout out to, okay, here we go. Simply J20 with the $20 super chat. Following D2B2's lead. Love the ciphers. And we love doing them, man. I wish, like, perfect world, we could do them more, but I feel like the 1 month keeps them feeling impactful.
It's a great cadence, in my opinion.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. Like, this is one of the most proud things that we've done on the channel so far. Like, I have like my different moments that like I put on like a Mount Rushmore, and this is definitely one of them. So I appreciate y'all for making this a reality. This shit is dope. Let me see. Okay, hold on, there's another one. Damn. Shout out to Sharonda Ridley with the $20. I love your 3 guests. Salute. We love them too, man. We appreciate them. Shout out to Lakeisha McHale with the $5. Paying my tithes. I had to catch this live. Thank you for joining if you're still watching. Shout out to Mr. Doom with the €5. Do your thing, y'all. Skip. Salute for the Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers reaction with your wife. Just great to share it with you. Be blessed, y'all. Much appreciated. She said she's gonna come back. She said she's gonna come back. She said she liked some of the recommendations that y'all said, because I told y'all, I was like, hey, she ain't trying to do all that rap shit. Like, if she comes, she not pulling up to hear no Griselda. You know, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. And I told him in the car, I told him, I was like, I put it in quotations. I was like, her preference is not hip hop. And somebody gave one of the most hip hop ass responses, like, tell her to do Nick Grant. Nigga, no, she's not gonna do that. Like, respect to Nick Grant. But if wife pull up and hair done and all of this other shit, and she's showing up and like and wearing the burden of representing our family and herself, we not finna be talking about no doom, doom, the machinations of the world and the shit that I see. We not finna be talking about that. You know what I'm saying? We finna really do something exist in the space and bring something new. Like, me and DJ can do Nick Grant. What's the point of me bringing her in to do some shit me and DJ can do? If she show up, nigga, we might do songs in the Key of Life or Lemonade or Seat at the Table.
I was just gonna say a Seat at the Table.
Wall, shit that, you know, with all due respect, shake some shit up. Like, we want to upset the algorithm if she shows up, because if not, what we doing it for? But shout out to Raphael 1819 with the $15. What a lineup. BK, Charles, and Starsky. This is gonna be good. Much appreciated, man. Much appreciated. I almost called for somebody else, but I was like, I don't know about the chemistry, so I kept that one in the chamber. But we're gonna have some new guests as we continue to go further as well. You know what I'm saying? And I think we have one coming up where it may just be a 2-platform collab. I don't know. I don't want to say too soon, because they reached out and then nothing happened. So, you know, this shit is evolving every day. But our original OG cast, if we can get Jay Nolan back for at least one more, we gotta complete that. We got to, because that was episode 1. So the next Jay Nolan video, tell that nigga to come back to the Cypher. We need him just for one episode.
Also, shout out to Grant Smile. That album is fucking gas.
I gotta listen to it.
And it's like 10 songs. It's like 10 songs. Like, he was very efficient with the shit. This is also the first time he said he did he was like feature heavy, and Ransom is on here, and
this song is so crazy.
BJ the Kid is on here. Like,
did they add the Ransom feature back on there? Because when I listened to the album, Ransom feature like on that song, Nick
with
Grant,
the one that Cypher is on too.
Yeah, it was just Nick Grant.
He was off.
Yeah, and the rest of after Nick Grant did his verse, the rest of the song is just instrumental, like where you could tell like they were there in the place, but they removed it. Now, granted, I haven't listened to it since the day it came out, because it came out the same day as ICEMAN, and that's when they put it back.
Yeah,
it's back on there.
Okay, all right. So I'll go listen to it.
Ransom went so crazy, bro.
Punch is on here, like TD Punch. Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna definitely check it out. I gotta do that, and I gotta listen to that and the Kenny Mason, because that's my dog. Like, I've been pushing Kenny Mason for years. Like, I'm really proud of him too, because we did listen to one song that's on the album, not the one with Jid, but it was another one somebody recommended. Sitgo, he was going crazy. Like, no pun intended, he was gassing on that fucking record. Like, that shit was nuts. But I fuck with him, bro. I like a lot of the young niggas from Atlanta. Like, like Quiet as Kept. Jid not a young. I gotta.
No.
But
that Kenny Mason is fire, bro. The Kenny Mason is fire. I have heard that.
You heard the whole thing?
I need to tap in.
That
I like
nigga is dope. He dropped 2 projects in 2024, DJ
Yeah, it was Halo and
and
9.
9.
Hmm.
Both of them fire. If you
Yeah.
haven't, go check out Kenny Mason. He's dope. I think he blends well a lot of the Atlanta shit, like a lot of it. Like I could see him on a song with Gunna in a roundabout way. I could see him on a song with that Jid collab. I saw that 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? He's
Yeah.
in a sweet spot where he can do all of that. I can see him on a song with Cardi. Like he's a perfect blend.
He was
Of
also in Mavi's album, The Pilot. Like I forget
yeah.
that feature was insane. He
He's
killed that.
cold, bro. He's
Yeah.
cold, bro. I had Marv in my top 25. He was towards the bottom, but he was in there, I think.
Who? Marvin?
Marvy, yeah.
Yeah, I think you had him. I think like 18,
Okay.
19 range, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was dope. Oh, my bad. We got away from the super chats. Shout out to Lorena, 241 with the $20. One glance at the panel, I already know this will be a great Cypher. 5 of my favorite voices. Thank you. And we're gonna continue to try to do that. Just have, just elite people up here and continue to push it forward. Shout out to D2B2 with the 20. Aubrey and his music are equally vapid and insipid.
Ooh, what is that?
That boy using them big words. I know it in a roundabout way means stupid.
Oh, it's actually the main definition is something lacking in flavor, character, or interesting qualities.
Oh, so that nigga use synonyms.
Yeah.
That's basically vapid. Yeah. I fuck with it, D2. Hey, he's smart though.
Tasteless.
I don't know what he do, but he do something where he uses his brain a lot. So shout out but for real though, shout out to our intelligent decoders. Like when you really start talking to your community, you start realizing like I see why y'all fuck with me.
Yeah.
Bro, like
Mhm.
I guess that means I ain't stupid.
It's a reflection.
Yeah, so I appreciate that the beautiful community that not only we're building as independent entities, but like that we're able to coalesce with as well. I think that shit is amazing. Let me see what's next. Shout out to OOC 650 with the $50 for keeping it 100 always. Thank you for the big dog contribution. Shout out to Dre with the $2. Not gonna lie, I've been waiting on the Cypher CLB build. The hell is you talking? Is that CL? Oh, is that for Charles Brown? Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Nigga, we ain't do no certified level boy, did we?
Right.
Hell no. I don't know what.
Shout out to Concept. I think this is Swedish, I think. I try to empathize with you because I know that you ain't been through nothing. Crave entitlement, but wanna be like so bad that it's puzzling. Dominance. Oh shit. I love that song, bro.
Take it down.
I swear to God, I love that song, bro. Like, I know when people like we said, like it's a joke that we got. It was like, bro, you got to be a special nigga to listen to Meet the Grams. And I'd be like, every time they said, I'd be like, bro, I used to drop my son off at school. He in kindergarten at the time. I'm gonna drop I love you. Have a great day. Like, cause after a while, you get to a point where you're really appreciating it. That shit was beautiful.
Yes.
That was a beautiful work of art. Independent of what he did to Drake, the way that he just fixated on that target and approached it from so many different ways. I know Drake still to this day ain't heard that song. Not all the way through.
You don't think so?
Yeah, Miss Mills said every day still.
Ain't no way you listen to that shit. Like I know the whole song by heart. I done played it that many times. Like that's probably my most listened to song of the entire battle.
Yeah.
Like 616 is my favorite, I think.
Yes.
But Meet the Grams, that shit is special. I think it's a top 10 Kendrick song. I think if he was to retire today, and it was like, if I had to make a list, that shit might be like number 7. And I will put prayer on that, even though it's unreleased.
I'm not mad at that.
Let's see. Oh, D2B2 again. Master manipulator and habitual liar. Yep. You lied about religious views. Shout out to Ari. I'm gonna say Ari D Mac with the big dog. I'm usually rewatch game as a decoder for Charles and Culture United. Glad to be catching this live and interacting with people who don't feel the need to soft pedal with Aubrey.
Oof.
Dude is insidious.
Damn.
I agree. And like in these conversations, like I get to like throw lobs and shit, and my boy DJ be like, you know what? I'm gonna hold it down for the platform. nigga, that nigga Drake. I'll be like, go ahead, DJ. That nigga ass, because I can't get too carried away because I'll forget what we supposed to be going. But yeah, I appreciate that. We not going. DJ won't allow us, because sometimes I be trying to give niggas grace and contextualize, and DJ be like, hey, bro, why you doing that? The nigga's a bitch. And I'm like, you know what, DJ?
Because I don't like to put these niggas be gaslighting, bro. I don't like that shit. Like, bro, let me grade you on the proper curve, bro. If you won't let me do that, then don't play in my fucking face, bro. You are not a top tier pen. You are not a top tier lyricist. Cut the shit. Just cut the shit. I have too much evidence. Look at the evidence. Look at the material that has been placed in front of me. Look, all the goddamn reference tracks and all this other shit. And Lord knows what else is out there, because a Metro got all these reference tracks that he just can leak at any point in time. Like, just really think about this shit for a second, right? All the niggas that really got problems with you have everything they need to destroy you, my nigga. If they really chose to do that, they could kill your whole image in terms of you being this tough guy, this and that. And I don't understand, not saying that Drake need to walk around on eggshells and shit, but I just don't understand why you play with niggas like that.
He know he good for business.
Yep.
Crazy work.
When you got a black card in your back pocket, you know niggas not gonna try to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got all the protection. You can't steal this card and spend how you want to. I got the most protected card in the world. I'm gonna get you. So if you do some shit to me, I may not be able to get you physically or on wax. I might send a cease and desist. I might use some of my leverage to get niggas to deny clearances for records. I'm gonna do some shit like that. So Drake is good for business, man. And I think I've gotten to the point where I understand that. And I respect it to the point where it's like, because I remember at first, like, when people like, yeah, Drake should be finished, or Drake is going to be finished. Drake's not going nowhere. No. We just get to watch him unravel. And I think that's more beautiful than him just disappearing.
Like, it's a difference for me now that the veil has been lifted, in the sense that I really see him for the character that he is. Like, it's not somebody that I can personally relate to anymore. Growing up, because Drake came out at 2009. I was in college. So at that point in time, I was very impressionable in terms of the music that I was growing into and liking and things like that. In that point in time, it wasn't really an artist like, I say, Drake, that was really vulnerable in the music and all the other shit. Because I kind of gravitated that a little bit. But over time, as I got older and things started to change and I had different viewpoints on things, and definitely now in my grown ass age, as a parent and as a father, I'm not checking none of this shit, bro. And then even just from, like, my personal music taste, like I said, when I found out about the Quinn Miller shit, that changed how I viewed him forever. Because the songs that Quinn Miller wrote are not only the best songs on the album, are the songs that's the most personable to you.
Right.
These are the songs.
He built his identity off those records.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these are the songs that make you Drake in terms of how we see you, in terms of where you come from, how you came up, you know what I'm saying, the city and town where you came from, the shit that you went through and all that. It came from those records.
Yeah.
So if he wrote this shit, and then on top of that, I went and listened to Quinn Miller's own music. It's Drake all through and through. This man's original style, Drake took that shit and made it into something totally different. But if you go and listen to any of Quinn Miller's latest works, you cannot, you can't tell me you can listen to that and not hear Drake. I'm sorry. So that just kind of kills it for me, because I'm just like, you're a fraud.
Because to your point, like, those records legitimized him. Those were the ones that the cloth niggas were like, okay, we can actually take him seriously now.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think that's the piece that people are missing, where it's like, why are y'all just now reacting to Drake like this? He's always been that way. And it's like, no, we took him somewhat seriously. Like, as a serious artist, if you're reading This Is Too Late, even like Nothing Was the Same was like, I'm going to give you a Tuscan leather. I'm going to give you a pound cake, because I'm not just this like sensitive singing nigga. Like, that's the point. But now when it's like, okay, we know what he is, and that is pathetic. Niggas are like, well, no, you can't call him that. You can't call him fraud. You can't. It's like, wait, hold on now.
Like,
now,
what do you mean?
that this a corny ass nigga that sometimes make a tune that make me want to shake my ass. That's the category that I put him in. Not no serious creative. He doesn't even take his own art that fucking seriously.
Yeah, so like the veil is lifted for me personally. So it's nothing that I only really because Skip will tell you I'm sick of talking about this shit. In all honesty, I'm sick of talking about Kendrick in terms of in relation to Drake. I'm sick of talking about Drake. Period. I'm so tired. If it was up to me, like he said in one of the songs, if it was up to me, my nigga, we wouldn't be talking about none of this shit. We'd be having no lives, none of this other shit. Talking about, I've been done with this shit. But Skip understands how we need to do things. So I'm like, all right, Skip, I got you. You know what I'm saying? But if it was up to me, hell no. I'm done. I'm so sick of this shit. Like, it's to the point where if I'm not talking about Drake on this platform and the stuff that we do, I don't engage with anybody else.
No. I don't discuss that nigga in real life.
Yeah, I don't discuss it with anybody else that I see on social media, and especially with people that I know that be capping and that's bullshitting. I'm like, oh, I can't talk to you. I can't tell you nothing because there's nothing that I can talk to somebody about that's going to be like a real, honest, genuine back and forth conversation of, you know, them trying to actually be honest with themselves or be honest about Drake. And I understand that by all the discourse that I see online that these niggas are delusional. There is no trying to reason with these motherfuckers to try to find common ground. There is no point in trying to do that because no matter what you say, no matter what you do, it is never good enough if you're not on this nigga meat. I'm sorry, it's not good enough. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good enough. So if I'm not on this platform talking about Drake, you will never catch me talking about this nigga outside of this shit.
And then just imagine if the album was like actually good and we said it was good. Look at y'all niggas. Stay on that side. It's too exhausting. It's like, bro, I'm not going to. So it's almost we didn't even really like talk about the album per se. Like we discussed it from we discussed it like on a macro, like we more so discussed Drake and used it as like a vehicle. Like, okay, we go back to it. But like the second half of the album, we didn't even approach it. Because from what we had with the first half, it was just like, hey, Drake, you.
Now the one song off the back half I saved is "Don't Worry," but that takes me to like my birthday finna roll around. It's summertime. Like a lot of this really is like to me cross-faded music, or like if you caught, you know what I mean. You have to be in certain, like you could tell he be on all types of substances. I'll tell you that.
Is that the song where he kept bringing up Party?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that shit, it was kind of decent. It did kind of remind me of like the More Life era a little bit.
You know, the More Life, the melody got me really. The melody, honestly, because the lyrics, I don't like this. You know, I'm for the working class. I'm for the proletariat. So I don't like to hear a nigga talking about some. I just want to see a nigga struggle with the light bill. That shit pisses me off every time. I mean, that's also how I listen to music too. Even one or two bars, I'll be like, that's a little elitist. Like it just doesn't feel good. But the melody really got me for sure. Yeah, he's talking about some ICEMAN season. I'm like, every time I laugh, I don't take the nigga seriously no more.
Yeah. Bro. And then I was listening to that song, Pulling Off from Work too. Like that specific part. Like he talking about he want to see niggas begging on the pavement. And then he gets a problem when you struggle with the light bill. And I'm like, shit, nigga, mortgage is due like next week. Nigga, quit playing.
$4 in this bitch.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, niggas is out this whole grinding. And you talking about you want to see niggas struggle because it'll make you feel good. Bitch, I'll slap you. Like, playing with me, nigga. Like, everything spiking. And you sit here playing with American politics that's gotcha moments. Nigga. Oh.
Then they go ahead and
and that's why his fans be in the front rows extorting him and shit. Like playing on his fake good guy. Like, hey, nigga, give me 30,000. Pay for me to get out of college debt. And you gonna do it because you think it's good promo. Whole time you just got extorted, my nigga. You just got extorted, bro. A nigga put up a sign that you'll never see again. And you just gave him 30 grand for no reason. Get the fuck. Like, come on, bro.
Listen,
shit weird.
And they always say, if you don't like him, why y'all listening to his music? Why y'all still listen to it? Y'all still talking about him? nigga, whether we listen to it or not, it ain't gonna be good enough for y'all because we're not saying Drake the GOAT. Whether we listen to it or we don't listen to it, it ain't no winning with y'all niggas, bro. It's not to say that I'm just trying to win niggas over, but I'm just like, I just understand the discourse at this point.
Yeah.
It's no talking to these niggas, bro. They have got like set in their mind like this view of Drake and his godhood or whatever this shit is can't be tarnished in no kind of way.
Yeah.
But yet y'all keep on saying this is his comeback season. So I don't understand, like, how can he be so great and untouchable if y'all saying that, oh, the radio is blocking him, he being blackballed and all this other shit? How? Y'all just say he's untouchable. Which side is y'all like? He can't be a victim and the fucking villain at the same time. It don't work like that.
But they need him. And we talked about this before, and I think one of the episodes we were supposed to talk about, I think we mentioned it, but I don't think we got into it deep. And we'll table it for another conversation. But just like the dangers of parasocial relationship, like they need him to be these things. Like I was having a conversation with my wife the other day. I was like, bro, how weak is a nigga to say, yeah, bro, like Drake, like I need like. Drake gotta be in my playlist, so Drake, I gotta get the Drake music because that's what's gonna help me like smash girls. It's like my nigga.
Oh God!
Like you have attached him so much. Like you need him.
And look, let me say something. These be the most bitchless niggas, or they got weird ass pick me ass girls.
Yeah,
it's just it's the Trump won the 2020 election. 2020 was horrible because Biden was president. Oh, but I thought Trump was supposed to be president because he's supposed to win. Like it's the same. It's like it don't make no damn sense. It don't make no sense.
And then it's like so you can't set the mood with nothing other than Drake.
It's crazy.
And say
like,
Biden is kept. 2014 party is where that music lies. It's not, and that's really when they should have, either from 2014 to 2016 is when they should have dropped their joint project.
And then truth be told, truth be told, bro, what Drake song is really getting the panties off like that? Exactly. Because the shit that he's rapping about in majority of these songs, he's dissing women. So I don't understand, like, what song it's in such a sexual content to be like, yeah, like this the one, this is to get him, like, other than him just being melodic.
The last one for me was,
other than him just being melodic.
Smack that ass, to leave
it was whatever he was doing with After Dark Final Fantasy is probably the last time he really
That's the only song I can think of. So I do know what you're talking about. That's actually really talking with Ty Dolla $ign. After Dark.
Yes, After Dark. Yeah. And then even Final Fantasy was, I think was it the last track? It was like at the bottom of Scorpion.
It was like the last three. It was the After Hours, Final Fantasy, then the March, whatever song where he's talking that he was talking about Adonis. That's the only time, I give you that he's really made a song that's kind of like sensual, sexual, and then even still, Ty Dolla $ign carried that song. So it's not like Drake was the one doing this shit. So it's just like,
it's like these niggas so weird, bro, because they'll be on some shit like, yeah, bro, like I don't listen to R&B because it's too soft.
But to listen to Drake,
I ain't really on that weak ass shit. But then they like Drake is just enough that they feel like they can preserve a little bit of manhood if they listen to Drake and do those things. And also, it's just so crazy to me how these niggas are so manosphere, but everything they do is centered around women. If you only listen to Drake, because niggas that listen to Drake is the niggas that get girls, you're only listening to Drake because you think women like it. So you're searching for validation in a whole group of individuals that you act like you don't like for real. And these be the same niggas who doing all of this, and there's nothing wrong with it, but just I'll say this because I don't want to say nothing problematic. But Drake fans have a type, particularly post 2023. Pearls, the long earrings, like the big jeans, it's a type now. Like it's like, for just like how they say, like there's a type of man and woman that listen to Kendrick, there's a type of man and woman that listen to Drake. and they all shop at the same store.
Too many SKUs, so many SKUs.
You go to Zara, I guarantee you gonna find at least 3 niggas that listen to Drake and that shop at Sephora. And there's nothing wrong with shopping at Sephora.
Period.
But it's a type. You know what I'm saying? And they get they got a nice private jeweler that gives them their earrings.
Mm-hmm.
And they mama pledged AKA and they stole a set of her pearls.
No, stop it, Skip. Stop it, Skip.
Back up out of that.
Oh, yeah. Come on. No.
When I start putting this shit together.
No, they ain't finna put belt ass on us. Nope.
I'm just saying, you see a nigga. You see this nigga, bro. Like, expect, like, bro, then if you go to the club, you gonna, okay, this what the nigga gonna have on. He gonna be a moderately in shape nigga that won't shave his chest hair, but the button is down to his stomach. He got on the danglies. He got on the pearls. And he got a clutch. But he like the nigga that's amongst all the girls. He buying all the bottles and he love Drake. And this is the same nigga that will be a content creator showing you get ready with me while I go to Target.
No.
And y'all know I ain't lying, bro. Let me pull up the comments. Hold on, let me pull up the comments, right? Y'all know I'm not lying, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with sexuality, bro. It's an aesthetic. Yeah. It's an aesthetic. It has nothing to do with sexuality.
Was crazy.
It is an aesthetic that niggas are going for now. I can be pampered.
Hey, but low key for a long time before I realized what that meant, I thought it meant grown woman for the longest time. Nah, before I figure out this shit ready with me.
Nah, these the niggas. These the niggas who like. Hold on, this before I say this, does Lululemon have like a workout gear for men too, or is that only women? Because I'm ignorant to that.
I actually don't know.
But if Lululemon services men, these are the type of niggas who buy Lululemon because it's like the fuck. I ain't if they can wear it, I can wear it too. Goddamn, like that shit look nice. So I'm finna go to the gym.
In my Lululemon.
Yeah, but okay, so they only do women.
Am I really?
But so the point I'm making is these are the niggas who like, I want to wear nice shit to the gym. I want to look good. I'm gonna line myself up before I go to the gym. I'm gonna put on cologne to go to the gym. I'm gonna make sure I got on nice high-end designer lotion to go to the gym, to be in here with all these grown-ass, sweaty-ass men because I want to look good and smell good. And then they leave the gym. They go get a haircut, which is insane because you stink. And then they go to Target and get a iced mocha latte with almond milk. And then they go home, take a shower, put on their dangly earrings, and go out with their homeboys.
So basically, an Ashton Hall type nigga there, pretty much.
I have no idea who that is.
You know who he is, the big ass nigga that be running all the time.
That nigga be putting on suits and shit. Nigga, I'm talking about niggas with flamingo shirts.
He wear them too.
They got 2 of the 6 buttons buttoned up, hair everywhere. Faded to the gods. They gonna make sure that lineup is crisp as fuck. They gonna have that fade, but they gonna have the fade. It's gonna go crazy because they get their haircut twice a week.
For sure.
These are very pretty niggas, bro. These are very pretty, self-absorbed niggas, bro. And they like Drake because he makes them. See, I'm not even finna do that because they listen to Drake because he makes them feel seen.
Yeah.
He makes them feel seen. Like, you gotta think about it, bro. Niggas didn't start painting their nails on like a mad scale till Drake started doing it. Them rock star niggas was doing that shit all the time.
Yeah.
When Drake started doing it, niggas was like, oh, I can do that. Niggas start, and then the other people start picking it up. The lesser elevated rappers, they start picking it up. They took it to the next level. You know what I'm saying? Now they doing the pearls, and now they doing the man bags and shit, and just all of these different things. And now it's just being injected. And now you see these niggas like, oh, nigga, I know you listen to Drake.
And do you know the prime example of the first person that you talking about? The one who actually really brought it to my attention was fucking Maul, bro. Even before he defected from Joe Budden, he was getting his nails painted in designer shit when he was on the Joe Budden shit. Because they used to clown him for that shit. And he was like, nah, Drake do it. What's the problem? And then
Oh,
that's
he
when I
said
start. Yes. And then that's when I started seeing Drake do it.
Prove my
Or,
point.
I guess I just started noticing it. I'm like, oh shit, this nigga do got butterflies on his nails.
but
He
if you
do.
can tell, he don't even. That's not even his shit. Like you bit that from the actual androgynous guys or the guys that like that. Like I thought
Yeah.
he said he was like biting his nails and like he did it like that. But it's like I think even that is like you stealing from the actual alternative niggas. Like I personally I fuck with the dermals, I fuck with the pros, I fuck with the nail polish, but it's a specific type of even subculture that does that you're picking from.
Mhm.
Like, even that it's not to me, it just
Yeah.
doesn't come off as authentic. Even when he wears his own natural hair, how it grows out of his head, it's still like some sort of appropriative gesture. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't really have a problem with it. It's just people like Maul. Like I can tell you're doing this shit
For
because
that, yeah.
exactly you're doing this shit for this nigga. You doing this shit because they said it's cool.
Yep.
Then you go do it. You don't have enough influence or just enough willpower of your own to do things that you like to do. You want to follow these other grown ass niggas for acceptance.
But that's the Drake fan. That's the point
I
I'm
know.
making.
I know. That's why I gave him as
fan.
an example, because he's the example of the person that you're talking about. Is that nigga? Yes.
Hey Drake,
100%.
they do that shit. Like, bro, when I went to the Gen X, I saw gangbangers, I saw earthy niggas, I saw regular niggas like me who try to be like moderately fashion forward. I saw niggas who's like fucking models. Like I saw the white kids. I saw like the hyper urban white kids. Like I saw
Hype beast.
so like hype beast, everything. Like it's so diverse, bro. When you go and see the niggas at a Drake concert, they all shop at Sephora. And it's nothing, and like I say, it's nothing wrong with that. But it's a type. And they're only doing it because it matches the likeness of the aesthetic he's projecting. That's the only reason they do it. And that's why I was saying, like, there's some level of desire to be him. Because I think like the whole homoerotic was really just like, nah, these niggas just want to be Drake. And that's why they listen to him so much. He projects to a lifestyle that they desire. They want to be desired by these women. They want to be able to have women that they can discard. They want to be frivolous with money. They want to win, all of these things. So much so that they feel like maybe if I start picking up some of this other shit, I may not be able to get this money, but you know what I'm saying? I can look the look. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if I get the alternative baccarat from Scentbird, you know what I'm saying? And I get me some pearls from the thrift shop, you know what I'm saying? I can pull up and project the image in my CLA.
And if anybody watching that believe that shit, just know if your spirit is nasty or you don't actually like women and want to pleasure women, it's not gonna work for you, my nigga. It's not gonna work.
And they saying, you can buy other shit from Sephora.
No, I mean,
no, I'm saying they were saying. I think somebody said Sephora's makeup. The Sephora down here, like you can buy cologne and shit. Like it's a whole men's section. I was in there getting my smell good. Like that's what I'm saying. It's nothing wrong with it, but you're not gonna also see me bend the corner out of Sephora with 3 bags and dangly earrings. And then you be like, why you like Skip? What the fuck you doing? And it's like, yeah, bro, it's a language. You feel what I'm saying? Like there's a difference between doing something because you genuinely feel authentic in your representation and doing it because you see somebody else doing it. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like when I see Smino's very eccentric representation, like that's Smino.
Yeah.
Like he doing it so authentically that niggas biting it because like he made that shit look cool.
Yeah.
Because that's something that he stands in and that he believes. You know what I'm saying? But like all the other niggas who doing it, they don't even look comfortable because they're waiting on validation to know that the attempt is working.
Right.
That's why people couldn't really get a hold on Andre 3000 for a long time. A lot of his style and things like that was authentic to him. You could tell it wasn't no shit that he was trying to get off. You know what I'm saying? Like that was just authentically him. And the people that tried to copy him and things like that, it just didn't go that way because it's not you. Just be you. That's all that we asking. Just be yourself, man. And Drake don't want to be himself because he don't like himself at the end of the day. So
Okay.
I understand that.
Yeah, man. Fuck this nigga, bro. Let's finish these super chats.
Yeah, man.
Let's finish these super chats. Where are we? Okay, we did that one. Okay, some of these are on him. Shout out to D2B2. He said Aubrey is one of the types of people that tries to sucker punch you after you already knocked him out in the fight. Yeah. Shout out to Raphael. Great host, great panel, great conversations in the chat. Keep it going. Remember to hit the like. 277 out of 648. Hey man, I feel like we probably should be chasing 1,000 right now. I haven't looked, but we probably should be chasing that. So hit the like button and see how high we can get, man. It was a lot of people.
Yeah, it was like 8. It was like 8:15, something like that.
Shout out to Jess, the whole ass mess. He has the internet playing his therapist. Absurd. That can be taken two ways. But yeah, shout out to Latrice Gaskin with the $5. Drake is Zelig from the 1983 Woody Allen movie. Zelig has the ability to look and act like anyone he meets. Aubrey's unique talent is mimicry. I agree. I saw, I think it was Torre, he was talking about it. I can't remember who it was, but he was like, you see Drake sitting around certain people and he starts like picking up their slang. And he was saying like he's doing that in the moment because he's practicing. He's rehearsing to event, like, because if I can get this shit off in front of you and it feels like natural to your ear, I can do this shit on wax. It's crazy. Nigga rehearsing for a film. Method acting.
I wish he would just be an actor and just call it a day.
I want to get into the character.
Just do it, bro. And that way I can respect it versus you trying to act on these beats.
I really want to get into the struggle. Shout out to Drewski, man. That shit was funny as fuck. Shout out to DeQuasia 05 with the $5. Drake is also mentally stunted as a businessman because why hasn't he expanded his OVO brand outside of music, such as a liquor company and doing moves? Because he's too busy selling to the man. He feel like he's letting them do all the hard work in exchange for them getting a lot of the back end. He wants the front end. He don't want to do nothing. And I think that goes into the whole entitlement of it. Shout out to Fendos Santos with the $2. One. Shout out to Roomby. God damn, he got a name on you. Let me read this shit with the mouse. Roombid. I'm gonna just say Roomy. I don't want to fuck that up because that's challenging. I feel stupid trying to get it and not doing it.
Yeah, you know how to start that shit.
$2 super sticker. Thank you. Shout out to Mike Bickham. Hey BK.
What's up?
Let's see. Shout out to Peapot Fairy with the $10. Amazing panel. Shout out to D2B2. I'm telling you, shout out to D2B2 with the 5. A couple people had Aubrey body pillows and shit scoopers. That was crazy. I remember when he was selling the poop scoopers. Yeah. Shout out to Just Be Yapping. Member for 3 months. Drake equal Elvis, and he's only focused on his targeted demo. Yeah, and he's just adjusting it as he sees fit. Shout out to B2B2 with the 10. Nevadius, the nefarious.
That man named basically nefarious.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's so fitting, bro. That nigga, I'm calling him from now on. His new name is Nefarious, bro. Real talk. Shout out to DJ Nasia Fire with the $10. Wale has the best rap album of the year. I'm assuming he's talking 2025. Great songs, dope sample flips, smash record with Leon Thomas. Can't be touched on features with R&B artists. Joint with Tiana. He don't get the credit he deserves. I think if people really like were outside of the colorism shit, he would be where Drake at.
Oh hell yeah!
He's an international artist.
Yeah,
and he has like authentic international appeal. But the labels, we talked about this, because not wanting to push him, you know what I'm saying? And I think Kendrick gets some of that to a lesser extent because I think Kendrick had proper infrastructure. Like imagine if Wale had the infrastructure of like a Kendrick. Like I don't think he would have did well in the Interscope system, but I do think with the proper, infrastructure, Wale would be a superstar. And I think that's why he's so jaded.
You mean like a TDE type, infrastructure?
Just like
because Wale was with Interscope first, right? And that's who fucked him over initially, right?
Yeah, he was signed to them and they dropped him after attention deficit.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And it was their fault. They did the lead single with Lady Gaga. That was their fault. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like he's been mismanaged a lot of different places because I think the further he got in his career, due to him initially getting dropped, it was probably harder to rehab his image because he wasn't helping. And then it was probably like, how far are we gonna push this black ass dude
Yeah.
with African lineage and a slur in his dialect? So
In
it's
a
like,
loud ass voice.
Yeah.
but they did him a disservice, bro, because it's a lot of different representations of them being able to properly push him. You know what I'm saying? And with him being so ahead of a lot of shit, like he was like the first nigga really on the shoes to that extent. He was the first nigga on wrestling. He was a fly nigga like in the era of when niggas was really fly. You feel
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like when we looking at him, like Lupe at his heyday, for real, Kanye, like Wale was right there.
Yes.
He was right there. And like just as how people give Wiz all the credit in the world for the camo and for the 501s, Wale deserved that for the phone posits.
Yeah.
And I think the it was another shoe. It was the phone posits and it was anyway, but just shoes in general. Like Wale was like one of the first partners of StockX. And look at StockX now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? With proper marketing and infrastructure, Wale supposed to be bare minimum, like a Wiz Khalifa level legacy act.
True.
Where he can go on tour anytime and do 10,000 seat amphitheaters at his leisure. But yeah,
he definitely can't do that.
Yeah,
like he got Iron City. That's like
2,000, I think.
Yeah, 2,000, 3,000, stuff like
yeah,
that.
he in that, and I just wish he was better handled, man. I wish he had better representation. But let's see. Okay, so we got that one. Shout out to Mike Bickham again. Skip, you're right on the money about Future. Yeah, he's a dirtbag, bro.
Yeah.
He's a dirtbag, but you know, he make good music every now and then, and sometimes it's great. But he's a dirtbag, and I think if we can accept both,
right,
you know, it's easier to have these conversations and just listen to the music earnestly. Shout out to Miss Boyd, or you bitches. And I didn't say it. That's what she said. I try not to say that word.
Boyd, okay.
YouTube member, much appreciated. You pop up again, I'm gonna just say Miss Boyd. Shout out to Ree with the 10. Love this panel. Shout out to Cam with the 5. Drake is not great at putting together a cohesive album. He could have condensed the 3 into 1, but his depth is not there at all. I think it would have brought into question the literature if he put 3 into 1, because now it's just one album to consume.
Yeah.
He did the 3 on purpose.
Yeah.
To separate. So by the time niggas start breaking it down, it's too late.
Yep.
He already ran off with the pack. Drake is on some Ocean 11 shit. It's all robbery, bro. It's all bait and switch. Shout out to Jane with the 20. He doesn't know where he really stands with the people commercially for the first time in a decade. So he's just cosplaying a secure, confident artist and hoping the stands will make it true.
He's too big to fail too at a certain point. He's almost like Taylor Swift levels. Like he's going to do the numbers. He's going to get the attention. Like he benefits from the blog era, celebrity culture. And like, that was the last kind of era to get some real monoculture mainstay. Like where we were watching you on MTV or hosting the ESPYs or whatever. Like we're actually engaging with you on like a mass media level. Of course, he's going to do the things he needs to do, but it's like, he's cosplaying the rest of it, you know.
Yeah,
for sure. Shout out to Pink Green Ivy. Oh shit.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry for the Pearl jokes.
yeah.
Oh,
that's why I was like, come on. I was like, bring it back.
That's crazy though. Like,
because they don't play, bro.
I'm just saying this shit doesn't happen normally, bro.
They don't play, bro.
Not an AKA in the chat. Bruh, oh my God, Ski-Wee.
You
don't do that. Don't do that.
My sister in the gang, nigga. I can bang too, nigga. What's happening?
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Hey, my sister rep the set, nigga. Hold on. This is
no.
But yeah, I wouldn't expect them to see that. But if you felt disrespect, I apologize. I was only talking about the pearls as niggas wearing them, not y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is maggot coded. They overwhelm you with the crazy ish and fake pew pew attempts so that you don't talk about real issues. Ballroom, bunker, and I ran. Thank you so much. Shout out to hold on. Shout out to D2B2 with the 10. Aubrey with the Iceman was a nice man. You're on thin ice, buddy. Ass bars. Yeah. Shout out to Walter 101 with the $2. The owl only wakes up to seize the day. Goof bars. That was insane. It's just like the quality control too. Like, what the
Like,
fuck are you
bruh,
talking about?
An owl is nocturnal, bro. He's not waking up to seize the day, my G.
This is one of those bars like the niggas who fed you the shit was all clowns, and then
Yeah.
we the ones. That's that. It's no quality control in the bars, and that's why I feel like Lupe didn't write on his album, bro. He didn't write on his album. And if he did, he wrote on like Firm Friends or Make Them Cry. But like the bullshit that like dominates what's on his album, Drake wrote that shit.
Yeah.
Shout out to T Mac with the 5, Drizzy with the Why I Oughta, Stooges bars. Facts though.
Why I oughta.
And it's so much of it. I felt bad for Charles and Starsky because they were just like, and that's why I kind of wanted to stop talking about it and like bring it to something we can all discuss. But yeah, man, I thought everybody had listened to it. My bad. Shout out to James. Drake the type to write bars about his high school girlfriend from like, man, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Because him being in the car and giving a young girl all that attention, that shit was weird, bro. Like he kept like tapping her, like go.
That was strange.
And I was just like, bro, this shit weird, bro. Because it's like out of all of the people, all of your notorious Glazers, all of them, and all of the speculation about you, you contact the dad of a viral preteen
Child.
and say, I want to pull up on y'all and buy them a car. Because if I'm not mistaken, he bought them that Escalade. And then he in the backseat talking about some, like, bro, leave that, bro, stop.
It was the way he was touching the arm. I was just like, I'm creeped out. There were so many even periods of the album, like I said, where I'm like, I'm creeped out. This is nigga that graduated 5 years ago, still visiting campus. This is creepy nigga in the back of the club energy. It is weird. And this is now the second time that we know of that's not hidden, that's overt, that he's played into the PDF shit or FEL, whatever I want to say, like on purpose.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And just because you do this
call it out
doesn't mean anything. I don't care about you standing next to them doing this. It does not mean what you just did is not weird. Like, we not finna see that. Like, you look at when Kendrick got interviewed with that girl, hands behind his back, comfortable distance, and leaned into the camera and into the microphone.
Right.
So he's already still maintaining distance. You breaking the touch barrier and you bought the complicitness of the father. It's like, bro, what the fuck is going on?
Again, breadcrumbs.
Yeah, these are the tactics. Like
watch her do it. Yeah.
These are the things. These are the things that built the narrative.
Yeah.
That led to the shit that happened in 2024. These are the exact things. This is why the judge threw this shit out. Because you're doing this shit. You're putting this out to the public for us to see, for us to have an interpretation on this shit. So it's not that far-fetched for us to believe that you may or may not be, you know what I'm saying? Like,
even if you're not, which I hope you're not, I pray you're not actually, any self-aware person who got their name put up in some bullshit, I'm finna go out my way
to avoid this shit.
Exist in the opposite space.
Right.
Nigga, never mind. We'll keep going. I know BK got a heart out, and I want to finish these because if we get back on that Drake shit, it's gonna be 2:00, and I want to take a nap because I think I'm gonna work tomorrow. Shout out to D2B2 with the 5. First, you stole my flow, then I stole your chick, and it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts, bro. You never want to see the one that ran away have a happy life.
Yeah, not got away, ran away.
Ran away, yeah. The operative word, nigga. Shout out to Jane with the 10. Rihanna is another example of him not getting everything he wants. Respect, street cred, the girl after becoming that guy.
Yep.
Because if you don't get these things, what are you? Because in Mr. Morale on Die Hard, he's like, Blad said, if I can have it all without you involved, I guess it's all for nothing. But he's understanding it from a holistic space. Like, all of that shit that's window dressing. Drake like, no. I needed you to complete the Infinity Gauntlet.
Well, it's also the failed promise of patriarchy.
I'll do it myself.
Like, the promise of patriarchy is you have big meat, big bank account, the girl on your arm that stays pregnant, cooks clean, and serves you. That's So that's where that angst comes from. It's like I was promised this by capitalism, by patriarchy. You didn't give me that, so like now it's her loss.
Yeah. Damn.
So again, you know the guys who's able to get girls before the money and after. I'm just leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'll just do this myself.
Drake probably lost his virginity to a porn star.
And then he mentioned the porn stars on the album.
That's what I'm saying. We didn't really, I'm telling you, we did not talk about this album the way we could have. So the people that was coming in here, like y'all Drake fans that was coming in here and like butt hurt, we could have did him something awful. Because the fact that he said, I was at my birthday party and the girls that I used to goon to are here.
And then like they responded.
Even having that as a point of confidence.
And they responded to this nigga like, why you talking about old shit? Like, that like that's 20 plus years ago. Like, nigga, you gonna put me in a bad situation. Because more than likely you was young as fuck when I was there. I shouldn't have been there, but I was. Don't shine no light on that shit, buddy. Shut the fuck up.
And also, it probably wasn't legal in a way that we did it. No, not the sick shit, but they were probably paid appearances.
Yeah. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, bro, he's probably young as fuck. Probably, say not even 20 yet. Maybe 18. She said, well, he's what, 39 now? Yeah, he'd be what, 19?
Yeah.
So this probably like initial Young Money Drake, like brand new.
Yes.
Young Angel.
You rapping about something that happened 20 years ago, laughing face.
Yeah, crazy so I'm just like, bro, get out of here, man. Cut it out.
And that has to really suck. Like all of the things that like you use as trophies, everybody else think you lame for bringing it up. That shit gotta suck.
Yeah, man. I was searching big butt Ebony's. I was like, shut the fuck up, Trey.
That shit was so, man. All right, let's keep going. Shout out to Sharonda again with a 5 top tier conversation. Thank you. D2B2, one of the sponsors of this evening's chat. Trying to finesse poly market for bread in my best Absa voice. It's just crazy, bro. Like you said earlier, like that nigga is really like a walking billboard for nefarious shit.
Yeah. This nigga is 3 corporations in a trench coat at this point.
Damn, yeah. And if that lyric capital shit is anywhere close to the truth, I'm afraid. Shout out to Raphael, episode 4 of the Cypher. Thank you. Fire emoji. Thank you. D2B2 with a 10. Yes, Skip, let that hate flow through you. Screw J. Cole. I be trying, bro. I be trying like just to keep it cool on niggas, but then like it just something happens and it's like, nah, I gotta do it. Okay. Okay. It just hit 12:30. If you gotta go, I think we still got probably like 15 more. So if you gotta go, let me take this down. Let me see who is it? Peapot. Okay, take you down. Thank you for another Cypher with us. We greatly appreciate it. We value your time. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah. For sure. Next month we're gonna get some more representation. We're gonna have another one.
Please, yeah. Hey, Moni, come on, somebody. And
I think we're gonna have Absa too. So we'll probably.
I've never been on a panel with Absa. I would love for her to come. And chat. That would be so cool.
As a matter of fact, we'll
make that happen.
I think Moni said she's gonna be on the next one. So so we can get her to be you, Moni, Absa, me, DJ, and somebody else.
Yeah. 3 boys, 3 girls.
Possibly.
Okay.
Starsky or Jason.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Or possibly Big Zo. If y'all want Big Zo, hit Big Zo up in the comment section and tell him Skip want to holler at you, nigga. That'll get people moving because they see the desire of the audience asking for it.
Me, Absa, and Moni.
That's gonna be crazy.
That's a crazy trifecta right there.
That's a 3-man weed right there for real, man.
It's gonna be a lot of this. Right. You said that. That's right, bro. Because I'm telling you, like I already know. Because I told Absa maybe 2 months ago we was gonna have on episode 5. So this is perfect, actually.
Okay.
This will work out perfectly. So yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your perspective. And thank you for not letting stupid niggas get away with stupid shit. Thank you for continuing to be a light for us to, you know, to keep everybody like on the right path as far as like the shit that matters. Like this hip hop shit is dope, but like you addressing the shit that actually matters, even in situations where you're stepping outside to introduce it. And in on big platforms and big moments is important. So I appreciate you for that. Keep doing what you're doing. Blessings to the union that is working its way into, you know, matrimony. So best of wishes for that. See you next time, and we'll continue to watch your content and support you from afar.
And real quick before you go, before you get out of here, I just want to just give you your flowers in the sense that you move and shake on a lot of different platforms, but you are always authentic to yourself in every place that you are. I don't see where you're conforming to the platform that you're on. You're bringing yourself to the platform, and it just meshes with it. You know, so I've noticed that like about you, and I definitely find that very, very appealing. Very, very like, you know what I'm saying? It kind of gives me greater perspective on how to just keep moving the way we move, and that, you know what I'm saying, I don't have to change up who I am, basically. So I definitely wanted to say that to you for sure before you left. But
thank y'all. Y'all always speak so much life into me, and then obviously like putting the words like into action and sharing your platform with me as well, and like your space and your community too. Like it's more than just hitting on the side privately and being like, yeah, that was dope, but being like, let's share space and like let's actually hear you out. Like I appreciate that. So
for sure.
Until next time.
Alrighty.
Bye.
All right, let's get back to the business.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna wrap this up, shot. I ain't gonna hold
I want to take a nap too, my nigga. I know. I know, nigga. Hey, this is the third stream this week, nigga.
Boy, I swear. We've been working this week. Shit.
Oh my God.
I don't think we ever did 3 streams in a week, my G.
I told them in the chat the other day, I was like, bro, I think this is our busiest week ever.
Yeah, I don't think we ever done that shit. Even during the height of the Kendrick and Drake shit.
No, nigga.
I don't think we did this shit.
Week, nigga. And especially like in 3.5 days, like 4 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And nigga, I was still present yesterday because we dropped the fucking Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. So hey, nigga, put some W's in the chat for activity, nigga.
Please, bro.
Put some W's in the chat for activity.
Even we was doing the daylight in the Ray-Von shit. Even with that, like all that shit happened in one live. That was not multiple. That was all at once at one time. But this shit, nah, bro. Man, y'all been seeing us in a lot.
In a lot, and just think about it. Like I still
W's in the shot.
In the shot, I still haven't. I still got to get back to the feature run. So we probably halfway through that. So I'm gonna get back to that. I think I'm gonna reorganize how I'm doing the releases because I think releasing day after day after day was affecting was affecting their living space. I think it was hurting them. So I'm gonna space them out some more so they can be more impactful, and we can do other things in between them. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to finish as fast as possible, but I don't think that was good for the algo. So how many streams? A lot.
Maybe it's all a learning lesson, man. So it's all
good.
For
sure. So we're gonna keep it going. Let's see. Where are we? Okay, so we finished that. Shout out to Peapod Fairy with the 10. Y'all have done an amazing job of articulating what I've been feeling about Drake and Cole for a long time now. Thanks for this conversation. That's what we're here for, man, to at least attempt it. You know, if we succeed, that's beautiful. But if not, at least we were able to give our authentic thoughts and perspective. Shout out to Gen X Gemini.
Shout out to Gen X. Yeah. Glad to see you back in there.
For sure. Cold crash outs are so appreciated. Hey, man, they just happen. I don't be trying to.
They really just be happening, bro.
But they be warranted when they happen, though. They not gonna do this no more. Shout out to Screaming Silk, gifted 20. We are the Cypher memberships. If you got one, be sure to tell Screaming Silk thank you. Go check out everything that's over there. Y'all got me tapping into my vacation fund. Shout out to Sharon. Thank you. Enjoy your vacation. Don't send nothing else. Enjoy your vacation. I don't want that last little swipe to be like bam, bam, bam. And then you're like, damn, I gave them niggas $10. We appreciate it though. Shout out to D2B2. Man, watch out. Kendrick ain't putting no one on except bullshit ass King. He said, keeping the blessing to himself. Man, watch that. Shout out to Tiffany with the 10. Salute to the panel. Dope and much needed discussion. Hip Hop Live said, man, shout out to Charles. Shout out to Starsky. Shout out to BK, man. Shout out to you too, my good brother, man. The Cypher wouldn't be the Cypher without you, man. You know what I'm saying? We do the shit to keep the channel moving and viable in the gaps. But the Cypher wouldn't be the Cypher without you. So shout out to my brother DJ, as I say on all the content we do, even when he's not here. So for sure. Shout out to my dog Andrew. I gotta holler at you.
Yeah.
1010. Someone said Drake rapping like he snatched folks' chains from their neck instead of buying them at an auction. I wish I wrote that, but that's facts though. It's
Yeah,
like, bro, you didn't do anything tough. You purchased it. Fucking weirdo. Shout out to Scream Himself with a 20 ball. Drake does this because he constantly feels that he is not good enough. How many black features till you finally feel that you're black enough? Exactly. And I think that was just not necessarily like black is in race, like cool. Like, what is it gonna take for you to be okay in where you sit?
And that's the thing. I think his ego won't allow him to really look at these things that we're saying because he don't want Kendrick to be right, bro. That's the one person you don't want to hear that shit from. And he don't want to go through and accept these things as true because Kendrick was the one that put it on Front Street for everybody to see. He don't want to accept that. That's why he's not going to give us the album that we wanted or needed in this situation. He's not going to do that because his pride won't allow him to truly unpack the things that need to be unpacked. He knows exactly what he got to do or what he should have done. But
I would hope so. I would hope so.
I think he do. I mean, I know I say he's not as smart as we give him credit for, but I do think he understands at least that much. But the thing is, his brain and ego won't allow him to accept that he got that kind of help.
Yeah. I think I'll tell you this story real quick. We were having a conversation with a family member, right? And the family member was calling me and T old, right? Like y'all really old, bro. Like y'all old as hell, bro. And it's like, and me and T was like, it was like, bro, we're not really old, bro. We still like young. Like we've done a lot with our age. So it was like, I think it was like, got a degree, 2 degrees, both of us. Yep, good job, blah, 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 blah. And then it was like, shit, you closer to us than you closer to 20. And the person was like, oh, shit, I am 28. It's like, yeah. You 34, 35, sweetheart. You 28. You 30, my nigga. So all of that old shit, you can kind of discard that because you right here. Like, you thought you was still 21. Yeah. So we brought it to your attention. And I say that to say, I think Drake still really think he like 29, 30, 31. Like he don't really like,
so this 29, this 39?
This is crazy. But I just think bro has not really come to grips with like age for real. Yeah. Like he's not battling aging. You feel what I'm saying? Like
that's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's really looking at it like, and I think that's why he kind of look at Jay and shit like that with like disdain, because it's like, nah, bro, like if I put out an album like that, that mean I gotta be an old nigga. Like Drake, you're old anyway. You're already old, bro.
Yeah.
How old was Hov when he put out Black Album? You might be that age now.
Yeah.
So for you to like, bro, you there. You're there, nigga. Black Album came out in what? 05? Some shit like that?
04, 05, yeah.
And that's 20 years ago. Nigga, you older than Hov when he put out the Black Album. But I don't want to do that old ass shit. All right, my nigga.
Yeah, because I think Kingdom Come was like 06, 07.
Yeah.
So yeah. So that was like 04, 05. Yeah.
Because Show Me What You Got was on Drop 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was like 06. Yeah. 05, 06. Shout out to Scream Itself. Drake. Okay, we read that one. But thank you. Let's see. Cam with the 5 said Jay-Z would have been the better mentor to Drake than any other Carter. Especially Lil Wayne. Facts. Shout out to Ak. Cam again with the 5. Shout out to Ak for getting his baddies chain from Drake. He's really finna go full OVO. Yeah. the way he was talking to Jeremy Heck was insane.
Yeah.
Shout out to D2B2, especially with a black man talking to a white Canadian, talking about being woke and fuck all of that, and we not denouncing MAGA and all of that shit. It was a crazy, it was crazy. Shout out to D2B2. Isaac Hayes III is an absolute disgrace to his namesake. Facts. And apparently this is all to get in Drake's good graces for some type of monetary gain or some shit. It was crazy. Shout out to Justice 222 with the $2. The only thing serious about ICEMAN is the threats.
Oh, and then Isaac Hayes III, is he like on the Grammy committee or something like that?
I think so. Yeah, because he was talking about how how California needs to be segmented or give up some of their votes.
But then it makes it so funny because Drake had a bar on his album talking about, "Oh, I'm not submitting this for the Grammys, even though this will be the year that I will probably win because I know how they do." Like, I forgot what song it was, but yeah, he did mention, he threw a slide at the Grammys something about, "Yeah, I'm not gonna submit it, even though I know this year probably the year I win it." Like, nigga, stop being a sore loser, bro. Stop being a sore fucking loser, bro.
Because I be weak. They both do that, and fucking Doechii drop and win anyway, or Baby Keem win. But then they really gonna be like, it's a conspiracy. Shout out to Justice again. Y'all, some of my YouTube goats love this show, man. Hey, that's dope, man. We just two dope boys in a Cadillac, man.
Shebang.
Shout out to D2B2 with the 5. JG Wentworth head ass. Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to A Franks again. AI bars has become a possibility when Arbor using ghostwriters wasn't career ending. Yep. Hip hop should be a personal reflection of the MC. And that's why I was telling my brother, bro. I was like, you can't equate this shit to R&B. This is a authentic self-expression medium, bro. So you cannot do that shit. You cannot have somebody writing your authentic first person representation of the world as you see it. It don't work like that. You're cheating. Shout out to D2B2. Pawn is 1 point of material. A knight is 3. Bishop maybe 3.25. A rook is 5 points of material. Queen is 9. King has no points. Just keep him from getting trapped. I saw this earlier, but I didn't want to say it while Charles was talking. I saw that though. Shout out to D2B2 again. Draw. Crody. Let me see. Shout out to D2B2 again. Starsky just added in the red Scotch bonnet peppers. I'm gonna have to look that up. I think that's you know what that is?
What's what?
Red Scotch bonnet peppers. You know what that is?
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna pretend I did and say salute.
I'm trying to look at. I want to see that lyric. I'm the fuck what song it was.
Shout out to D2B2.
Yeah, it was in.
Go ahead.
It was in Make Them Know. He said, I reserve it like I'm Aboriginal, 50 millimeter president. For all the time shit got political. This album, I'm never submitting it because I know they'll never consider it. This might be the 1 year I won because I know how they try to position it. So I'm just like, nigga,
that Aboriginal bar was disgusting.
Yeah.
Because you talking about, like, you making punchlines out of, like, because reservations and shit. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not a punchline, bro.
Yeah, he said I reserve it like I'm Aboriginal. Yeah.
That's crazy. Because then when you think about what reservations are, and then all of the other wild ass insensitive bars that you've had, in reference to disenfranchised people, that's crazy as fuck.
He said, my bros want to mob the stage, but I tell them boys, nah, have some discipline. We don't want what they giving us. Them shits have no significance. Oh, okay. Okay. You got it, bro.
Shout out to D2B2. Skip could see where it was about to go. They wanted blood, they wanted clicks to make their profits grow.
Man, shut the fuck up, Cole.
I hate that nigga. Shout out to Cam, gifting the 5. We got the Cypher memberships. And I hate the persona, not the actual person. I don't know him. Shout out to Cam again with the 10. Drake is a person who only sees the culture as a tool. He's just playing his part. But what was one key moment when you realized that Drake was a cancer to the culture? It slowly was a culmination.
Yeah.
The ghostwriting shit was a party foul for sure. Like that really changed how I viewed him as well. It was like, bro, hold on, this nigga not writing this shit. Like he already on some lame shit and he not writing. And then I stopped really engaging with his music because I've never really heard More Life front to back. I've never. What was the album that followed More Life? Because it was Views, then More Life, and then what?
Oh, Scorpion.
I listened to Scorpion once. I listened to Dark Lane demos a few times during the pandemic when we was driving to Beano House. But other than that, I didn't really listen to that. I maybe listened to CLB once. I listened to For All the Dogs with more frequency once I made my playlist, including Scary Hours. And I never listened to Habibti or Maid of Honor, and I'm never gonna listen to what's her name again. So
her loss is so forgettable for me, bro.
I heard pieces of it. It was one song on it that I really liked though.
The middle of the ocean.
I like the flip of I like the 24's flip, and I like the turn my bitch up, turn my bitch. I fuck with that song. But yeah, off that nigga. But yeah, the strike one. Well, really, strike one. It really should have been strike one. No. Strike one was the GOAT, like him through the Blackberry in the freestyle. Strike two was hearing about him getting peed on. And strike three was him having the ghostwriter. It should have been over after that.
It should have.
It should have been over after that. Like the whole getting peed on shit, like that's just a part of the manhood. Like you should have got your ass beat behind that. If you was gonna lose, and then the ghostwriting shit really should have been it. It really should have been it. Niggas really should have but at that point he was entrenched in the business, so niggas wasn't gonna say nothing. And like people give like folks like Ebro a whole bunch of shit, but like Ebro stood on business in a lot of areas, and it affected him business wise. He's not perfect, of course. He's a gatekeeper that kind of got a little heavy handed with his position. But in some important areas, he stood on business.
And the fact that more reference tracks and more ghostwriting stuff came out after the fact, it ain't like that one period of time is when it happened and it never happened again. The more albums that he put out, more tracks start coming out. Even to his most current shit with All the Dogs. Well, up to now, but you know what I'm trying to say. So yeah, Drake, like ultimately the passes that he's been given. When anybody else, bro, if Kendrick came out and he had a ghostwriter, he would never be able to live that down. Never. Over with. So the fact that Drake has gotten this far, even so we even talk about this nigga now, with having a ghostwriter, come on, dog. You gotta, at this point, you just gotta be thankful and take what you can get. Because you've really been lasting on some shit that shouldn't even be. Crazy work.
For sure. Let's go. Last two of the night. Shout out to Lakeisha with the 5. Wearing the dangly earrings and pearls to attract women is crazy work. Look, it took a woman to say it.
Yeah.
I saw Jane was like not too much. Cause like I wanted to stay away from the whole sexual orientation of it. It's just like, nah, like niggas. Like, and the crazy thing is, like, them niggas will be like dumbass or like dead ass, like homophobic, and like pull their whole aesthetic.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's like, come on, bro, like nigga, all right. But last one, shout out to Flesh Father.
Whoa, wow.
With the $2. Is it the fair skin or the Jewish roots that make them want to not see me at the top of the mountain like I do the dude. That's a crazy fucking bar. But him playing the whole. But you know what I think about ICEMAN? I think he really been sitting on this album for a year.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think this album was completed this time last year. And when the songs was leaking, he was just doing testers. He was trying to see what was gonna work, and then he was waiting for something to go on with the lawsuit and also to like rehab his image. I don't think none of these songs have been written in the last 6 months.
I agree.
I think they all were like written fast post Not Like Us.
Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot of this shit is old. I really do.
You know what I'm saying? Like shit, they was trying to say he had a ghostwriter because Pharrell wrote the hook to All Right.
Okay.
It's like, no. Ghostwriter. It's like, nigga, what? We talking about niggas getting whole songs wrote for them, verse, ad lib, transition, breaks, hooks, and all. And you talking about a nigga that sends you beats with hooks attached. That's not the same. It's not the same. And then more recently, you know, the whole MAGA shit with the album cover. It was like, well, Kendrick didn't denounce Trump when they used this song. It's like, bro, that ain't even Kendrick's song. That's a beat somebody made and attached to a song that Kendrick made.
What is that? What song you talking about?
So they used the doom the Creed edit for for Untitled 05.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, the Creed edit?
I still ain't heard that album.
Okay, but anyway, so they used a fan-made remix, but just the beat.
Mm-hmm.
They used that, and they was like, well, Kendrick ain't do nothing about that. What could he possibly do? He don't own the rights to that song. I mean, to that beat that they made. It's nothing he can do.
Mm-hmm.
And he's actively in his music. Donald Trump is a chump. Know how we feel, punk. Tell him that God coming. Like, he's addressed Donald Trump so many fucking times in his music that we already know what time he on when they pull some bullshit. And they probably only did that because it was a trending sound on TikTok at the time. They didn't use him. They used the sound that was trending. Nigga, they're saying that Donald Trump is the ICEMAN. And we told them that they was gonna do that shit.
Yeah. You might as well call him that shit. You might as well.
That nigga Trump said, I am the ICEMAN.
Crazy.
But yeah, man. You got anything you want to say before we get out of here? We hit all 68. Shout out to y'all, man. I don't have the claps on here.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro, because I don't see myself ever going back and listen to this album. Like, I made myself listen to it these past yesterday and today. I was making myself listen to it. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit, bro. So I probably won't ever turn this shit back on at this point. Because like I said, I'm tired of this nigga, bro. I really am. Like, my disappointment in him has been like long. Like, this shit has been here for a long time. He only makes it worse. Like, you don't give me nothing that I could use to even think about, like, give you some grace. No, he just keeps digging, bro. He won't stop. So I'm just like, I'm done with this shit, and I'm done with everybody else who had the same mindset as him. I be seeing these fucking posts and shit. People that, you know what I'm saying, like, I'm actually friends with, I'm cool with. I don't want to associate with y'all. Y'all are ignorant. Y'all are so ignorant, bro. It's crazy.
And, I look at this kind of like the J. Cole shit too. It's like good closure. Like like that was another reason I wanted to do it too, to like formally close the chapter.
Yeah.
Like, this is it.
Yeah.
It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no amount of FOMO you can create. There's nothing else. You kind of played your big joker. Like, you made the biggest spectacle you can make, because there's nothing you can do after this. What, you gonna put out 5? Nigga, unless you bring back Michael Jackson from the dead, like, there's no bigger spectacle than what you just did, dropping 3 albums the same night. There's nothing else you can do. It's no other FOMO that you can create. You showed that, you know, you did all the shit. Like, this is it. Like, I did this as a journalistic and like integral action to at least say that I contributed something to the space, because there's so much going on around it. But this is it. I'm not engaging with nothing he do, like, from this point forward. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't give a fuck what his streams do. I don't care about none of that shit. Because first of all, that's not indicative of anything that matters as far as my consumption of music. So yeah, bro, we off Aubrey, bro. We finna get into this Kenny Mason. So if y'all fuck with hip hop, like, for real, and not just the shit that's salacious and current event, like, when we get into like the albums that are actually like doing well for hip hop as a genre and art form, pull up and fuck with us, bro. If you just got a membership and you tap into the Road to 100 season 2 and you like the production value, just know we are about to start development for our new series that's going to be exclusive to Patreon. It's titled Decrypted, the deep narrative analysis of Kendrick Lamar's Damn. So we're gonna spend an entire season breaking down Kendrick Lamar's Damn from different perspectives. Like each episode will be a different theme or a different piece of the album that we're breaking down, huh?
Like what, 8 episodes, or when it 8 or 9?
I can't remember. It's 8 or 9.
Yeah, I think it was 8.
I'm counting the reactions as an episode.
Okay.
So I'm thinking we'll probably have at the very beginning, we'll do one forward, and at the very end, we'll do one in reverse and see if it, because with us reviewing everything and with that sense of completion, see if we can listen to it backwards and pick up anything different. But yeah, that'll be coming soon, probably towards the back end of the summer, maybe July, with episode 1, but we'll keep you in the loop with that as far as it goes. But yeah, I want to make sure we're properly prepared because that's 10 hours of content, probably, maybe even more. And not just in a stream format. We actually gonna be in studio. It's gonna be shot. You feel what I'm saying? We're gonna really do the shit. So if you want to be a part of that and enjoy that journey with us as we do that, stick around, bro. And if you want to see what we have done as far as album reviews and not just reactions, go check out some of the early stuff on the channel where we were doing album reviews. So this is being able to bridge the gap to incorporate reactions and album breakdowns in depth into the same piece of content. So I'm telling y'all, like, I'm really like, this is one of the Mount Rushmore things too, to like realigning with what we started with, but also not neglecting what we've came into as well. So we appreciate y'all. We'll be very happy if y'all stick with us as we venture into these more focused pieces of content creation. And if not, and y'all just here for the reactions and the live streams, we'll fuck with y'all with that as well, and we'll have that. But the people who really want to get into this hip hop shit and let me and DJ do more of what we started this shit for, we'll be happy to have y'all along for the ride. So in closing, I am Skip.
And I'm DJ. And y'all go check out that Herbert reaction. Absolutely. One of my favorite ones personally. So we got real heavy with the bars on that one.
Yeah, so we did. Go check out the Rhapsody Please Don't Cry album review. It's a lot of shit, bro. Go check out those album reviews. I'm probably, before I go to sleep, gonna go ahead and make a playlist. And if you on Patreon, they already over there situated. So yeah, man. Thank y'all for tuning into another episode of the Cypher. Episode 4. Episode 5, we already got a tentative cast. It's gonna be a great time. I hope y'all enjoyed this one. I hope y'all ready for the next one. And until next time, hip hop lives to y'all. Peace.